more. But wait, what is this that approaches?
To arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orléans.
No.
Attack! We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk, I need a monk.
Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a market.
Wood, please.
You have a market.
Gold, please.
You made a trade card.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes.
Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper. Chopper.
Hello, everybody. Good day, good day, good day. Welcome back. 3v3 time. Get ready for it. We've got civs on screen. They're drafting. What's up, Dr. Maj? What's up, Tundra? Hello, R-Base, Smallhead, Fatalica, Brian, Rubber Knife, the Bombers. Morning, everybody. Hope everybody's good. Fatalica, thanks for the 59. Appreciate you, man. Thank you. Hello, Infusion. Hello, Sir Link. What's up, comrade? Arsenicos, Salato, Kangabanga. Good day, good day, good day. Christmas is here. Christmas came early. Haha. Funny, funny. Hello, Lancelot. Hello, Meaty Haggis. Kentos. Sorry, I can't say hello to every single person. I tried my best. Can maybe get some of you later. It'll be Cape of Storms, Arabia, Fortress, and Grand Barra for the maps here. The teams are just picking the civs right now. And yesterday when I ended my stream, I told myself I was going to fix something. And then I didn't do it yet. So I'm just doing that right now. It's not anything for the stream. It just helps me run ads a little bit better for you guys. Because I was doing it manually on another tab. So we might test it in a second, actually. All you non-subs can tell me if it's working. Give me 1 sec. Actually, that was that easy? Sick. All right. Well, tell me if the ads start. They should start. Yeah, it worked easily. Perfect. All right, sick. I literally needed to do 2 clicks the entire day yesterday. I convinced myself it was going to be this big thing. Not working. No ads for you, Yashiman. All right, well, that's because you're a beast and you subscribed. But no, it should be working now. Just had to relink it or something. Matt says, T90, thanks for luring me back to the game. Oh, I lured you like a boar underneath the TC, huh? Yeah, thank you. Thanks for being here, man. Happy to do it. Happy to lure you back to the game. Hopefully we have some great games today. It is 10:27 a.m. in Arkansas, U.S. Says, let me in. Okay. What time is it, and where is everyone else watching from specifically? For all the other viewers here. It is 11:27 where I live. I live in Florida, the United States. It's 1:27 a.m. in Australia. Kangabanga, rough. But, hey, stay up late, I guess. I stayed up super late last night, but that was not my intention. I played a ridiculous game. A painful game, but a ridiculous game. 9:27 a.m. in Colorado, all right. 4:20 for lazy as hell. 8:30 a.m., 17:27 a.m., 5:27 a.m. Or not a.m., sorry, p.m. for some of you. Nice. Hawaii is from Hawaii. Ah, cool. Nice. I've never been to Hawaii. I really want to get there someday. I think I'd really like it. Looks like a lot of my European audience is here. We got a little afternoon Age of Empires action for some of you. Sick. Myra Plo, thanks for 2 years. New badge for Myra. Let's go. Nothing makes me happier than nice variety of sub badges in the chat. It pleases me. All right, you guys want to see? I took a screenshot last night. Let me just show you. I'm not casting this game, so do not ask me to cast this, all right? I really don't want to relive the misery any more than I'm about to. But I did a classic 1 game before bed situation. And this happened to be at like 11:30 p.m. I don't remember the exact time. 2 hours later, I was still in a game. Let me just show you a screenshot that shows you some of the stats from this game, dude. Unbelievably painful. It was, you played 3 hours to die like this. Is this working? No, it's not working yet. 1 sec. So, which civ do you think is better, guys? Berbers or Tatars? And test your civ knowledge. And the super late game. Berbers. Yeah. Because the Camel Archer. Yup. Yup. It doesn't depend here. It doesn't depend. It's just straight up Berbers. Look at the stats from this game. I had 3,038 kills and 3,237 deaths. This went over 3 hours, by the way. I killed 534 villagers and lost 610. Over 1,000 villagers died, dude. Yeah, and eventually I just couldn't kill the Camel Archers. I had 4 relics too. I had 17,000 gold from my relics. Still lost. Yeah, it was painful. So yeah, that was last night for me. So I was up very late. Brutal. Thousands of innocents died. What's new? Yeah. I was going Cav Archers. Like, my thinking was I would be able to make more Cav Archers because I had the relics. But, like, the Cav Archers just do not trade nearly as well against the Camel Archers, and he could just... He'd save so much food spamming Hussars that I think he could sell food at the market for a decent amount of time to make more Camel Archers. So, it was a rough game. Could have gone Keshik. Well, he had... In the mid-game, he had, like, 30 camels. He had 30 heavy camels. He had 40 elite Camel Archers in Imp. So, it was like... I tried Halb and Seadram. I tried to mix it up. It was a tough one. What draft do we prefer here, T90? I don't know. I haven't really looked at it yet, to be honest. Now's a good time to look at it because they just finished the civs. So Fortress is like... Fortress is the one we should probably start with, right? Because Fortress is the closed map. I would assume like Bengali's there. You do have a lot of different options. We could see Berbers in there. We could see Bengalis. We could see Mongols. So maybe it's a little bit more of a toss-up than I was assuming here. I'm just thinking about this a little bit. On Tag's side, they got Britons, Bohemians, Spanish, Chinese at the top there. I almost prefer Tag's civs for Fortress. And maybe if they feel like they're not as good on Fortress, they do need to draft higher for that. Overall, I mean, just looking at all the different maps, I think it's pretty close draft. I think Britons is probably more of a Grand Barra pick than anything for Tag. Then they'll play like Bohemian, Spanish, Burgundians. I think I might prefer Tag's draft. It's a little bit more obvious to me what they're going to do. Like I was thinking a little bit on how you counter the Poles play from Yo yesterday on Grand Barra. And there's a couple civs that can maybe match it. At Burgundians is one. The other one would actually be Khmer. So they have some options there. Yeah, I think I prefer Tag's draft. They got Mayans and Ethiopians for Arabia. They got Britons for Grand Barra or Fortress. Bohemian, Spanish mixed in there. Chinese mixed in there. I really like Tag's draft. But the thing about Nocturna is they've got some really unique strats. And they might be the most prepared team. They do a lot of preparation. So I say that just based on what we've seen. And maybe they'll have some surprises for us here. I don't think it looks awful for you guys. And maybe I shouldn't point it out because now you guys are going to be like, oh, no, that's awful because you notice it. But since I upgraded to Windows 11, there's this stupid white border around everything. I can't get rid of it. I tried to look into options yesterday. I could not get rid of this white border. I'm sure I can figure it out. It doesn't look horrible on stream, hopefully. But it's like on every single web browser I have. There's a weird border there. So it does look kind of planned for the stream, but it's not. So is it Edge? No, I'm not using Edge. Here's what the standings look like right now. Nocturna, 10 points. Tag, 10 points. So they're tied. So I think this would be a close one. I predicted yesterday 2-2. But I predicted 2-2 yesterday because it was MBL who's on Team Tag who asked me, right? So I didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to pick sides too heavily. I think it is a toss-up, though. I think 2-2 feels nice. I could see a 3-1 either way. This is the first set in a minute where it's like The teams do seem pretty evenly matched. There might not be a clear favorite. So looking forward to it, man. Only you can see the edges. Don't worry, I had the same problem. I don't know how I fixed it. Well, thank you. That's very helpful. Saying I had the same problem, but I don't know how I fixed it. Wow, nice. This is why I have chat. So you no longer have the headache that I have, but you want to tell me, but you don't know how you fixed it. All right. Maybe it'll just go away magically. Booga says, anyone hearing a slight popping on his mic? I've been having mic issues. If the pop is back today, I won't be able to do anything about it. Also, since the update, I've yet to be able to do like a lot of deep testing, so hopefully it's not too crazy today. So first series, Tag versus Nocturna, that will be starting very soon. Second series is Onimaru Vanguard versus Team Vitality. Both teams have not done as well as they would have wanted so far. Vitality only 3 points after 2 rounds, and Vanguard 3 points after 3 rounds. So, not great. I think Vitality's the favorite there. But like if Vitality doesn't get wins today, then maybe some genuine danger that they don't end up getting into the top 4, which is the goal. You want to make it into this bracket. So Vanguard's gotta kind of put up or shut up. Maybe there's better ways to say it, but they've got to show up today and get some wins to be anywhere near that top 4 situation there. So T90, can you tell me who's on both of these teams? So Tag's got 4 players. I think both teams have 4 players actually. So Tag's got MBL, Sorokuma, Sato, and Mihai. And one sec, I'm just double checking that they're not in the game yet. They're going to be in the game soon. And I think it starts off on Grand Barra, but I'm not sure. It's a playoff 4 anyways. For Tag, they've got Anatov running. Let me look at the site here, actually, because they have 4, right? So the one isn't playing. Anatov running. Who's not immediately jumping out to me here? Who am I forgetting here on Tag? Or sorry, on Nocturna. Anatov running. They should have, I think they have Philip in there, who doesn't really play too much. I'm missing a really big third right now, guys. Oh yeah, Target's in there. Yep, Target's in there. Turs is in there. I think they have 5 on their squad, and they might rotate Target and Turs a little bit. But Turs doesn't have as much experience, but like running and Anatov do. And Turs will play that like aggressive chaotic role, and then Target's player who will play typically a little bit more controlled. Yeah, it's running, Anatov, Target, Turs, and then Philip. If you guys want to look through the teams, you can use the league website. It's all in the TL command there. So Wikipedia is there too. But they got a nice site there. You could look at the team breakdown, show some information on the players. Just scrolling through it now. I think in some cases, like it's saying what position the players play. That's obviously TBD and can change a little bit. But you could see like the photos of the players if you haven't seen them before. You could also see like where they're from. And I love how Vivi's photo is the gym selfie from a couple years ago. I still remember when he submitted that for an event. I don't think Vivi takes too many photos, right? But yeah, cool stuff, cool stuff. Rain says Slavs seem insane in team games. They're really good if you can get the castles up, which is why I feel like Slavs could be a good option for Regicide Fortress. If you look at the bans as well, some of these camel civs are out. So no Hindustanis and no Saracens means I think it opens up the opportunity for Slavs to be played at, you can go heavy Boyar. So it will be Fortress first. At least that's what they're... I can't speak. That's what they have in the lobby. So wouldn't surprise me to see Slavs considered. Are they... Wait, hold on. Are Slavs even on the draft? Or was I just getting Twitch chatted here? Are Slavs even going to be played this series? No, I'm not seeing Slavs. Okay, never mind. I mean, but I think Burgundians on the left side for Tag would make a lot of sense. Oh, Slavs were randomly banned. Okay. I thought that someone was pointing out that Slavs were really good, and that was leading me into talking about how Slavs are going to be played. But nah, Slavs won't be played in the first set at least. Random bans spice it up a little bit, so you have like, if you have a game plan to go for a couple different civs, you better be more flexible than that, because they might get banned. Bonsai, thanks for the 7 months. Huge Dome, thank you. Welcome in. Killer K, welcome. Good morning. T90, if you could be Ghost Rider, would you pick the Flaming Camel as your ride? No, because I played with Tatars last night, and I tried Flaming Camels desperately against Camel Archers, and it didn't work. So if I was Ghost Rider, I'd probably pick a Mangudai or something. I don't know what I would pick as my ride. I'd have to think a little bit more about it. 40 seconds till we're in Regicide Fortress. Let's have a day, guys. You won't hear me for like 10 seconds as I try and fix something here. All right. It's going to be Turks, Bengalis, and Jurchens. Jurchens is a really fun choice, to be honest. And it's going to be Bohemian, Spanish, and Chinese on the other side. Damn. Some big civs here. Azu, I'm aware of the skip intro option for the game. I had it, and then I just reset up my PCs, right? And so I haven't added skip intro, and every time I reload the game, I got so used to the intro not being there that it surprises me. But yeah, I didn't have, like, all those launch commands have been removed because we had to essentially re-download fresh. So thanks for the reminder there. All right, predictions in chat. It's a playoff 4. Looks smart, or, well, the opposite of that later on. I'm still maybe sticking with my 2-2 prediction right now. Good morning. Welcome in, everybody. Here we are. So the continuous action of the league continues. We've got more 3v3, and we've got Nocturna against Tag. Now, right now, the standings, both these teams are tied with each other on 10 points. And I believe that's after 3 rounds. Could be after 2, to be honest. I think they've done so well. It should be after 2. Just doing the math there. Maybe it was after 3, the more that I think about it. Either way, they're tied. Team who wins this series, if there's a team who wins this series, because it's a playoff 4, will be in the top 4, and the other team might be just out of it. For Tag, we've got Mihai on the flank playing as the Bohemians. And the pocket down here in the south, we've got Sato playing as the Spanish. And in the blue, then, we've got MBL playing as the Chinese. And you'll see the players using their scouts to bring in their boars. That's the Regicide trick, because you can put your scouts into the castle to heal it up. Nice little efficiency trick. For Nocturna, and they're really known for being strong on these closed maps, we've got Target playing as the Bengalis. In the yellow, we've got Anatov playing as the Jurchens. And then in the purple or magenta, we have Running playing as the Turks. So left side is more of the gunpowder side, right? Bohemians are known for that. Turks are known for that. You might need to be a little careful here if you're Mihai with your king. The right side, not so much. Right side, more about the eco bonuses. The Chinese get the additional vills at the start, so like they always have that consistent 3 vill advantage. But then for the Bengalis, every time you make it to the next stage, you get additional 2 vills. And then the pockets are interesting because, like, Jurchens, I think this unit is kind of slept on, the Iron Pagoda. I'm going to assume he's going for the Iron Pagoda because typically you have cav spam from the pocket. Reminder, if you lose your king, you're dead. Both Mihai and MBL have history of losing their king, I think, in tournament games. So they need to keep their king safe. And part of the strat there is actually put a king into an ally's tower. Looks like Target is trying to do that, but he can't make it through. King's going to have to waddle around this way, and they're going to maybe being told, go to my other tower. That tower is too cramped on the edge of the wall there. I think we'll see the same from MBL. You know what I wasn't expecting, though, guys? Like, Spanish, typically, you don't see play pocket. because you want to see the conquistadors out from the flank. But here's the thing. I don't want to give all my secrets here, all right? But I don't really think that making unique units is that strong on this map now. It's just not as good as economy. So I think Spanish, conks can be for later on, or you can go paladin. You also have the trade bonus for the team, so if it goes late, and it often can, you're getting a lot of extra gold. So we could maybe even just see this as a paladin player for Sito. MBL's king was in this tower, got antsy, and is going to go back. I think he just thought about this, and he was just thinking like, okay, I should probably go to Sito's base. But then he saw Feudal Age, and he's like, no, don't be an idiot. Let's not get our king stuck, like caught in the middle by scouts, right? That was kind of a funny realization there from MBL. But yeah, I think it could go 3-1 either way. I think the teams are pretty close. If I were to pick a 3-1 here, I might say a 3-1 for tag. I just think they have a little bit more overall quality. Like on the right side, I'm really interested. MBL versus Target. Like MBL's going to look at Target. Target's a solid player, but MBL's going to have a lot of confidence there. And if the Bengalis get to Elephant Archers, you can't do anything. But it takes a lot of eco to get there. So I think MBL is going to have to kill quickly on this side. And I believe in MBL to be able to get the job done there. Bro, how is your wedding? ? My wedding's not for... My wedding's in almost 2 months. It's in like 61 days, if I'm doing the math correctly. Don't worry, I have the date memorized. I just can't count. So yeah, wedding hasn't happened yet. Thanks for asking, though. The scouts engaging in the middle. MBL is going to get found. And yeah, they're on top of this. Well played from Anatov there at Target. And nice blocking there from Anatov, too, so MBL couldn't get back. I assume this scout is just going to die. And it does. Not the biggest deal, but it's something. And MBL, you start with the barrack, so he adds the spearman now. And I think that is mainly out of frustration. He's hoping that he can get a free snipe. Not the biggest deal. You're Chinese. You have good economy. There's a signal from Target. Target points out, like, hey, there's a flag on that tower there. So he's like, his king's on the front. Normally, you want to put your king in, like, the back tower. So if you get attacked on the front. But Sito is safe. He's in the pocket position. I doubt that's going to be of much concern here. Are you playing the Age of Empires anthem when you... what, during the wedding? Like, the wedding starts? Like, when she walks down the aisle, it's like... Burr, 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 burr. Actually, that sounds kind of dope. I'll think about it. I'll see if she's down. I think we're not going to do that, but... I didn't really have that idea before. So, MBO going a little bit against what I said, right? And going a bit more map control focused. Queuing up a lot of Chukunu. I don't... think that is a great use of your resources. I guess obviously he wants the numbers. He does drop the second TC right away. It's a good TC in the back. Can he actually accomplish anything with the military is the question. There's towers, there's walls. The target's placing a town center, which might look a little bit awkward here. But at the end of the day, that's mainly protected by the tower. Or largely protected by the tower. Kind of feels like MBL is going to go siege push or something. I don't know. They're signaling there from Sito. They're talking about TC positions. I think if MBL spots a TC, he's going to want to siege push it. There's actually no tower here. That's great scouting from them. Yeah, I think MBL will bring a villager this way. And yeah, there she goes. No loom, but we'll be protected by the Chukunu here. So big aggression from MBL. Anatov watching this too. Anatov also just managing the eco, sees the Chukunu. They will know that this is not really that common, and that's a dead vill. That's a dead vill. I'm sorry, but you just can't do this. Like, it's amazing play from Anatov, but from MBL, like, it's just got to be better than that, in my opinion. He also loses the Chukunu to the tower. I'm just seeing a little bit of shakiness here from MBL. Like, he's trying to do way too much. Like, he's... as I explain it, because, you know, I play tournaments as well. I'm not quite MBL's level, but just, like, a little scatterbrained. Like, a little nervous. Maybe that's what it is. The thing about this Nocturna team is they just play really cool, calm, and collected. They're very relaxed. And when you have good economic civs like that, that's going to benefit you. MBL still could get the Siege Workshop up. Feels like the Ratha are going to come out now just to patrol around the middle. I think Target would not be expecting MBL to be here so fast after hearing that Villagers lost. MBL is going to lose another Vill unless he gets the quick wall. He does have Bod Canero. And the Ratha don't have any upgrades. Actually, they do have one armor upgrade. But MBL just needs to wall that, in my opinion. It's got a ranged and melee modes. I guess he doesn't really need to wall it. He's getting Loom. He will complete the Siege Workshop. So yeah, let's see how Target can defend from this. Target's normally known for being really good in defending in these scenarios, but MBL's known for being good at attacking in these scenarios. MBL's added a Fire Lancer. He's got another Vill here. He's got... It feels like a start of a joke, man. 2 Petards, a Fire Lancer, Chukunu, and a Villager walk into a gate, bar, and... Well, he doesn't know if he can move forward yet. He runs directly into the Ratha. Ratha tanking some shots there, but MBL wants to break through. That's the idea. So if the Petards hit the wall, we'll say the main goal is right there, which they don't know, but that would be awful for running. Sorry, not for running. I guess it would hurt running's team, but would hurt Target. You know the Siege Workshop's there, so he's going to add his own siege, but what he's expecting is to be able to defend from this position. Now, we're reaching the stage of the game where help can come from the teammates. So we could see Iron Pagoda production from Anatov soon. He's just going for a 4th town center, so apparently not. And also a 5th town center here from Sato, so apparently not. Let's see. Oops, misclicked. I'm trying to use these capture H hotkeys, and I just misclicked. I'm sorry. MBL's in with the Petards. Target's going to see this, does react right away. Lands the attack round, but the thing about Chukunu is they take down Siege very quickly here. So MBL takes down the Mangonel. Oh, this is so good for MBL. 2 villagers from Target were trapped into the mining camp. He never expected this to be a problem here. And as I try and get to live time again with no lag or anything like that. Yeah, now no gold for Target. And if you didn't think about it, which you might not, like you're not realizing until this very moment, you have to go here for gold. So what might actually happen is he runs all the way over here to take his allies. But MBL, 10 villagers behind, but he's forcing a lot of idle time, and this is what I was talking about. It was a little awkward for MBL to maybe get it going, but it was just slightly delayed. And this is what he'll think. Like, Target's just not the same level as him in 1v1s. On the left side, like, Running's the player who's much closer to MBL's level. There we see Mihai losing a villager. That will be a big battle soon. Yeah, I like this from MBL. Now, let's see if how these Ratha perform, because the Chukunu were up against Ratha that didn't have the final armor upgrade. Now it changes. There's also a Mangonel here. Target with the nice dodge there, and he clears up the siege, and Target might end up being somewhat okay here. It was still big investment from him. He was pushed off gold. He lost some villagers, but there's a lot of weak Ratha there that he's been able to save. I would say maybe add monks here. I'm a little surprised he hasn't done that, because you can get conversions and also heal up. And oh man! Target, I think the multitasking is just a little too much for him. He's desperately trying to just wall up right now. But he's lost more vills. He lost all of his Ratha there. That was not the patience he needed. He does land a nice attack round. And he does get back on his gold at least, so... I mean, I guess he's accomplished what he wanted in that sense. MBL's on 3 town centers. Now, it gets harder to micro if you're MBL now because you're adding more farms than you were before. And Target already kind of pre-added those farms in many ways. Still feels like the front of the base is very important here. We got Hussite wagons out from Mihai. And he's already stonewalling the left side. Now, that's an interesting move. You're expecting this game to turn into some trade eventually. But usually, the trade doesn't happen until after a lot of fighting. But they're essentially pre-walling this. And there might be a point where Running thinks he can just go to the side and add the markets and might not be able to. MBL is also taking a corner away as well. But again, he's booming now. He's adding farms there. He's adding the lumber camp, deleting a gate, and he loses his rocket card. Yo, what's up, Tom? Thanks for the 31. What's up, King Kang? Thank you again. Oh, no. No, I was Kanga Banga, I think. King Kang, Kanga Banga. Same difference. Thank you, guys. It's funny. You guys also have subbed for, like, the same amount of months. Ooh, Cav Archer's coming forward from running. And he does actually deny some of this wall. He doesn't know the full wall is extending this way, but he wants to pressure with the fast Imperial Age. The Hussite wagons really should be here, in my opinion. Mihai was thinking of controlling this hill. He wasn't expecting the pressure from running on the left side. I think Mihai was definitely expecting this wall to just be completed. This was all protected in his mind. Immediately goes for siege workshops here, Mihai. So his plan will be bombard cannons. The Turks' plan is bombard cannons as well. MBL and Target still having their 1v1. Big walls back from here from Sato as well. And Sato's adding the stable, so he's just going to play Paladin. Already adding trade as well. And MBL is going with villagers to the corners there. So MBL will add the markets. So I think MBL's accomplished enough to be happy here. You've pressured the Bengalis so the Bengalis can't fully boom. So I think that's great. Mihai and running on the left side, I think I prefer the Bombard Cannon Cav Archer. I just think it's way easier to play than trying to get in towards whatever the plan is for Mihai, which, I mean, the Hussite wagons you can see just don't work very well now. As for Paladin versus Iron Pagoda, I think Iron Pagoda is the better unit there. And Anatov has not had as good a boom, but he's done a better job translating his eco into military. He's going to have 4 castles soon, and he's already got 20 military running forward. Mihai didn't even have chemistry completed when he made it to Imp, so he went for the siege workshops for bombard cannons. Can only start to queue them now, and he's losing his siege workshops. Mihai needs help. Anatov is exploding in population across the map. Absolutely insane how many castles I'm seeing there. And if he comes this way, he'll fully clear MBL. I think that might be the play. But I guess the other part of it is you could just clear Mihai. Like, either way, if Target's saying you're fine, you go this way. Let's not forget there's kings out there. You lose your king, you're defeated. King's not actually that far away, and a lot of this seems chaotic for Mihai. He does not have military to stop this right now. In fact, he has basically no military. He's fully relying on Sato. He's panic dropping castles. Again, they have walled, so they're preventing the long-term trade from NOC. But, like, Nocturna might not need the trade if they just kill a player this early on. Cavalier go this way. The Iron Pagoda are there to somewhat defend this, and these Turk Cav Archers are incredibly strong as well. That's a lot of wasted Cavalier from Sato. But probably not seen as a waste because it just gives your team some time. You gotta clear them, though. You have to take the Bombard Cannons to be happy with this. Okay, he gets 3 out of the 4. I think that's reasonable. Oh, man. It's just such an awkward situation for Mihai. I think his Bombard Cannons will get sniped as well. He just doesn't have army. That's the issue. No military. And I just think, like, it's just imp timing from Running is just so good. Like, Running's had such a good game against him here. And now the snowball begins. Like, these siege workshops were dropped at the perfect time. The Cav Archers were out for the map control. And, yeah, say goodbye, castle. It's going to have to be Paladin that saves the day here from Sato. He does have a big economy. But I don't know if Paladin beats Iron Pagoda. Iron Pagoda, they block the first melee attack, so they're great in melee engagements. They would struggle against Bohemian Halb, but that's why you would have the Cav Archers here. Meanwhile, on this side, MBL's behind Invils. He's behind an Imp to Imp. The Elephant Archers are on the way from Target. The only positive I'm seeing right now for Tag is that they are trading from a corner to a corner, and they have walled this corner to prevent the other team from trading. That's the positive. So if they hold, and this game turns into a trade game, then, you know, and we're starting to see the markets now. There's the market. Then maybe they're in a better position, especially because they have Spanish trade, right? Interesting, these Cav Archers actually got walled in here. Not sure exactly how that happened, but that's actually not a bad moment for Mihai. So yeah, let's see. I think Sato is kind of playing Bombard Cannon sniping right now. He just has to snipe the siege so his team can hold. Running tries to get some quick walls. Sato's going to run through. We'll sacrifice an army of paladins for this, but if he can just replace the paladins and they could give Mihai some time, maybe it's not a bad play. Running, tried to get the quick wall there. He wasn't able to get it, and his bombard cannons go down. That's not cheap, guys. That's not cheap at all. Well played from Sato. That's exactly what they needed there. Because this now allows Mihai to get Hufnitsa, to chill with his castles. He's not being pressured. Not to nearly the same level anyways. Still worried about MBL, though. I think Bengali Elite Elephant Archers just completely kill MBL, which means Sato is going to be needed there. And Sato, the thing is when you add trade this early on the back of a big 140 villager boom, you then start to have population efficiency problems too. Meaning that, like, you just don't have much military, and that's kind of what's needed right now, right? I think the hope is that if they can get Mihai onto Hufnitsa, he can take down the bomber cannons from running. And the thing is, running needs to get... Oh, and he got raided big time over here. Wow. The thing is, running needs to get artillery to be able to compete. But artillery's super expensive, and he's running out of gold, I'm noticing. So he won't have 12 plus 2 range on his bombard cannons like you would want with the Turks. It's just the 12. And the Hufnitsa will be at 13 range because they got siege engineers. So Mihai could potentially actually hold this. As long as the Halbs stay near the cannons could clear everything else. They're getting desperate. Look, they're running at this because they're realizing, I think, that this game is getting awkward for them. I mean, speaking of running, MBL's king is going to run away. Sato came this way. Look at target, though. Gates galore to protect the Trebs, and MBL loses his castle. Crazy. This is the home map for Nocturna. This is the map that they're best at, most comfortable at. They still can't trade corner to corner. They're trying to break through. They did once. Sato was there with some paladins. Honestly, feels like they're really lacking the siege here. Like, they're hitting a little bit of a wall. They have the military, but this composition rather, from Mihai is really tough to run into. The Bohemian Halbs will love any of the fight against the Iron Pagoda. Maybe that's why they're focusing on MBL, and they got to break MBL. Yeah, MBL's dying. MBL's going to get raided. Crazy! MBL's king is out! MBL is going to lose his king. MBL should lose his king. He should be dead. He should be completely dead. He notices! Oh my god, he notices, I assume. Because he garrisoned the king, he didn't garrison the Vills. Okay, he's still alive then. Mihai's starting to push back with his team. Castle's going up for MBL. He was so scared of the bombard cannon. Sorry, not the bombard cannon. The elephant archers. That's why he tried to push, but the push was never enough. He's just going to continue to lose ground over here. We need to see more support from Sato, but Sato's going to be needed over here. Yeah, this is also their trade route, right? Like, this is the area that you need locked down because this is where your trade is right now. The trade is simply going to be broken. And left side, I mean, running doesn't have the siege anymore to push, but left side, they've still forced a lot of damage. I think if MBL loses, if they just lose the trade right now, considering they invested into it, like, there's 30 trade cards for Sato, that's just horrible for Tag. Well played from Target. I think he did well enough against that pressure earlier. Really well played from running. He did a really good job getting the initial push against Mihai. And then, of course, Anatov has been here to swing to both sides with the Iron Pagodas. And Iron Pagodas are just shredding, actually. Wow. You mix in some Cav Archers there, and the Halbs just go down so fast. I think MBL's cooked. He won't lose his king. I still don't even know if he knows it's there, because he just sent it out onto the farm like it's a villager. He won't lose his king, but he's completely dead. He's got 65 eco. He's got 2 military. Every form of military he's tried has just died. He tried to switch into heavy Scorpion, which felt like desperation for me. Not sure exactly what else I would really suggest, by the way. Like, Elite Chukanu is usually one of your better units as the Chinese here. King for MBL is in his town center now. I think Sato might have noticed it as he went to defend. I think MBL needed a better imp time. Isn't Onager's the best play here? Well, you don't get Onager. You get heavy Rocket Cart. And Rocket Carts, in my opinion, feel worse than Onager, first off. Second, Bengalis... If you don't get Siege Onager, the Elephants can just shrug off that damage, no problem. Third, Bengalis get good monks, and they can just convert the Onagers. So it really is difficult to manage. I think what they needed is they needed to tow with Paladins on the right side with MBL. But they couldn't do that because running had such a good push on this side that Sito had to be supportive, right? The whole theme for Tag has been they just haven't had the military combinations. MBL and Mihai were both later than the other flanks to their army. And then, like, okay, we got some raids here. We actually have Treason researched. Sito researches Treason to try and find out where the kings are because he got some Paladins in. And he was hoping that maybe he could snipe a king. That'd be a way to come back. Pretty epic. And all the kings move. That's amazing. So they hear Treason. It's like it's a community game. And they know, all right, well, they're going to know about my kings in the tower. They're desperate now. And yeah, if you hear the noise of Treason, you got to move your king then. And they moved all the kings to this castle. That's really smart. MBL is at least massing some scorpions here. So we'll see if the scorpions do. I think if you get to like 30 scorpions, it could be okay. Left side, we've got some more map control from running. He's broken through, so their trade could be more efficient soon. Thing is, MBL, he needs siege then to push back these castles. Like, what's going on here? The MBL built like 3 universities this game, double universities over there. I thought he had another one at home. I guess he's just been desperate. Walls now from running to prevent units from getting into the trade. I like that move. Sito's starting to push back a little bit on the right side with MBL. And on the left side, you have Mihai posing a threat, while the Cav Archers still seem to be such a good option here from running. Maybe Target starts to struggle a little bit now. Remember, he did lose a lot of vills to the raids. So his vill count's not what it used to be. But there is a lot of support coming in from Anatov. Sito sending any extra resources he has to MBL. Yeah, that is a lot of Iron Pagodas. Holy. Now, they're not as tanky as a Paladin, so against Scorpions, they might struggle. And it didn't look like he really had faith in that engagement. So maybe, I mean, score just flipped back. Population was 100 ahead for Nocturna, and now it's even. Maybe some hope here for Tag after all, and they still are working towards this corner to trade. That might actually be a reality again. Some of the trade carts are still actually moving. Looks like they're dying. But Target definitely just like fell off a cliff in terms of his pop here. His trade is also running like through the middle of the map. I think that big raid from Sito and MBL Scorpions made things interesting. MBL running with his king again. MBL, get your king in a castle, bro. A great raid from Anatov. Oh, that's so good. Anatov gets into the trade. He's going to clear up so much trade. Some of these trade carts need to reposition if you're Sito. MBL tries to get a quick wall, but he misses the quick wall. Yikes, that's so annoying. Like, this is the last thing you want to be doing with your army is chase in the trade. And now MBL isn't pushing with support, but he did take down the castle, and he could move after this castle from Target. Great game from Anatov. Super underrated player. He doesn't play 1v1s, but anyone I ever talk to about that like teams with Anatov just talks about how great of a player he is. Iron Pagodas are going to win this. And they're going to stay in the trade then. Sito might want to consider a switch to Elite Conquistador, to be honest. What do you guys think about that? It's much harder to populate the sides, I guess. And you're having an issue supporting already, so maybe for that reason it's bad. But I feel like if you had 50 Elite Conks in this game, it could be the game changer. Doesn't really have the gold for it yet. And gold is the concern because their trade got disrupted. Does feel like the game's kind of slowing down a little bit. Anatov tried to patrol in from the hill. He's stacking onto the mill, though. Yeah, so the first attack actually just goes onto the mill, and he loses that fight. So he'll lose those units finally. And MBL's pushed. And what they need to do is regain this area, and they need to wall it up, right? And Mihai has not been broken. Like, Mihai's still... He's now at a stage where Bohemians feel a little bit easier to manage. And we have ourselves a game where both teams are almost at full population. Amazing recovery from MBL. He was at 68 vills. I actually can't believe that he popped up back up to 117 eco as quickly as he did. That's incredible. It also was like, you know, at times has been a little bit disastrous, but it's been the full MBL experience here. The chaos, the good and the bad. Bengalis don't get Bombard Cannon. They do get Onager with Siege Engineers, so Scorpion is about to look a whole lot less effective. And I think MBL is feeling confident with the Scorpions because it's allowed them to push out. Maybe he can go back into Chukunu again. We're seeing a couple raids in the middle. We're seeing a little bit of a pushback here from Mihai. And finally, the artillery tech from running. He needed the gold income, right? Now that he has artillery, though, it becomes a lot more difficult for Mihai to advance forward. Iron Pagodas disappear. Iron Pagodas simply disappear there. Scorpions from MBL still doing a lot. Still queuing up a lot of them here. Onagers could be sniped by Paladins from Sato. And it feels like the timing for Tag is going to be so nice. Look, Onagers are going to eject forward. And Sato's like, oh, I got you, bro. So yeah, Onager would be the counter to the Scorps. But now Onagers get sniped by the Cav. Oh, that's such good timing. It's like they planned it. I don't even think they knew Onager was coming in. MBL's going to add more walls, creep forward, and Target continues to have problems. Mihai's got to hold. Mihai has to hold on his own here. Lots of cannons in the mix. Lots of Hussite wagons. Lots of halves. And oh my god! Nocturna's army's disappearing! Oh my goodness! That could be GG. I'm sorry, but they don't have enough trade to build back up Bombard Cannons and Cav Archers like that. A lot of the halves got in close enough to dish out the bonus damage, and the Hussite wagons can maybe do the rest of the damage. That was ridiculous. And over here, it's a complete wipe as well. MBL should have lost his king. He almost lost his king. And luckily he didn't, because if he wasn't in the game, they would have been completely dead. The king is safe in a tower for now, and they are actually going to turn this around. Again, my thinking with the predictions was maybe just a little bit more overall quality in terms of the individual talent here for Tag. In the middle, MBL raided with Halbs. He's just attacking a castle right now. So nothing too major. But he's making progress, and pretty soon Target's going to have only one castle, and his base will be pushed in. And yeah, he needs help from Anatov, and Anatov doesn't have the support because he is also being called to the left all the time. And Sato has 54 trade, and it's Spanish trade, so he's getting way more gold income than Anatov, so I think he's able to support with more Paladins, and Anatov is able to produce with the Iron Pagodas. I think that castle just went down. No, he deleted it. Running knows he needs to push. But the tankiness of the Hussite wagons makes them extremely complicated. It was awkward initially in early imp because you don't have many castles and he was getting pushed. But now that you've got much bigger economies, you can really balance out the numbers. And speaking of balancing out the numbers, that is going to be the concern for Target because his Elephant Archer mass... Well, it's not a mass anymore. It's an Elephant Archer group. Not nearly as exciting. Keep in mind the trade's right here. I think they might make a way through this wall, petard through or cannon through and get into the trade. It's not that far away. And look at MBL. MBL's gone for the giant Great Wall over here. He is Chinese. He did actually get the Great Wall tech as well, which is pretty sick. I think you have to push here if you're running. You have to kill Mihai. There's walls from MBL. He's making giant corridors and towers and walls all through the middle. Very awkward, very random, but very MBL and very effective. That's going to be a lot of weird pathing for the reinforcements from Anatov, especially. Castle went down from running, so he wasn't able to keep that up. And the Halb Hussite Wagon combination continues to be difficult. And Mihai will take the hill himself with his own castle. Target falling. I think it's over, guys. What I really liked here, guys, I didn't really touch on it because we're talking about all the dead bodies, right? You know, you need to have good communication, good or bad, with your team on your situation resource-wise. And I think when MBL got destroyed, he immediately communicated to his allies, or his allies, you know, asked him. And he got resources so he could reboom, right? We saw yesterday, like, Team Wonders didn't really do that in similar situations. But yeah, like, MBL fell behind, and then Sato was like, immediately sent him a bunch of res. I think Anatov's going for King Snipes right now. Genuinely. Like, I think Anatov knows that their team is crumbling, and he's going to go snipe a King. If only he knew how close he was to sniping the King earlier. Maybe not, actually. Maybe he's going for the trade. It's kind of funny that MBL's doing all of this walling, and there's just wide open gap in through here. So that will hurt. But running is getting pushed now. And okay, target is more elephants again, and maybe can hold the line. A big trade raid could turn this around. I don't want to pick on MBL here, but I think, again, just not thinking about the simple option. You got to complete your main wall first before you go for some of these crazy walls. So that's more headaches for Sato as he has to clear up the trade. Damn. I mean, the second the Elephant Archer mass reaches 40, it starts to look insane again, right? But problem was the Scorpions got some good engagements. I also think Target built up a lot of his buildings on the front, so it took some time to get more archer ranges in the back. He's still working on that. But Target will hold the line where his original walls were. Maybe can push back those towers. Can running hold the line? Right now, it seems like Mihai's distracted, but Mihai has made it through on the side. Oh, man, into the trade. Yep. So they had to delete the market so their trade doesn't run into the pressure. A castle from running to just hold some aspect of the corner. I think Anatov will come full send to this side now because he knows how bad this is. And Sato is going full send the other side because Mihai's done all right on his own, and this could lead to more problems for Target. Yep. All the yellow units are going to the left, and all the green units are going to the right, and MBL will have support then, and the Scorpions can march in. If he has Trebs again, he could just move in, and he could take down the entire... I mean, what's left of the base? There's not much left. The thing, too, is, like, building fortifications in the trade is even stronger than having the units there, right? Like, Mihai's got to build some bombard towers there, so good luck pushing that down. He's also still got so much military here, preventing running from really doing anything. The Scorpions didn't really get the big shot they wanted there. So most of the Paladins end up dying. If the Scorpions hit, those elephants maybe go down. But yeah, you just back up, man. You just back up. Wait for some rams. Wait for some trebs. Villagers from Mihai will get sniped, but he got 2 bombard towers completed. He's got bigger issues here because there's a big army from Anatov. Tag picked Spanish, I think mainly for the more efficient trade. And they've got it now. And it's working, and they're getting a lot of gold income. And what that translates into is you don't need as many trade carts, which means you can consistently have more army, right? And that's a team bonus, too. Onagers... There will be Desperation Onagers hopping out of this Siege Workshop, hoping to flatten some Scorpions here. Anatov has quickly switched over to this side, but his units just die so fast. Just waiting to see if these elephants get hit by the Scorpions. Okay, there's the Onager. He kills 1 Scorpion. He gets another shot. Okay, he kills 2 more. The elephants are getting hit, though. I think the rams are going to complicate things too, because the rams tank a lot of that damage. Oh, and Sato is in with Mihai on the left side. Running's regaining the trade corner. or trying to, but now the Paladins are going to be into the trade. And that's a lot of trade in there as well. The Transis Sipahi isn't in for Running. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Running didn't get Sipahi this game. Obviously, he probably thinks he has it, but he should have 100 HP on these Cav Archers. It's a really good point. Frustrating then, I guess, for Running. You're probably not going to notice now. And they're losing a lot of trade. They never really had that much trade to begin with either. Yep. Down goes the trade. Down goes the gold income they're going to have. MBL is fortified up again with towers. He's got a bunch of scorpions. I think he can hold this on his own. Yeah, I don't think he needs Sito here. Sito can go over on this side. Work with Mihai. And maybe this is where Tag end up getting the first win. And this would completely change my prediction, by the way. Like, I said 2-2 today, but that's just on paper. Just with the thinking that Running and team are gonna win on this map because they're so good on this map. What I like about Tag too is like they're very they have amazing fight in them, right? Like if things go wrong, if things get kind of crazy, they almost get stronger. And some teams are just not like that. They rely on their game plan working all the time. Ooh, lots of Hoofnitsa. There's a random Paladin squeezed in there. Random Hoofnitsa. Oh man, the Hoofnitsa get trapped. The Bombard Cannons hit them too. Hoofnitsa gone. That's not good. So maybe I spoke too soon. That is not good. Mihai's going to lose everything. Yikes. That was a lot of Hoofnitsa and a lot of Hussite wagons. Oh, man. What a clear up there from Nocturna. But over here, what a clear up from MBL. Sad elephant noises again. Again, like, Target's eco is back here. Like, he doesn't really have TCs set up to, like, replace villagers easily. And also, hello? MBL has 2 random trebs here? And Target just sees them? Doesn't matter. I guess they tap out and they call the GG. MBL's weird walls, his weird trebuchets, and his weird push ended up being enough, despite almost losing his king. I'm sure his heart jumped out of his chest when he heard his king was out. Well played. And Tag take the first game. Honestly, like, it feels like this game is trending towards being over. Considering they had a big push back on the left, I'm a little surprised they called it here. But, never again. They don't have their trade. They lost a lot of trade. Target is completely out of the game. He can't reboom. So, yeah. Tag take the first game on Nocturna's home map. Well played. I love the support from Sito this entire game. Sito had a stellar game. Swinging to the left, swinging to the right when he needed. He also had a ridiculous eco. And so this is the gold income here. He had 46k gold brought in. This is the trade profit. So the trade went so hard for him. And honestly, I'm not convinced the Iron Pagodas are better than Paladins now. It felt like the Paladins were at the very least one slight step behind. But the thing about Paladin is it's better against the ranged units than Iron Pagodas. And there's a decent amount of ranged units. So I guess it balances out. Even if a Paladin is slightly worse in a 1v1 engagement. Also, easier to spam Paladins, right? You just need stables to spam them. And the Iron Pagoda player needs castles. And you're never going to have as many castles as you will stables. So that's the big thing about playing Paladin there. Cannot believe that Nocturna had units directly next to MBL's king. And could have sniped it. And would have won the game with that. But they just didn't see it. No one should tell them. Because they probably don't know. They've got to focus in here. That is not information that would help them right now. That would be immensely frustrating. I'm sure someone will bring it up to them later on. But yeah, Nocturna Loot dropped the first game on Fortress. And some of those civs for Tag end up paying off, right? They did draft really high for this. It would have looked rough to like draft Bohemians, Spanish, and Chinese all in the top row and then lose that game. On the other side, I guess for NOC, like, it's not too bad of a loss draft-wise. You lose with Jurchens, Bengalis, and Turks, which was not civs that you prioritized. T90, the popping when you stop talking is back. Yeah. I know the mic bug is back. I can't do anything about it, so I think it might be a Windows thing. I have to do some testing, and I'm not going to cancel the stream over such a small thing. But yeah, sorry if it's annoying for anyone. Could be worse, right? It could be like way more intrusive. But it's super dumb because it happens like every other time my PCs are on. It seems. I haven't quite figured it out yet. So I've got other things as well I'm trying to deal with, but it mainly affects just what I'm hearing. So fun, bro. Didn't notice till it was brought up, to be honest. Okay, well then stop bringing it up, guys. Stop bringing it up. Everybody quiet. Act like everything's fine. If it happens every other time, maybe restart twice every other day. Well, I'm going to figure out a system, worst case, right? But I don't think it's actually every other time. It feels like that. So it's just like super annoying how inconsistent the whole thing is. So Big Bomber, thanks for the 34, man. Kaptowski, thank you for the 9. Byzantine, welcome back with the 94. Sick, man. Also, shout out to a new follower, Imaginary Brain Fart. You're probably shocked that I just gave you a shout out. Thank you. I like the username. Big Bubba B, what's up? Thanks for the first time chat and Prime on Twitch. Appreciate it, man. Billy on YouTube is wondering if T90's best man is going to dress like an elite Teutonic Knight. Again, funny thought. I kind of want to say yes to that because Dave is one of them. And I think that we all would agree that it would just make our lives better if we got to see Dave dressed as a Teutonic Knight. Unfortunately, we already had plans for them to dress in, you know, a suit. Which I know horrible and lame, but maybe for the after party we'll have Dave as a Teutonic Knight. Dave should dress as a monk and officiate the wedding. That'd be kind of funny. Dave can pull off the monk visually. And yes, that is a bald joke. Personality-wise, I'm not really sure that I would say that Dave is the most monk-like. Not saying he's not, you know, a God-fearing man, but no, he's just going to be a best man. Yo, Big Bummer, thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Dizzy, what's up, man? Nice to see you back. Thanks for the 16. But yeah, I think I'm disappointing people by saying that I don't really have that many Age of Empires 2 things themed for the wedding, it seems. This stupid audio cable, dude. Part of the other audio issues I'm having is I hear a static noise in my ear. But it like pops up randomly. So, but if I adjust the cable, it sometimes goes away. It's just not fun. So that's what I'm trying to fix right now. I think something's going on with one of my ports on that PC or the audio card or something. I just didn't want to do any testing before stream day. So I'm going to replace some cables and mess with some things tomorrow. And hopefully we come back this week and everything's good. So how much would it cost to rent Royal Albert Hall for a wedding? Dude, big money. Big money. Because they host shows in that all the time, right? Like, I don't know how much money Red Bull and Microsoft paid to have Royal Albert Hall for the London event. But I think we're talking lots and lots and lots and lots of zeros. So, because my understanding was... Because wasn't the final on like a Monday? There was something weird about the day. I think it was a Monday. And I was thinking it would be better on a Sunday, right? And the answer I got for why it wasn't on a Sunday wasn't cost, it was availability. It was the only day open for like 2.5 years. So, like, yeah, if you want to have your wedding there, they're missing out on 4,000 concert tickets. They're missing out on a day. Like, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for sure. So, all right, so we got to focus up here because we've got a lot of action coming. We have Cape of Storms, and this is a map that I would expect Tag to be a big fan of with the Chaos. Now, we'll say Nocturna did draft pretty high for this. They have Mongols in the mix. There's a lot of Hunt on the map. They have Japanese. They have Georgians. I really do like their civs. Mihai is shifted to the blue because he's going to be the front player here. We've got Sato as the pocket playing as the Huns. And we have MBL in the north, MBL playing as the Vikings. Now, I like this role for MBL. Usually, the northern player kind of gets left on their own, and they play a 1v1 against the other player. MBL, similar to what I said before with Turs, probably pretty happy in a 1v1 against running, will like his chances. I do feel like Mongols is just way better here, though. Like, there's 3 boars per player on this map. There's lots of Hunt. Mongols should have a very fast start. I am curious, will the player in the north go and dock at all? MBL did not the last time he played for his team. And he's dropping a mill now, so I don't think he will. I think running... Yeah, the Ville's already... I mean, running down here. I like this decision. I think that having... If you survive the early feudal age attack, having 4 to 6 fishing ships versus 0 is just huge. And usually you're going to be protected. So, running's down there already. Anatov is here as the Georgians. Georgians with a super fast start here, too, because the mule carts. So you could get the villas on wood right away, not invest any wood into it, get the dock up faster, get the fishing ships out. And then for Turs, you've got the Japanese, and I think Japanese are stellar here. You want to play water? Japanese are great. They have water and fishing ship bonuses. You want to play land? Play man-at-arms? Also very good. The gold position sucks. That gold position is actually horrible, so bad that Turs might want to move back here and take this gold. But his dock is up already, and I'm guessing he's just going to play water, but... I'd like for someone to explain to me the reasoning behind some teams walking super far to place this dock. I'm still trying to come to grips with this myself. I think, like... I mean, on one hand, you're closer to the enemy, so that could be good, right? But, like, on the other hand, you're further from your allies. So if units get around you... which can happen, you then have to chase back more. It also then does delay building the dock because you have to walk so far. I don't know, but it feels like there's got to be some logic here. And like I would just probably never do this. I would just build my dock down here. It's probably so you don't have as big a distance between the docks. The fish is better there. I don't think fish is really better there. The fish is pretty plentiful everywhere. It's got to be a distance thing. Like, if he went forward dock like that and then didn't play water, that would be the weird thing. I probably just really like the idea of being super close to pressuring the docks. And yeah, good point. I mean, later on, if they trade on water, which some teams are doing, this is a better starting dock, so that could be part of it. Walls from Mihai. I want to see if Turs scouted the situation, and Turs sees the barracks and knows he's going to be up against man-at-arms. MBL trying to go for some big walls. Sato probably going to be going for scouts. Keep in mind, no dock for MBL. He's going militia, and he's coming forward. This is what MBL did against Hart when they played up against Vitality. Is he just went full send, and he tried to get damage into other players. So he obviously knows he's going to be up against running, but he wants to then get down here and hit Anatov. I think that's very unlikely, though, because Anatov's going to have scouts. He's going to be waiting for this. MBL, he didn't scout the stable initially. He actually turns around, and he's going to drop a tower here. That's a really good tower, to be honest. And if he's able to take the stable down from running, running could have issues. And also, running not being able to get this boar means he won't have that additional food. He does have a couple fishing ships, though. I think running needs a counter tower here, but maybe it's too late. I think you needed to react immediately if you're going to counter tower. Instead, the scouts from running are coming this way. The men-at-arms from Mihai are going towards the pocket. So Anatov under pressure and running under a lot of pressure. Turs is just going to aim to win water for his team. That's the idea. Kill the fish. But bye-bye stable running. Good luck with that. Look, Anatov knew exactly what was happening. He's already even gone for a stone gate here. I like that, though. That's smart. Because if things trend the way I think they will, your team is going to end up having more economy because you have the fish. So just don't lose your vills. I like the teamwork here from running. I don't like the fact he's lost the stable. But they try to work together here against the man-at-arms. And Mihai finds an annoying gap to stand with his man-at-arms, which do regenerate with his civ. Fire ships are out, though. And so the fishing ship has to garrison. Meanwhile, stable for running is going to go down. And MBL's just taking his boar, because why not, I guess? And MBL's man-at-arms are looping around, which running has to track. He doesn't want that to hit Anatov unnoticed. Yeah, they got... MBL got into Hera's woodline against Vitality. He's probably trying to get into Anatov's woodline. We'll say the man-at-arms are taking some really good engagements here. The extra HP from the Vikings really helped out. And man-at-arms still alive from Mihai. I think they did a really good job not getting immediately cleared. And now that there's no archer players for the other team, they're mixing in spearmen too, which gets really annoying. Like, MBL's got 5 spears already. Look at all these spears running forward. And there's spearmen in there for Mihai as well. So the double scout approach is not going to work well. And they haven't won on water because Sato is helping Mihai on water as well. Really good start from Tag. But, like, I think the way it should work is I think Turs, because he's been untouched, he's got 3 docks with Japanese. I think he should be winning water. Like, he should beat... He should be able to go 1v2. But what you can't have is you can't let someone sneak around. This would be so good if Mihai does. Will Turs sense that Mihai doesn't have a navy here and then get some navy down here? Yeah. Look, he's looking for it. He's looking for it. That's actually great play from both players. I don't know if Turs has noticed that yet. Scouts from running made it over to MBL's base. Ran into a spearman. Still have units around here. Panic tower from Anatov because there's just infantry everywhere. The dock for Mihai is going to go down, so there will have to be more water control, more water pressure from Sato, which takes away from him going scouts. Sato will have enough navy to probably hold in a second. He's producing out of 2 docks. But a really good work from Turs. I think he's gotten a little confused, but like he did a good job to stop those units from getting through. Scouts from Sato now getting into Running's woodline. Running is now in Sato's woodline at the same time. They both think the other player's AFK. They both realize why the other person was AFK as the scouts kill villagers in both areas. Very close game, but Nock have the fish lead. And that should continue to be the case. But all can change if Turs doesn't continue to do his job. I still think that Turs should be an easier game. Until now, though, like the fact that he's going to get attacked on lands now makes this more complicated. Like this is where he could make some big mistakes on water. Sato's still chasing things down. It's a lot of hawks and fires. You do get the hill damage on the water here. It's a weird map, I know. Okay, Turs is getting hit on land right now. He's dropping a tower. Is he winning on the water for the team? I think he is. Yeah, he's winning this fight. Big time. And he's still on his gold. The army's going to run through, though. Ooh, the army. And there's going to be more value to be had back here. A can tag win without fish. In the north, MBL's built some outposts. I think he's wondering where is running taking golds. And he'll actually be able to find that running is on that gold and send an army over there. Wow, what great game sense from MBL to realize that the tower denies the gold and that running is going to have to sneak for gold. Maybe running shouldn't have gone there, though. Maybe running should have gone here, but he didn't see it. He never saw the gold back there. That's crazy. Mihai's trying to redock and keep his fish active, and that even gets found by Turs. I think Turs has had a great game. But He needs support from his allies. His allies have the fishing ships. Do they have the army to clear this? Anatov's going to try and clear this. He gets a lot of scouts. They have full upgrades. They should be able to clear this up. That's a nice clear. It allows Turs to breathe a little bit more. Villagers in the north, though, for Running. Running's in a really rough spot. Running has been behind MBL despite having the fish. This was full cleared. This is a game where Anatov should be able to carry now. 20 fishing ships against Sato's 5, and Sato's 5 are not working. Random fish trap from Turs. I don't know what that's about. Probably just a misclick. And Running is going to need Anatov to step it up because he's having an awful time. I mean, if MBL makes it to Castle Age with big crossbow armies, scouts can't necessarily kill that. Mihai as well. Like, Mihai has to be careful because he's not completely walled in the front of his base, but he does have some military. Sato's going to have some scouts at the support. You got a full wall, guys. I don't know why people aren't full walling. It's so frustrating to see people not full wall. You do the rest of the work to wall elsewhere, and the opponent's going full scouts, so there's just a wide open gap on the front of your base. Inexcusable at this level, in my opinion. And he pays the price. Anatov crushing. Because of course he's crushing. He's got like 3 times the food eco of Sato. Sato can never compete with production. The strategies worked for Nock, despite it being awkward to get here, and despite the fact that Running could still have issues. They've completely won the water. Not even any chance of recovery there. And Mihai loses another villager. Turs is on the way to Castle Age. Anatov is on the way to Castle Age. Only MBL on the way to Castle Age for his team. But MBL's crushing Running. Just crushing Running. And Running doesn't have this like ridiculous fish boom. He just got 10 fishing ships. And he's lost a lot of vills this game. And there's another tower from MBL. There's a bunch of spearmen here with the archers. And Running has to leave because, you know, they found this gold. And now the army ends up being here. And, oh, man. Yeah, I think Tag can still win this. Because Running being a complete non-factor is going to be a lot of stress for Anatov. Anatov's going to have to come this way. Which means Anatov can't pressure everywhere else. I think Anatov can do that. But if MBL plays, like, MBL's a player who loves to play lots of excess spearmen. If MBL actually plays pikemen, that could be the play here. Not even archers, pikemen. I see the infantry armor now. Yeah, you're only up against knights, right? He is still 3 ranges, but I really like pikemen as an option. I mean, Running is just in a bad spot. His economy, he can't take golds. His army can't do too much if MBL gets upgrades, and MBL's about to get upgrades. And Anatov, they have to deal with this army because his base will be exposed. Turs, good resources. Very good resources because he's got the fish boom. He's going to play crossbowman. Not the timing on the fight you want there if you're Anatov. Anatov's army will run through the middle, where MBL's got some crossbowmen coming down this way to pressure Turs. Sato still in feudal, so good luck. I mean, he's adding spearmen in his base because he's expecting the pressure from the knights. And Running still needs the help, and Running, oh god, dude, oh man, oh jeez. Oh man. Oh, what a disaster. I think they'll clear this, though. There's a lot of knights. That's not too many crossbowmen from MBL. But now the scouts from Sato are here, and the crossbows from MBL are here. Man, like, Tag just keep pressuring. They just keep pressuring. They always have another army. They always have another punch loaded up, ready to go. Like, Turs is trying to switch on the land, but because he was on water for so long, it took him a very long time to get here. Population is all just water right now, right? Still think the army count's not very good for Mihai and MBL. Like, MBL's got 14 crossbows. It's only 18 crossbows for Mihai and 12 of them here. So, if Anatov has the eco, which he does, the Turs is losing more vills in the back. But if he's got the eco to just spam knights, he could probably clear both of them. And Sato's still not in Castle Age. So, very big economies here for Nocturna. They just have no momentum right now. They got to clear an army, and then they got momentum, and then they're fine. Really like the strat. I think the execution has been difficult because Tag has put so much land pressure. But my feeling on this map is that water is king. And I think that that's kind of what we've seen here. The difference between Anatov's position and Sato's position is just insane. Nice job from Mihai. You're going to lose your army, but at least you killed some army. But now we got Imp on the way for Turs. If Turs makes it to Imp with archers, I mean, he only has 2 crossbows now. But if he makes it to Imp with a solid mass, that might be the game-ending move. Meanwhile, MBL, 3 TCs. So, I mean, he's got a very good standard eco now. Sato also has a really good standard eco. It's very exposed for raids. So that needs to be protected. And the units are going to run through the middle. MBL's waiting in that choke. Built a TC there. And choke points are pretty good for the crossbows, actually. So Anatov might see that, and he might not want to stick around. Crazy to me that MBL doesn't have ballistics. He missed every single shot there. He didn't hit a single knight. And now the knights can just run through. I like the energy from Anatov. You know that you have the army lead and you need to force it. And you need to get some pressure in on Sato. Having Huns is painful here. Because you can't quickly house wall to protect yourself. MBL needs to come save Sato or Sato is dead. Sato is like dead if he doesn't get some help here. Mihai's back to support. MBL is going to be here to support. Ballistics will be in 30 seconds. But the crossbows are here. And the crossbows might actually just die as well. Just like the villagers underneath the TC. This is the entire army for Anatov. So you probably don't want to lose everything. But he just runs right over here to Mihai. Running, letting him know with the scouting there. Like, hey, he's got army here as well. And just Anatov is running the show right now. Which means that Turs has safely been imping, safely massing army, not been needed at all. And he's going to have Imperial Age upgrades coming in with Bracer crossbows all along the front lines of Mihai's base. Anatov is never going to take an easy engagement and just lose his army, so he's just using his mobility. Very well played from Nocturna. I think Turs or Anatov needs to lose a lot of army right now for Tag to have a chance. Like, okay, so here go the knights. Those knights can probably run away from the pikemen, right? What about here? I mean, Bracer's in, so you have the upgrade advantage. You don't have the numbers advantage. MBL's running at that. Still no imp possible for MBL or Mihai, right? So it's going to be 3 Castle Age players. And I think Turs just needs to get the Arbalest upgrade. After the oh man, Turs is kind of overextending a little bit. And he's got the upgrade advantage, but he's losing some army here. I just kind of feels like, especially with Anatov losing the army in the back. And running is still in an awkward spot. I mean, he doesn't have a good economy. Maybe there's a slight chance here for Tag. Don't think there should be, though. I think Anatov and Turs should run the show. I actually think running might not even be needed for military. I think maybe what running should do is running should just boom. Just, like, drop town centers. He's going to mass cav archers to help the team. I love the micro there from Mihai. He's like, go ahead. You've got an upgrade advantage. I'm the better player. Look at that micro. That's actually so dirty. What? I mean, the confidence there. The micro can change the game, right? Like, I'm never taking that fight if I'm Mihai. I'm backing up, and I back up, and then our team's just dead, so. But, he lost all of his crossbows, guys. He's got 3 crossbows. That was everything Mihai had. And there's still continuous production from Turs, so, yeah. MBL's going to have to save the game now, I guess. He's lost his towers here, so running can come over to the gold. MBL's got 24 crossbows that he really doesn't want to take an engagement with until he's in the Imperial Age. I think Anatov, he's doing a good job at running around with the knights. I think he doesn't really need to make any more knights here, in my opinion. I think Imperial Age would make sense. Like, just get up to Imp so you can get some bigger upgrades, would be my view. He is here to support Turs, so Turs can place an aggressive castle. Again, fishing is just so strong on this map. And now they're going for the trade cogs. So they can get a little bit of gold income from the water. Otherwise, most of the gold spawns in the north, which Running has tried to take back here with his Cav Archers. More Vills come forward. I mean, Turs is never going to lose this castle because the opponents are all down an age. Now, Arbalest is just super strong, and the Knights are going to run in. I mean, Mihai could be dead. Sato could be dead. MBL really has to stay here so Sato doesn't lose his base. But, I mean, his upgrades are still way too far away. Even 30 seconds from Imp feels like the Arbalest upgrade, the Chemistry upgrade, the Bracer upgrade. He's not going to have the resources for every single one, and the units are in. I think it's really good sign for the series and for the teams that both teams are going to have gotten wins on their on the other players' home maps. I got to double check this, actually, because maybe this is Nocturna's second home map. I might be misspeaking, but like I thought the Tag would really like this map. Nocturna's played incredible. I remember Nocturna winning last time they played this map, so... this is Tag's home map? Yeah. Pretty sick then, right? Like, Tag getting the win game 1. And now Nocturna likely to get the win here. Super well-rounded teams. Not a good sign for my Salmon T90. Well, I wasn't thinking about your channel points, in all fairness. I was thinking about the entertainment and the balance of the teams. Anatov, 70 seconds from clicking Cavalier, and probably full upgrades on that. Sato will lose his town centers. Mihai already losing his town centers and running down to the south, which Turs is starting to place outposts for to check. MBL is in Imp now. He has Arbalest. He has Bracer. He has Chemistry. So, the upgrades and the numbers are actually even to what Turs has. But MBL's team has fallen off here. And it's only going to get worse if this gets spotted as well. Like, Mihai can't contribute. He's just hoping to stay alive for later. And there's the Boggs Vigar upgrade for MBL. So, I guess, yeah, Japanese get Thumb Ring. Vikings don't, but they get Boggs Vigar, so we'll get the +1 attack. Not bad. It looks like there was a raid from Sato back here, which will get cleared up now. But I think once it's Cavalier and Arbalest for Nocturna, they can just full send it here. They've just been patient because they don't want Anatov to waste any of his army. Southern Islands. Yeah, there's a dock there, so they can trade to that. Which, bringing us back to our Dark Age discussion, I don't think the forward dock is for anything but just a greater position for the attack. Great game from Turs, though. Like, there was a lot of chaos. Running took a lot of losses. But Turs just won the water for his team, and that benefits everybody, right? Everybody had the fish. So despite how many Vills Running lost, despite Running having no gold, they were able to sort it out. That Cavalier upgrades in. And still some patience from Anatov here. I would like to see him send some Cav into the back to try and prevent a reboom situation. Ooh, big Night Raid here from Sato. But I feel like Running's just playing cleanup crew right now. If there's a raid from Sato, Anatov doesn't deal with it himself. We just have the Cav Archers chase it down. Anatov will send some units back. It's a good raid from Sato. He's in a bunch of different positions now. But yeah. Yeah, dude. But this was found. Mihai was about to lose all of his Vills and get defeated. And of course, Sato lost his majority of his base and can't make more army. MBL will lose his castles. And Nocturna respond. Get the second win. Amazing game from them. And I think it was just the approach. So essentially what Tag tried to do is they tried to combine roles. you have Mihai go land and water, and then you have Sito go land and water. Whereas Nocturna, they went for the riskier approach, but the more simplistic approach in terms of approach. All Turs does is water, and all Anatov does is spam fish and add land army. And once they were able to clear one army, like on water or on land, things swung their direction pretty heavily here. There's just such big potential on this map for the fish. And even for the trade at this stage, Anatov ends the game on 200 population, reminding everyone what he's capable of. So, 1-1. Good stuff. Let me just confirm that Twitch chat wasn't lying to me. And yeah, that was one of the home maps from Tag. So, and from here, I think both teams are really capable on like Grand Barra and Arabia as well. These teams are really, really strong, man. It also does show you the Civ priority as well for the maps that teams have won on. So on this map, Tag didn't pick any of their really high civs, so they lose with Wu, Vikings, and Huns. And then for Nock, they win with the Mongols. They had the Japanese up there, and then they also had the Georgians. So just slightly higher draft priority there too. 2-2 seems likely. Yeah, I could see it. So far, this is kind of what I was expecting in terms of the balance of the teams. The thing I was expecting, though, was that Tag would win that map and that Nocturna would win the previous map. So, but I did expect an even series. But reminder, if you win your set, you get a bonus point. And everyone's just super hungry for points in the standings, right? So 2-2s are kind of bad. Obviously, a 2-2 is better than being 1-3, but like, it feels weird with the 2-2s because you're leaving, both teams are leaving a point on the table. So I'll bring this up like 3 more times because it's obviously going to turn into a 2-1 scenario after this next game. So YouTube, can we do a test? No, never mind. I think it's working. Billy Head on YouTube has been chatting like a maniac. Billy Head's there. Zoil's messages are there. So yeah, the YouTube and Twitch chat is combined on the right side. I was just confirming that. Thank you guys. Yeah, Zoil says, is there an issue with the sound for anyone else? Yeah, the issue with the sound is known. So I decided to still stream because like it's not too bad. So hopefully it's not too big of an annoyance. I'm aware. Recently reset up the PCs, enhanced the quality. And we've got some other bugs we're dealing with, so look at this YouTube chatter. It says, "What is a Twitch?" ? It gets included into Twitch chat. Starts talking some smack here. That reminds me of when my mom asked me once, says, "Son, how is twitching? How's your twitching?" And I was like, "Mom, that's not how you should say it. Don't say like, how's your twitching? It sounds like I have like an issue." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to say?" I was like, "Well, I don't really know. Like, not that." Are you twitching, son? Yeah. I mean, it had to be confusing for them, right? That was way back in the day. Twitch wasn't nearly as popular or known. Streaming wasn't either. So, yeah. Step says, I hear a slight pop every time you stop talking for some reason. Yeah, that's the audio issue that I'm referring to. And every time someone brings it up and I respond to the message, then 5 more people that didn't notice it start to notice it. So it's this never-ending cycle of me apologizing for it. Again, it's not super loud, hopefully. And I'm aware and we'll hopefully have that fixed for future streams. So if you can't hear it, you either have really bad ears or really crappy speakers. So low-key, everyone who hears it is just bragging right now about the quality of speakers they have in their household. Look at these guys. Premium over here. Crazy. Put an on-screen message, lol. No, I kind of want to ignore those comments. Because if I just ignore it, then I don't point it out to more people. But I also don't want to be a jerk. And like, you know, ignore my viewers. So I'm very torn, dude. What should I do? Should I, from here on out, for the rest of the day, should I ignore and chat helps me and responds to these comments, or do I acknowledge? We need a decision. I don't know. I probably will not be able to stick to any game plan here. Yeah, I'm in a lose-lose situation. I will kindly ask if a viewer sees an inquiry into this matter that they do the talking for me. That would be very helpful. I will try my best not to bring it up. And again, apologies. I think what could actually fix the problem is if I never stop speaking. So if I just speak nonstop, I never breathe, I never drink water, I never take a break, I think we're possibly fine here. So I'm just going to keep talking, never breathe, never stop, never pause, and I hate this. Game 3. All right, so Turs is going to play flank here. We got good old-fashioned Arabia. A very hilly generation of Arabia, I'll point out. So this could snowball the fights a whole lot faster. A much more punishing version. Shu for Turs on the flank. Pocket then is Magyars for Anatov. And the north, we've got the Malians for running. Up against running will be MBL. MBL is playing as the Mayans. In the green, then, we have Sito playing as the Franks. And then in the blue, we've got the Ethiopians for Mihai. So overall, most of these civs, really top-tier Arabia civs. I think the one outlier would be the Malians. Malians, while they do have good bonuses for the early game, MBL is coming forward with the Eagle to be a pest right now. Malians do not get Bracered. So if this goes to the Imperial Age, I think their team is worse. That's also part of the reason, though, that you end up picking, as we actually have a mill from running, which is interesting. You don't normally see that from Archer players. I think they picked Shu and they picked Magyars because they're just really good at what they do, and they're hoping to end this game fast. I think the big thing here will be how quickly they go for a bit of a double. We can even pay attention to the starting scouts for that. So, like, Mihai might combine with Sito, or maybe we see Sito combine with MBL. So far, MBL is being super annoying to running and disrupting his Dark Age. But yeah, running start. We'll see what his uptime looks like. Malians do have the cheaper buildings, but he pulled away from the wood line because of MBL's Eagle. He now is pulled away from the berries because of MBL's Eagle. He's getting loom a little bit earlier than he would typically. And again, building the mill in the first place when you're playing archers is not really a common thing to do. MBL's gold is awful, though. Like, this gold is incredibly painful. And he'll need to probably tower. MBL's just going to play chaos mode. And I think that Sito, once he pushes in his final deer, that scout's going to go over here with Mihai, and they're going to work together against Turs. What is nice is when you're playing archers and your wood and gold is next to each other. So MBL doesn't have that option, right? But for running, you can just drop a tower here and it protects both resources. The running's going to wall up a little bit, maybe expecting MBL to come in here quickly. But MBL still hasn't clicked up to Feudal Age. A bit later than he might have wanted. But that's because he didn't push his deer, because he was harassing with the Eagle. So all things balance out in the end. MBL will click up, but it'll be more of a slow burn for him with the archers because he won't have the ranges in time. The wall's coming this way from Mihai. Interesting to take this gold. I kind of like it because the main gold is just... blech. Some of these gold positions are horrible. Like, clearly NOC had paid off the refs, or I guess the scripters here for their gold positions, because MBL's gold, and also Mihai's gold, especially Mihai's gold, is going to be problematic. But, again, you can end the game so quickly without needing that much gold. So, taking this gold on the side is very creative. Double archer range on the front from Mihai. Scouts are here from Turs and Anatov. And you just have to wonder, like, why is Mihai still pushing in a deer? Why are they not focusing on pushing forward, moving forward right now? They kill the Vil, but more importantly, they delay the ranges. Ranges are already going up there from Turs. Nothing frustrates me more than seeing this in high-level Age of Empires. I'm sorry, that deer's not worth it. You're Ethiopians, you get plus 100 food and plus 100 gold. That's just, it's not even needed. Like, you don't even want that many vills on food. You want wood and gold. Actually really tilts me. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. This could be tilting for Running. Running's getting the Palisade down as quickly as possible because MBL's got 4 man-at-arms. I mean, MBL's just had kind of a wild card performance here because you just don't see man-at-arms on Arabia flank that frequently. But he's just going to do it anyways. What could be really good, actually, is if you run in towards Anatov. That way Anatov gets disrupted. The scouts from Sito and Anatov have met in the middle. And it does look like MBL is going to run that way. Running's going scouts? What? Running's going scouts with Malians, not archers? A lot has happened in the north that's been unexpected. Mihai's ranges were simply delayed, but nothing too major. And he's still got... I think he's one of the best archer players in the game right now. So that with the Ethiopians, he'll like his chances. Turs is just trying to wall before he does anything. So he's not being aggressive. And the man-at-arms are moving this way. And this is being communicated. Running is telling him the army's going to be over here. Look, they're waiting for it. But where's MBL? Right here. So annoying, this guy. I don't know how he does it. You have to assume it's intentional. But like MBL's always at the right place at the right time with the sneaky, annoying armies. They do respond to it right away. They don't lose any vills, and they will probably clear this, though. So well played. And MBL forced a lot of idle time. And Sito doesn't have that idle time right now. And the man-at-arms gets some good value as well. A lot of the scouts are just standing there. Oh, God. Only 3 scouts engaging. Oh, my goodness. That engagement was amazing for those man-at-arms. Holy! Dude. You don't get that typically. Meanwhile, scouts from Sito will run in towards Running's base. Running's already got the tower there. Yeah, the archer players in the south are just kind of hanging out, walling up, and playing the macro game. So maybe thinking more about Castle Age. Turs trying to track that army. Will lose it, which is now Mihai's opportunity to run through the middle of the map, maybe. Running loses 1 vill. Running loses 2 villagers. And Sito hasn't even lost a scout. It's been a rough game for Running. This even since the Dark Age. Idle time here. Idle time here. Oh, he misclicked all his eco, too. He just misclicked all those vills. Oh, man. I think Running's under a lot of stress right now. Now, Mihai just needs to conserve his army. I think if he conserves his army... Could be in a good position here. Turs could actually have found him there if he continued up the hill. MBL bringing 2 spearmen, so I think he's always going this way. And I think he signaled? I think he accidentally signaled somewhere, and he just is sorry now? For anyone who's new, that he's not apologizing for how good he's played against them. You know, he's not like, sorry, bro. Sorry, you suck. No, that's not what that is. I assume there was a signal. Capture Age is a little bugged right now. It's showing double chat sometimes, and it won't show signals sometimes. So I can only speculate, but there's a signal from Anatov, and he's telling his teammates, like, yo, we got pressure on my base, and that's his gold. So that'll affect his ability to go to Castle Age. And Mihai, oh my god, what? Was there a hole? Was there a hole between these houses? Did he get bamboozled? He might have assumed the bamboo was part of a wall there. I think they got bamboozled. Bamboozled? Oh my god, I hate getting bamboozled. I will not play certain civs due to their architecture because the little bamboo on the houses get me so many times, dude. I'm kidding. I'll still play the civs. But damn, that's so frustrating for Turs because he's got to come all the way home now. He lost villagers. Anatov's having a tough time. He's got to stay full feudal now. And then Sito, I mean, he's made a lot of army here, but Sito could take his gold. Sito is walling up. Sito's feeling great. The key for Mihai is that you always need to be able to leave, right? If you're in here, you don't want to get fully trapped if the opponent has more numbers, but that's nice because you now can tell Sito that the army is not running towards his base. And good micro from Mihai overall. As I say that, he misfires. and trying to get back home. He doesn't want to get fully cleared. If he gets fully cleared, it could be bad. He'll get trapped, though, so he just has to take a good trade. Honestly, could end up being good for Turs. It's a lot of army killed. Still a good position. I just love what MBL's been able to do. And MBL will have a lot of army, right? Like, MBL back at home, despite his gold position, he's going to have quite a few crossbowmen here. That's why Tag have more military. But I think Turs can carry. Like, my opinion on Arabia is if you have a really good crossbow player, that crossbow player could kill 2 people pretty quickly. You snowball against the other archer player, and then the second you're ahead there, you just shift to the pocket, and then, like, good luck, Sato. Especially with Mihai's golds, I think this whole front area could be a real problem. And Mihai is on the way to Castle Age. Does he know that the army is there from Anatov and Turs? He's going to see it. We have a drop, I assume, because it says game over for me. Just super weird. That's super weird. It says out of sync detected. A save has been created for restoring out of sync detected. Okay, so it was a drop from Anatov, and we're going to restore this. Running is saying he's still in the voice call. He got a save file. Okay, they got to restore this. So game went out of sync. Damn. All right. Well, so they'll be back in. It should be at that time. Thanks to Ease in chat. You hope that you don't lose any time here. Sometimes the restore files are a couple seconds off. You should be back into it here in a second. You know, I never really know what's happening with the game sometimes. I thought that maybe I had dropped there for a second, so. Lionel, thank you for the 14 months. Yangus, thanks for the new sub on Twitch. Welcome. Super motivating, man, to have people watching on YouTube, Twitch. First-time chatters, first-time subs. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I mean, I think let's hope the restore happens at exactly that moment. If Anatov comes back and is like, the only restore file I have is before I lost the units on my wood line, that would be a little bit sus, right? Silas says, is there still going to be a 24-hour stream? Yeah, it's scheduled. It's scheduled. Image below the stream, Silas. September 26th, I believe, is the date. So 1 month from now, 24 hours of Age of Empires 2. I really hope you guys don't get tired of me bringing it up constantly, because I'm going to bring it up constantly, and thank you for reminding me that I need to keep reminding you guys of what's happening, so. Why does the thanks DE emote have Obama's face? It's a super old joke. It used to be a thing to say thanks Obama back in the day. Not really necessarily for political reasons. Obama even made a video. So you're aging yourself a little bit, Longbow, but the thanks DE is based on the thanks Obama jokes. You could look that up if you're curious. I don't even remember the full context, to be honest, but that's the reason. What's up, Arlaki? Thanks for 39. I need more cats. Thanks for the 3 months. I'm getting really tempted. It's like in my relationship, my fiance's always like, let's get another cat, right? But I've always been like, let's not. You know, we're busy. Our 2 cats are a lot. Our cats are basically like dogs. They're playing fetch and, you know, being little headaches, right? So I'm always like, no. Because, like, I don't know how many cats you guys feel is too much. I think for me, it's like I never had 3 in my entire life. Like 2 I've had. But, you know, you get 3, then it's like, where does it stop? You go 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, what's the number of cats? I don't know. So anyways, for years I've been like, no, we don't need another cat. Especially because one of our cats is like, he was used to being the only child. And then we got our kitten, who's now 4. And it took him some adapting. Anyways, I'm getting weak, and I'm at the point I kind of want another cat. So I might end up getting a 3rd at some point, but we'll see. Burning One says I have 3 cats and a dog. Yeah, I don't think 3 cats makes you a crazy cat person. But maybe 4 or 5? 3 is fine, 4 is crazy cat person. Yeah, maybe 4. We got to be careful here because we might have some viewers with 4. Whatever you guys don't have. Okay, no. 1 above whatever amount of cats that you guys have is the wrong number. All right? Okay, Grim says I have 9. Okay, Grim, 9 is kind of crazy cat territory. I'll be honest. 9 is a lot. But, you know, growing up for me, where I grew up in, like, the countryside, and we never, like, went and bought a cat. It was always just, like, some cat was abandoned and needed a home, right? So it's like, you know, we just find a cat, and that's how we got our cats. So if it's like that, it's a little bit different, because you don't... I feel like if you found one, if you found a kitten, you know, all struggling outside in the environment and you save them, it probably just like takes your heart and that's the end of the story right there. So you were kidnapping cats? No, we weren't kidnapping cats. They would just like wander up, you know? They just show up, or someone in the neighborhood would have a cat or a kitten. That's how we got all of ours. I remember one of my cats from childhood, I thought was a really big squirrel because we parked our car and I saw like a flash and I was like, that was a massive squirrel because it was a gray cat. And then as we were like walking into our house, we heard the meow from behind and actually we gave that cat to my brother's friend who just got like married. They had that cat for a year. Then they got divorced. Then my brother had the cat. Then my brother moved. Then some other girl got the cat. This is where my brother claims the cat became obsessed with food. He claims it wasn't him, but cat got fat. He blames that girl. Then I think the cat came to our house, and that's the whole story. Oh, God, this is not good. I might not be able to spectate this. This is a DE bug. Sometimes you can't spectate a save file. So, yeah. I'm going to let the admins look into that. Wait, no. It doesn't look like they're in the lobby anymore, so I think they crashed as well. Yeah, they probably crashed, so I think we're good. Sorry about the cat rant. Maybe I am a crazy cat person, but... You guys want... Can I tell you one more cat story? So, my other cat from childhood... I would go over to my friend's house. I must have been like... I don't know, like 8 or 9 years old or something. 10, somewhere in there. It's all the same. So, I'd go over to my friend's house like the summer, right? And I'd just like be there all day. And remember near the tail end of like the summer, so like right before school started back up, they pointed out that there was like a kitten that was like wandering around the neighborhood or whatever, right? And this kitten was getting attacked by like all the neighborhood cats. So in this like neighborhood, I guess a lot of people had outdoor cats. So all these like adult cats were like picking on this little kitten out in a field. This kitten had nowhere to live. So they suggested, let's go defend the kitten with tennis rackets. I'd like to jump in here. We didn't hit anything, okay? We merely, we defended the kitten, all right? We did not hit any cats with tennis rackets, but we defended the kitten. And then once winter rolled around a couple months later, this cat was still in the neighborhood. They would like leave some food outside on the deck and stuff. And then it got cold and the cat didn't have a home. So they let the cat in the home. And so it was like not really their cat, but they just like let it inside sometimes. Like they weren't cat people apparently. A month later, unfortunately, my friend's mother was like deathly ill. Like she was in the hospital for weeks. They didn't know what was wrong with her. She was having really big issues. She gets in the hospital after, again, like almost dying. It was bad. Comes home and she's like bedridden. So she's in the bed, getting better. Dead of winter, they let the cat in. Where did the cat sleep? Right on her chest. She loved that cat. They found out what was wrong with her. She was deathly allergic to cats. So that's why it happened out of nowhere. They let the cat into their house. She got super sick. She suddenly gets better. Cat lays on her chest. She's back in the hospital for like 2 weeks. So long story short, they had to kick this cat out, right? And I was like begging my mom. I was like, Mom, please, can we have it? And that's how we got the cat. So that's the cat story. Restore should be working now. So for anyone who doesn't want to hear my cat stories, no more cat stories in 40 seconds. We'll be right back into the action. But yeah, that's basically how that went. And then that's not the 2 cats that I have now. That's from childhood. So yeah, fun stuff. Oh, actually, one final finish to that story. So the friend's mom came over at one point to just drop something off for my mom. And she was like, can I see the cat? Like, I miss her so much. And my mom was a nurse. My mom was like, no, you shouldn't do that. And she was like, it's fine. I just want to, like, pet it once and see her. And she did, and she was back in the hospital that night. Like, that's crazy, dude. I'm very thankful. The only thing I'm allergic to in life are games other than Age of Empires 2. And that's not, like, really death allergy. Like, people who are deathly allergic to stuff, that must be so brutal, man. So, especially cats, because I like cats. Okay, welcome in. We're back. There was a restore. We told a bunch of cat stories. YouTube's going to miss out on that in the video. Big pressure here as we're back into it here. And just to recap, right? Like, Anatov and Turs need to find some damage right now because the Castle Age is significantly delayed after the damage that they took here. Anatov is on the way to Castle Age now, but Sato is already in the Castle Age, and Mihai is just created this little bubble wall in the back, and he just has to survive. MBL's got a massive lead over Running. Running's trying to go Knights, but he doesn't really have the economy to go for many Knights. And MBL will have quite a few crossbowmen, and Mihai's doing the job. Even if he loses a couple villagers here, that's acceptable. He just can't lose his army. And speaking of losing army, Turs can't lose his army, and Anatov can't lose his army, and Sato is here waiting with the light cav upgrade. Oh, man, and they can't run this way either because there's a wall. Oh, it's a trap. Bro, it's a trap. I don't see how you escape this. Turs is so late with his upgrades. This is actually the right call, probably. Since the archers can't run away, you just have to let them fend for themselves. The scouts ran off. This will be tracked by Sato now. But great job here from Tag. And MBL's over here. And look how many working farmers Running actually has. Like, he has 5 farms. It's a weird situation here. I just don't really like Knights from the flank. I think there's a reason it's not seen that frequently. Nice job from Sato to track. Mihai's going to have a massive archer army now compared to Turs. And he'll be pushing forward. I think Tag's chilling. MBL will drop a town center. This gold on the front has never been a concern for him at all. Crazy walls here from Mihai as well. Look at the team walling he's gone for. So even team walling and team gating across the middle of the map, which makes it complicated for Anatov to get away. Anatov is probably their only hope now, to be honest. I mean, you get the extra attack with Magyars. So you hope that that's going to be the difference here. But Turs and Running just have struggled a little bit. I think there were opportunities for Turs, but then he had the hole in his wall. His army never continued to move forward after that. It just turned around, and I really do think that Arabia is just a better map for the Tag players. So there's a lot more aggression. There's a lot more that can go wrong, and essentially for them, a lot more that can go right. Look at Sato. He's even dodging the shots here, bro. Crazy. Here comes the army from MBL, just tracking Running now. MBL tends to be a little late for ballistics, on ballistics compared to most team game players. I noticed that in the previous game as well. Here it's fine, though. Because your team has such a big army lead. And Knights from Running just do not have the numbers to really contribute much. Knight actually got stuck there, too, which doesn't help. And then we got Mihai over here. Turs is on 3 ranges, as he should be. Big army numbers. 3 stables as well for Manitoff, which is, again, the correct play. But with the amount of, like, walls and military that we're seeing from Tag, Tag is tracking all of this. Like, there's no surprises. Sato knows he needs to deal with this army. Mihai's communicating that the crossbows from Turs are over here, so that doesn't need to be worried about. So MBL can just partner with Sato through the middle. Or he can come all the way over here and try and help out Mihai. Anatoff's Lycav have actually done a really nice job. Like, somehow staying alive, getting through here. Sato has running to track, and he has Mihai to track because of that. But I think Sato will clear this in a second. And Mihai backing away to his hill because he sees the knights here, and he doesn't have any knight support yet from Sato. Do Magyars get extra attack or just the instant upgrade? No, they just get the upgrades for free. It's not additional. I said extra because they have, like, more than the Franks do right now. But maybe I should have worded that differently. I think it's the correct play to play patient from Mihai. Because you know your team has a big eco lead. And you just don't want to be caught on open field by the Knights. And if you know the Knights are here, you either ask Sato for support or Sato goes with MBL. And it looks like Sato has kind of been on his own this game. He's going forward, and MBL's just going to arrive this way. There's such a big crossbowman lead. I actually don't have that big of an eco lead, so credit to Knock for that at least. But yeah, now double crossbowman army. Just waiting for those knights from Sato. Sato has knights still chasing these Lycav. Again, that's just really impressive that these Lycav distracted army for that long, but it goes down. Now they've got to face the military numbers here. Knights running through from Sato underneath the TC into the wood line. Super annoying for Anatoff. Takes away from his focus and his micro here, and now Turs has backed off, and now Turs doesn't have the hill. Definitely feels like Turs wants Imp here. I think that's why Shu is so strong. Like, their Imp time ends up being really solid in these Archer scenarios. Yeah, he's definitely going for the fast Imp, but, like, is he going to have a teammate alive when he makes it to Imp? They need to be fighting now. MBL's resources are looking pretty nice for the Imperial Age as well. Also, outposts all through the middle from MBL. Just like this line of outposts. This is kind of nuts. So they'll always know where the opponent's army is, and they find the knights here, and Anatoff can't fight because they need Turs. But, like, Turs doesn't want to fight because Turs is waiting for Imperial Age. He has the resources for Imp. Big army. They might engage here. There's not that many knights from Sato. Look at the micro from Sato, though. Dodging some of the shots here. MBL just sits there with his crossbows. Mihai backs away to the hill. The micro from Sato is insane. Like, all the crossbows for Turs are not hitting targets because they're trying to hit that knight. That changes the fight massively. That's a really good play. In the end, I think it's acceptable if MBL loses that army because he's going to have more army coming forward. Does give Knock a chance, though, because Turs is on the way to Imp. So, you clear Mihai. Still waiting to see, like, MBL going for massive stone walls. Crazy. I'd like to see him click up to the Imperial Age first. Like, fast Imp Arbalest can end games so quickly. Especially when Mihai's gold is here. Mihai will be a complete non-factor if they don't deal with this crossbow army. I'm really impressed with Anatoff. Anatoff has a lot of knight production. Remember, he was delayed to Castle Age, so he should have been behind there. Running as well has really stepped it up. Like, I thought running was completely cooked this game. But the double knights seem to be working. Like, they're neutralizing MBL now. And this game has swung, and Nocturna can definitely win this game now. Knights and crossbows are just not going to be enough against Arbalest. Turs is moving forward. He does have to decide on who he attacks. I would not mind trying to get in towards the pocket player, Sato, because then it gives Anatoff a free game. And again, Sato's not going to be an Imp. The player who's spamming knights never is. So you probably want to hit a crossbow player. Turs just being patient, waiting, I think. He doesn't want to overextend. I still, when I see an army of crossbows advancing out across the map on the way to Imp, I still get flashbacks to when I was in the 2v2 final with Dark, and Dark had 80 crossbows with Britons, and he moved out, and he lost all those crossbows right before his upgrades. Like, we probably lost the final because of that. And so I looked at Turs hesitating there, and it just took me back. Took me back to a very sad day. We ended up losing that final 3-2. Don't even get me started about playing Vietnamese on Nomad. That takes me back to then as well. All these specific memories, you guys probably have no clue what I'm referencing, but if you watch the videos, you know. I mean, I love the army approach now from Nocturna. They're just going full send, but we have Mihai imping and we have MBL imping. They need to keep their army alive. Sato might be eliminated from this game here. I think he realizes it as well. He's abandoning all the villas on the left side. The knights are just going to run right through. Mihai waiting for his upgrades. He's got a better economy than Turs. Should be able to make more military, but Turs has more military. And Camel's there from running too. Like, Sato's military is also just not enough. Sato's in trouble. But there will be 2 players in Imp for tag. And MBL's crossbows are much cheaper with the Mayans. So as long as he keeps his position, he also has built a nice castle here. As long as he doesn't lose his army right now, as long as Mihai doesn't lose his army, they can be in a good spot. Sato just contributing to body block for the team there. Now Mihai getting his upgrades. Is he turning around? Looks like he's turning around to stabilize Sato. Sato's got completely wrecked. I don't know, like, I almost feel like you don't want to stabilize Sato, but maybe that's just not the team player thing to do. I guess you clear this army once, and you're feeling comfortable, but there's always going to be another army, as is, right? I'd like to see him try and push. There will be traction trebs coming from Turs on the front. And MBL's Stonewall, I don't know if this has been spotted. It has somewhat been spotted, but it's not being denied. So MBL's got that whole area walled up. And here's Mihai in support. Nocturna are going to just hope to... They know they might lose their army, but they're going to want to lose it in the best place possible, which is the back of the opponent's base. It wastes a lot of time for the opposition getting forward then afterwards. But MBL's not here. MBL's going to be in the middle. MBL's advancing forward, and that's a player they're not ready to deal with yet, maybe. The banking coming in from MBL. I think MBL's just going to send all his excess food to Sato. Guys, this is what we said, though. Like, the second someone needs res on these teams, the best teams are communicating it, which we didn't see from some of the others. Like, that's such a good decision. And Sato's just dropping TCs. They don't look pretty, but they're just to get more vills again, because he needs to be able to come back into this game eventually. I'm wondering how Running's going to perform against Arbalest now. See how fast those knights are going down. There's also the Arbalest here from MBL moving forward. This is going to go directly towards Anatov. He's also stuck on knights. Also still in Castle Age. And Sato dodging here. Doing what he can on the front lines. Still Mihai needing to hold against the traction trebs, but he's just repairing. He's waiting. He's being patient. If they can clear this up. Crazy the amount of micro here. They clear this up, then Sato can be back in the game eventually. But Anatov now gets some knights in. He gets it into Mihai's eco. It's a big raid. Mihai is microing here, and Mihai is microing on the front. Mihai did not see that. But will Anatov see this? Will he have an answer to this? The Arbalest from MBL. And will Running have an answer to MBL? Like, MBL's just all over them with Arbs. Mihai's pop is struggling, but at least he still has good military. His eco count is even with Turs, so he was ahead. Yeah, Anatov can't easily stop the Arbalest now. Running can't stop the Arbalest either. This is MBL's game to win for the team now. And Sato's on the way to Imperial Age after receiving the resources from MBL, so he can actually contribute maybe with Cavalier. Really good play from Tag. This army's still here from Turs, but I think that'll be dealt with. What I'm not sure about is if the traction trebs can be dealt with. But I know with certainty that Knights can't stop MBL right now, unless MBL has too many different groups. Like, splitting up like this is good for ranging eco, but you do need that one big mass. Here he's killing Terz's Vils. Terz is still busy on the front. Terz is maybe looking here as well. And they're running. Okay, so he finds a group. It's the right idea. But I think it's just too easy for MBL to spam arbs right now. This is not a group that you can kill with Knights. Like, Knights just die way too fast. Castle from Sito. Castle from Sito. Push back from Mihai as he snipes the traction trap. He just needs to wait for his team. And the GG is called because I think they realize they just can't hold MBL already, right? It doesn't even really matter that Sito's going to be back in the game. But Tag, hold on. I think Feudal Age and early Castle Age, it was all Tag. Mid Castle Age, though, I think NOC did a really nice job. Big army pressure from Anatov and running, and Terz with the fast imp. In the end, when you go all in, you need to kill fast, and you need to kill, like, you know, multiple players, I think, and they weren't able to do that. They were only able to take Sito out of the game. And the flanks were in a really good position for Tag the entire time. Nocturna will maybe be frustrated with how Feudal Age went, to be honest. Like, you feel like some of those things were within your control. MBL seemed to have such a big lead over running the entire game. He just completely outplayed him. And MBL also was able to get pressure on Anatov, which was just made life easier for Sito. Combine that with the fact that Mihai had the hole in Terz's wall, which he got in and did damage, despite Terz having more army at that time. It's just like all three players took damage from Tag and Feudal. And they'll want some of those moments back. So 2-1 for Tags. Now is when we need to bring it up. If you win the series 3-1 or 4-0, you get an extra point. Tag guaranteed 2 points. Nocturna will want to be guaranteed 2. Tie it up 2-2. But Tag gets one more win. They get 2 more points, which would be huge in the standings. Like, this win is so huge. My prediction was 2-2 here, so we'll see how smart I end up looking today. I mean, that was Tag's home map, so I think Grand Bar is a map that Nocturna will feel a bit more comfortable on. The weird thing for me is the civs. What is not going to do with the civs? I'm not sure I'm in love with their civs. So they used Magyars. They used Shu. They used Malians. Well, never mind. Their civs are pretty good. I mean, Poles, I think, are insane on that map. They'll probably play Poles. Malay, very capable as well. I'm not sure about Berbers or Romans. Kind of feels like they might try Armenians because they picked them early here. But then again, Romans or Armenians might have been a backup for another map. I think Tag will play, after they win with the Ethiopians, the Mayans, and the Franks, they're going to play Khmer, Britons, Portuguese, maybe? Or maybe they go like Khmer, Britons, Koreans. I think there's an argument to play Koreans, give MBL Koreans. And the game plan can be like MBL with a really good defensive civilization just cannot be killed. Have him go rat mode with like towers and walls. And they also are an underrated Arbalest civ. They're very cheap archers. Crashbot, thanks for the 39. I'm proud of myself. I haven't had any caffeine today. I just wanted to test it out. Life is a little bit less exciting though. So I'm going to get some caffeine in between sets. We have another big set coming up after this, but yeah, I just, you know, didn't want to go, oh, wait. No, I had half a coffee. I forgot. Never mind. Well, I didn't have enough caffeine today, so whoops. How did I forget? Van, thanks for the 3 months. Says T90 Kitty Cat Rants reminded me to use my Prime sub. All right, well, whatever works. Thank you. Envy, thank you. Max Tape, thank you. You guys wanted more cat stories? I didn't know there was that big of demand. We have the Twitch emote, T90 Catting. It's on the intro. That's my kitty right there. He'll sit there for like 10 minutes and just do that. And he only ever hits the blue ball. He never hits the red one. And then he'll get like tired and then he'll lay down. And then he'll still boop it. But the weird thing is, like, he's really self-conscious because I think he thinks it's a kid's toy and he thinks I'm judging him. So if he ever catches you, like, looking at him, he'll just stop. You know, like, I wasn't doing anything. So if you look at his face again, it's him, like, kind of checking to see if I'm looking at him. Look, he's like, you looking at me? Playing with it, playing with it, playing with it. Watch. He's like, he's going to look. He's going to... Is he looking at me? Yep. See? The original video I sent Hardy, which was made into that GIF, was like 5 minutes. I think that's like a 40-second loop, though, so... T90, when I grow up, I want to have so many stories to tell as you do. Bergwin, aren't you like my age? What's the definition of growing up? I guess I do have a decent amount of stories, but at the same time, I don't think I've lived that interesting a life, so I guess, I don't know. I just like to talk. I wasn't always... my brother inspired me to be a storyteller. I always wanted to be like my big bro. And I just loved, like, everyone would drop everything to listen to my brother tell a story. He's so good at it. And so my whole life, I just always wanted to be like my big bro, so. Also the brother that got me into Age of Empires 2, so not sure where I would be in life without my bro. My sister visited last week, and she said something which wasn't very polite. She was like, catching up with my fiance, and she's like, I always knew you were going to be a commentator because you just would never shut up. Which, I mean, maybe that's true, but I thought there was more polite ways to say it. My family told me I should be a sports commentator because I liked sports, but I never really knew how to get into that. I swear I never dreamed to be a commentator. It's just everyone told me I talk too much. I don't think I was as interesting, which is the problem, right? So I was that guy. Sir Arcaz says, will your brother participate in the 24-hour? Yeah, I can play the trailer later, but bro will join, uncle will join, we'll have giveaways, special guests. It'll be amazing. Anyways, we're in game number 4 now. And I'm really interested to see this dynamic because we've got the poles against the Khmer when we're talking the pocket position. Yesterday, we had the fast castle into the boom, into the castle, the Slakta privilege upgrade, super cheap night spam from the poles, and the poles just dominated there. But it wasn't poles against Khmer. Like the Khmer, they're able to go faster Castle H because they can skip the buildings, drop the TCs down very quickly. They also have access to elephants. So maybe it's pretty even there. I don't think Khmer is necessarily like better because the poled knights are still way like cheaper than anything the Khmer can do. But elephants are stronger, or even if you just want to play knights long term, your knights are stronger with the Khmer. What we should really talk about is the flanks. Down here we've got Turs playing as the Malay. We've got Turs against MBL, and MBL's playing as the Portuguese. In the north, Scout moved forward really quickly from Mihai. It looked like he might have tried to lame. I'm not sure, but that Scout's super weak. Almost lost his Scout there as the Britons. And this is against the Armenians. And I actually think he was very curious. Like, why pick Armenians? No, it wasn't just being curious. He's trying to attack early with a Drush. And he wanted to know where he could target, and he ran directly into the TC. It's kind of funny. Running is going to do the same thing. I think a lot of teams are going to do this, where you just Drush for map control, and then you just full wall, and then you adapt from there. Like, look, barracks from Turs, barracks from MBL. This might be the meta. The only difference is that Mihai has built the barracks before a lumber camp, so he gets the militia out a little bit faster here. I think running will see this. T90, is T90 bro official your real brother? No, that's not my real brother. And he claims he's my real brother, and he's here all the time, which is probably really confusing. That's just a random viewer. Sorry to disrespect calling him a random viewer. He's been subbed for multiple years, but that's not my actual bro. My actual bro does have a Twitch account. It's T90 Bro. And it's VIP on the channel, so you might see him pop up every now and then, but... Why would you deny your brother like this? Listen, I asked my mom and dad, and they swear. Even though he looks like me and he sounds like me, it's not my brother. I don't know what's going on. But no, that's not my bro. 3 militia coming forward from MBL. Turs just has 2. Now he's gone for his 3rd. And he's even adding a 4th here. Yeah, they're just kind of going for walls. We do have Sato going Feudal Age. And we've got no Feudal Age from Anatov. So Sato probably wants to go for scouts. So his team's job is to keep this open so he's able to pressure. If the walls end up going down, then the scout play might not look too good. Goats being stolen over here. Walls going up from Mihai. Militia are going to go in towards Anatov. That has been communicated because Anatov is getting loomed. And loom is not in for Turs yet. Like, you add this many militia, you're delaying loom. And the scout will be here from Sato. This could actually be really bad for Turs. Oh, man. I don't know if Turs can do everything he needs to here. Oh, shoot. Oh, no. What do you say? It's Tursable? It's terrible for Turs? It's not the terrible twos. It's the terrible Turs. Oh, that's so good for tag. Because now, like every other time I've seen this, going scouts made 0 sense because you couldn't get the army through. But now the scouts make sense because this is open and the army can get through, right? So this is very different from what we saw in the games yesterday. And also, to make it even worse, for Turs, he doesn't have loom right now. And he lost his scout, he didn't push his deer, he didn't get his goat! Oh my god, it's terrible. Like, he's forever Dark Age, it feels like. And the scouts can come through, and now Anatov might need to adapt to this. Anatov might need to add some military and defense. If this pressure gets through to Anatov, it's horrible. And yeah, Turs is like, all right, I got loom, I gotta get this wall down. I gotta try. But, oh man, I mean, the scouts are on the way. It does still take a super long time. He could max commit to this and maybe get the walls down. It's actually the right play. Because you need Anatov with a free boom. It's actually a really good call. And MBL backed up because, like, he can't... His militia are weak. Lion's gonna go after Turs. No! Rough game. But, honestly, I think that was a really good call. And he's even lumber camping here. So he always has Vils here. So he can always rewall behind to keep the scouts out. Running cleared up the drush from Mihai. Running is stonewalled on this side. And game will stabilize. And I don't think the scouts from Sato have done anything. And Anatov is going to be in Castle Age, dropping town centers very soon. Scout from Sato goes down there. MBL is going to come forward and try and break through here for the team. I guess MBL is just going to open it up, right? Like, he wants to go man-at-arms, and he wants to go for a tower. Yeah, it's smart. So I think it's the right play from Turs to come out here, wall this up. Still, the result of the situation is he's in a very awkward position, and this army could still end up getting through. MBL drops a tower, and Turs just has to drop houses everywhere. And if MBL is man-at-arms, like... Man-at-arms and Arsid, the barracks goes down very quickly. Houses go down much faster, so MBL should really retarget. Sato going for this house. They're just going to pressure in a bunch of different areas, and Turs has to wall it up. Turs needs to get Feudal Age now. Luckily, he's melee, he's fast. I think you even need to extend the walls further. You can't let any of this damage get through to your ally. Even if you bring more Vils, I think it's worth it. You just got to keep this army out for as long as possible. He quick walled here. He has to get the walls down here. He needs a couple more clicks. Okay, he's got that. Oh no, the tower hits those Vils. The tower actually hit those Vils. MBL will build another tower. As long as you get the walls, you're fine. And no! The walls! No! Terrible Turs. Oh, terrible for Turs. So unfortunate. He was so close. They're through. The scouts are through. The Vils are dying. The tower's going up. And so this hope that the Poles just have a free boom, it's very different now, right? This pressure's going to get over there, but there's also so much more of a comeback you need to perform now with the Poles because Turs is, well, he might die here. Like, you might need to make army so much earlier than you'd like. Just the MBL factor, guys. Like, MBL's just so good at putting pressure. And I really like the chaos factor from him. Look at him! Where are you going, bro? He's a maniac. He's an absolute maniac. Like, you can so easily get trapped here. No one goes in here. Except for MBL. And this might be a mistake. Because now he can't leave. Now he's quick-walled in. Yeah, I mean, he went a little too crazy. I think you want to stay out here. Scouts have gone this way. Anatov did wall it up, so he hasn't taken any damage. And, all right, we'll see if MBL's vills survive. I think MBL actually loses 5 vills here. He should. Now he'll fight back and he'll attack and he'll kill a villager or two. I don't see how he ever escapes here, though. Yeah, nice walls for Turs. MBL completely overextended. All that's still somewhat fine for me, as long as he stonewalls here. But, like, he just went too crazy with it. There's nothing you can do now against good play. Your army can't escape. Your vills can't escape without running into the TC. And now Turs can move out here because there's not going to be military at all. So, MBL maybe overcooked it a little bit. The pressure didn't end up getting in towards Anatov, which was the desired effect. There will be archers from Mihai, so you chop through to the middle. Mihai might be looking here, and there's actually... Oh, no, there's a hole between the houses again for this team. And one villager only goes down, but the archers are going to be here too. And MBL tried to run, and MBL lost everything. Oh, MBL. They're even on vills now, bro. I mean, the eco for Turs is barely working, but... Oh my... Huh? There was another hole between houses. Oh my god. Okay. Game plan. I'm now Nocturna's coach. Game plan for next week. They need to sit down in a scenario editor. They need to find some maps with hills. And they need to practice placing house walls and double checking to see if there's holes. I can't believe it. There was a hole here. He noticed it. There was another hole here. At a high level Age of Empires, you should... I mean, they do know it, right? But yeah, the boom got disrupted. The army got through. Turs was still having a very tough time. And we were going to get to the fact that, like, Mihai is having an amazing game with Britons and has archers everywhere. They call the GG, and Tag win 3-1. Damn. You know, when I saw this with Poles last time, this was never even a conversation because the Poles player didn't even chop here. Right? Like, they chopped the trees out here so they wouldn't overchop. So I guess a lot of this stuff is easier said than done. Well played to Tag. Tag get the result. Yeah, guys, this Tag team, pull up the standings now, they're in a very good position. Like, at the basic level, if the goal is top 4, they're killing it right now. They beat Vitality. So they don't have to worry about that matchup anymore. They've beat Nocturna. Nocturna was tied for second place with them coming into the day. So Tag are in a great position after 4 rounds, which is the halfway point. So they're 14 points. They're 1 behind Lingwan. You then have Onimaru Capybaras with 12 points. Now, Capybaras have only played 3 rounds. So, you know, that next series with Capybaras is going to be a big one. Let's see if they can jump up above Tag or Lingwan. But Nocturna's still in a reasonable spot at 11. They'll maintain a lead ahead of Wonders. They're also going to potentially maintain a lead against some of these other teams depending on what happens next. But yeah, Tag's got to be super happy with getting that last win, especially they get an additional 2 points there, which gives them that nice little boost. So, again, you got to look at sets played. Capybaras have played well. Capybaras, if they win a set in round 4, they would go up here, potentially first place, depending. So, We're going to have a short break. Next series will be coming up. Next series is, I think, featuring Team Vitality, right? It should be Team Vitality against Onimaru Vanguard. So Doubt, Jordan, and Andy are going to look to turn it around after they've had kind of a rough start. Quick break for me, guys. We'll be right back with it. Cast the next one. Catch you soon.
bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
Dwarves! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire! Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
I need a monk! Yes.
Food, please.
No. You have a market.
Wood, please.
You have a market.
Gold, please.
You made a trade card.
Stone, please.
remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
They're here wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Chopper. Chopper. Chopper.
Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora voy.
Chopper. 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 Chopper.
Hey ja. Hey ja. Hey ja. Hey ja. Heiße. 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 Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Ja, dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete,
Ja, es war.
Bereite,
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Buvere,
Holzer.
Heise, des war,
Tuocha. Auber.
Heise, des war,
Tuocha.
das ich soll, das ich soll, Bereite,
Bereite.
das ich soll, das war, ja, Heise, Flickmann, das ich soll, Bereite, ja,
Geboren.
das war Heise, Heise, das war Heise, das dumme Fischere, ja, Jägere, ja, Fischere, Jägere,
Ja.
das ich soll, Streetes, Sassa,
Auber.
Flickmann, ja,
Rete.
das war,
Flickmann.
Bereite,
Hey ja.
ja, Rete, das war, das dumme Fischere, ja, Jägere, ja, Fischere, Jägere, das war, das ich soll, das war, das ich soll, das ich soll.
Hey ja.
right. Time for the music interruption. No more Age of Empires 2 DJ. Sorry, we got to move on to Age of Empires. Have some fun games, hopefully. I know that will disappoint some of you. Next series, Onimaru Vanguard against Vitality. You can see the civs and the maps on screen. We've got potentially some crazy games. It's been a nice mix. All these playoff fours tend to have some different maps. Vitality's the only team that really likes Frontline. They picked that. They've also picked Men in D. Vanguard has Crescent and Tres Leches. I've really liked the map pool personally. I had Dave joke that like Crescent is his least favorite map, but part of that is like it's still a solid map, even if it is his least favorite map, you know? Not really sure which one is my favorite yet, but it's been fun. Kumar says, will Vitality get their first win on the board today? Yeah, that's the big storyline of this tournament so far. Everyone's looked at Vitality and just assumes they're going to crush. Maybe Vitality just assume they're just going to steamroll everyone, right? And then teams been prepared. Teams have had better strategies. And so Vitality is not sitting in the top 4, despite, you know, their 3 players arguably all being in the top 10 in the world. I think they've got very good odds today, but they're up against a desperate Onimaru Vanguard who really need the wins. Vanguard's played 3 rounds. They only have 3 wins. So for Vanguard, it has not been good. Vitality has at least only played 2. So if Vitality today, if they get a 4-0, which would be 5 points, they move up to 8 points after 3 rounds, which puts them, you know, within reach of a lot of these other teams here. So I think that's going to be the goal. Vitality doesn't get at least 3 wins. I think there'll be some big disappointment there because they'll have a lot of catching up to do. And then also, like, good luck to everyone who has to face them later on if they're like super, super, super desperate, right? So, if you just got here, say hello. What's up, Nick, man? Saw a bunch of people show up there during the break. I haven't seen in chat today. Welcome. Neri, thanks for the 8 months. Whoopee Cushion, welcome back. Thank you for the 35. What's up, Unknown Error, Templar Guard, welcome back. Sevis. Real name is, hello. Routine Tom, welcome back. Balls McCoy, welcome in. Hello, Hans. Hello, Pyre. Thank you for the support today, everybody. It's meant a lot to be able to stream consistently. Still having some slight tech things, but it's whatever. Support's still been awesome, and hopefully the casting's been good. I actually have a very busy day today, because after casting 2 sets back-to-back, I'm then playing in a 3v3 set in Division 3 of this tournament. So, my team will probably be playing while I'm casting. I'll join in and help in a game or 2, depending on how much time we have left. So, it'll be a long day. Lots of Age of Empires 2 for me today. But, you know, that's kind of me. I basically live on this game, so. All right. I'm going to spoil something. Just promise me that you guys will watch the video, okay? I want to tell you something. So yesterday, I was playing some team games at night, just queuing up like for team games, but without a party, right? So anyone's guess is who I could get matched up with. I get in this game, and I'm up against these 3 players who are some, like, mid to lower elo players. And they immediately were, like, very kind and very much fanboys, right? They were like, are you the real T90? Like, what, right? And I was like, yeah, I am. And then we, like, crushed them. Which, you know, I felt bad about. I was nice about it, but, you know, like, we just kind of stomped them. So, the game ends. I get an invite pop up in the game. So you've been invited to a party, and it's one of those players. And I was like, sure. And I accepted. So it was me, and it was those 3 players, 3 pals in a game, and we queue up. And we played a game together. And it was a Nomad game, and we get into the game. We're up against all higher rated players than them. And I end up in the middle of all 4 of the enemy team. And that's going to be the video. The funny thing was, I had a feeling that, like, the other team was, like, super motivated to destroy me, right? Because they, like, knew me or whatever. And I thought I wanted to know what they said. So I downloaded the recorded game from their profiles, which gives you the text from their team. And bro, the things they were saying were crazy. So yeah, that'll be in the video. I recorded it last night. But yeah, I thought it was super funny. And it was fun too. It kind of, hopefully it made their day. But that whole interaction was just hilarious. Were they being mean? I mean, just look out for the video. I don't want to spoil some of the things. They weren't being mean. They were just being tryhards, right? I'm queuing up with some mid-elo fans having a good time. It's like not the most important game of my life. I've got a tournament the next day. You know, there's different levels of importance. I'm just chilling. But then these guys get up against me and they were like, whoa, like, let's crush him, you know. It was crazy. I get it. I completely get it and I respect it. And the video is just a hilarious synopsis of how painful it was for me. But yeah, so I thought that was a good laugh. For them, it was the most important game. For T90, it was a Saturday. Yeah, I guess. I will tell you, man, I actually kind of appreciate that. Even if I play like ranked against people at my level, certain players, you could just tell they're like, oh no, he is not uploading this to YouTube. Absolutely not, right? No way I'm getting in a video on this guy's channel. No way. Like, they go full send. Stealing my boar, stealing my sheep. Ironically, though, like, those are the games that end up going onto the channel, right? Is the games where they go crazy, but I respect it. Because sometimes people are a little too nice to me, dude. People are, like, all chill and stuff and thanking me for hosting tournaments. And I'm not saying I want people to be mean, but, like, I like the intensity of the competitions from time to time. So if I match versus T90, I'll go full wall, only skirm, so I won't end up on YouTube. That's a good strategy, Randy. Just be extremely boring, and then you won't end up on YouTube. That's pretty much the strat. Don't do anything exciting. Bashful, thank you for the 31 months. Says, being able to watch Regicide Rumble live on YouTube streams at work was awesome. Glad I could still make it. Oh, nice. Nice. Glad it helped, man. Yeah, the viewership was solid there. We're probably going to upload Regicide Rumble 7 a little bit faster, because I want to get some of these other videos that I've been talking about uploaded to the channel. So, thank you, Strangler Trees, for the 42. Yeah, I agree. This tournament's been a nice change of pace. At the very least, I think what's amazing about Age of Empires is variety. And while I think we're always going to have more 1v1 tournaments than team game tournaments for a variety of reasons, having some team games is awesome. So we should be starting the series soon. I'm going to predict, let me look at the draft real quick. Let me think about it. Some surprises for me in terms of the SIB priority for Vitality. Just like some minor surprises, but I'm going to say Vitality 3-1 here. But Vanguard, you would have expected more. You would have expected more from both of these teams at this stage of the tournament, right? And that's the unfortunate storyline for the team that ends up losing this, if there's a losing team, because it can be a tie, is like what could have been. But like, I don't know. I haven't actually covered the Vitality sets in the main event yet, I think. I think I missed them. So in the qualifier, they looked really, really strong. No. I covered the tag Vitality set. That was their first set. You think 2-2 is realistic? I don't know. It's been... I feel like Vanguard has looked a little uncertain at times on how to manage certain maps. They've looked a little disjointed at times. They haven't gelled. At least as much as they did in the qualifier. So that's just my opinion right now. Vitality, here's the thing. Vitality is just predictable. They just play, they try and think, what's the most optimal thing for the map? They always try and do that. And then if anything deviates from that, they don't know how to deal with it. So will Vanguard be that team that could like bring some out of the box strategies to surprise them? Or, you know, are the meta lords of Vitality maybe not the best way to say. Are they going to be able to just predictably push and finish off this team? I would say in 1v1s, typically Vitality is able to do so. So, anyways, welcome in, guys. Let's get some hype going in chat if you wouldn't mind. You don't have to. Just sit back, relax, grab a beer, have a good one, and let's go. Here we go. So, coming into this, Vitality and Onimaru Vanguard do not have the points that they would have wanted. Both teams are outside of the top 4. Both teams are going to look at the other side and realize that they are going to need to snag some victories here. Another play all 4 in the League 3v3. Shout out to Arbase and Siesta for all the work behind the scenes. I probably haven't done that enough. And shout out to Daniela as well, who's been putting a lot of work too. Now, Hart, he said it one time, and I've repeated it 16 times since. I love it when people give me sound bites. Hart's like, I've just got to be the dog of the team. I'm just getting completely pummeled for my team. Hart is going to play the sacrificial lamb here. On front line, typically the front players are just incredibly aggressive with Vil Warring and stuff. And so he and Andy already fighting over some deer right now. And Andy's like, you are absolutely not going to push those in. So good luck. Behind Hart, we've got Leary. Leary usually playing archers. And then behind Leary, we've got Hera. Hera usually playing fast castle into knights. Could also be scouts. But Hera's kind of what I call the super pocket, because Frontline's got a weird positioning to it. Behind Andy, we've got Jordan. Jordan's playing as the Vietnamese. I would expect archers from Jordan. And then behind him, we've got Doubt playing as the Jurchens. Jurchens do not actually get knights. So you could play Lancers, but Lancers are not as tanky as knights against archers specifically. Jurchens is an interesting pick, but I feel like for Vanguard, that's what they're going to do today, right? They're going to try some slightly unorthodox things. I think Andy and Hart have picked civs that later on can contribute with monks. And right now, Hart really wants that villager kill and should be able to get the villager kill. He's misclicked a couple times there. So not ideal, actually, because he's going to lose the eagle now. But he did kill the villager, which I guess is nice. And Leary's here with the eagle to help out. But Andy's going to be extra motivated to block now and get some villager kills in revenge. And I think that will happen. Andy's pretty good with blocking, but Hart's pretty good at spam clicking as well. And they're clicking like maniacs right now. Hera on the way up. Okay, so Hera's going fast feudal. Hera will contribute with scouts instead of a fast castle. A nice blocking there from Andy. And Leary's here, but also Jordan's here. And so Jordan's scout being there means Leary needs to run away. This is all just the setup, right? So just the way Frontline tends to play. The pressure hasn't gotten to any of the pockets, though. It's like Andy hasn't been able to get to Leary. Hart hasn't been able to get to Jordan, so they should be relatively uninterrupted. Doubt is pushing on all of his hunts. And yeah, Doubt is going fast castle here. So this will come down to, can Vitality use the early pressure and use the early military? I don't think necessarily to get damage on Andy. I mean, you're not going to complain about that. But I think more so to get some damage up against Jordan and Doubt. Yet later on in the game, the front players are going to end up mattering a little bit more. Doubt could be trying to go Iron Pagodas, guys. Just looking to see if he's got any stone income. No stone income. I think waiting for a castle is a little bit too much. All right, viewers, do me a favor. I want input from everyone, all right? YouTube chat as well. So, I'm gonna say a strat, and I want you to give me a ranking of this out of 10. And I say this with the detail of, I played a 3v3 tournament. We died to it on this map, okay? Like, it was really, really strong. And our team is pretty solid. Your back player, so Doubt position, Hera's position. You pick Malay. Why are people giving numbers now? I didn't even say the strategy. You're completely ruining the game. You pick Malay, you go fast castle, full elephant spam with the cheap elephants. My feeling is that it was like 10 out of 10 when we were up against it. Because it's just like, you get to Castle Age so fast. The only weakness is that maybe the elephants are a little bit slow, but it completely wrecks Feudal Age. Like, completely wrecks Feudal. It's not even close. I think the only reason the top pros are not going to do that is just because they want to play melee in other ways on different maps. It's so strong. Elephants are slow. Bro, you just make the stables on the front, and they're just, like, steamrolling Leary before you know it. But okay, you don't have to agree with me. I was asking your opinion. 8 out of 10, 6 out of 7, 7.5 out of 10, -3 out of 10? Okay. It's not a -3. That's a little disrespectful. And Jordan needing to wall in his villagers. Hera's being here with the scouts is maybe not something they were expecting, but Jordan gets some very nice quick walls there. But they want to wall this area up. And Jordan had this villager here because he's building his archer ranges on the front. And he's already lost a villager. Lots of pressure. It's 2 feudal age players from Vitality. It's scouts and archers from Leary and Hera. You're expecting them to get some damage. To be honest, as bad as it has looked for Andy in terms of inefficiencies, it could be worse. And Jordan needs to protect himself here. And Jordan is going to drop a tower. Remember, he won't have any help from Doubt for about 2 minutes. Ahara is already here. I really like the micro from Jordan there, though. He's done good work. Doubt is on stone, so Doubt is going to try and play Iron Pagodas. Risky. What I don't like about this strat is I just don't think you're going to have the food. You got a full wall of the map. Doubt's got idols underneath the TC. There's a hole here as well. Like, fast castle into a castle, you've got to have, like, a no doubt best unit in the game type thing. Fast castle into a castle is risky. And Jordan's going to have to play defense on Doubt. Doubt thought he was walled when he wasn't. I'm looking at Doubt's food income, guys, and he does not have the food. Jordan needs to maybe send him this sheep. And Hera's, like, got a crazy good economy behind this because he's Slavs and he's adding farms as well, right? Like, his food eco should be fine. Leary killing some villagers at Andy's base. Jordan being called over here. Andy's contributing nothing, of course. Leary's denied the market as well, and Vitality are just crushing them right now. But high risk and potentially high reward here for Doubt. 21 villagers and a dream, but mainly a dream right now. They have done a nice job to wall so the pressure can't be continuously coming in. Andy's trying to reach Castle Age. Hart has done this every single time now. Like, Hart picks a Monk Civ, he goes fast castle, and he's going to contribute with monks. Which I think is so smart against, like, any of the night editions you're going to see. But guys, Doubt's just had a rough tournament for me. He just really has, like... And I think it could easily snowball on you and get worse because... You aren't winning games, and you just try riskier and riskier things, right? Like, he's in Castle Age, and he's okay, he's dropping some gates or whatever. Hera doesn't care about any of that. He doesn't have a castle yet. He doesn't have military yet. So, like, fast castle it to... Now, give this a ranking, all right? You gave my melee a -3. Give this a ranking. You gotta have a castle immediately, right? I don't know. I guess he just doesn't have the stone. He doesn't have the stone. Jordan pushes forward. Now, the siege joining in could be a problem, so he will want to deny that. But if you deny that, you kill 2 vills from Hart, and then you trade away a couple archers, so Leary now can get the numbers advantage. And Hart can get the siege workshop anyways. So now Jordan is the only one with military for the team, and there's going to be siege against him with Leary's archers, which will soon be Castle Age archers because he's macroing well. And they're just completely changing the strat. Like, Doubt's just like, I can't get the castle, I gotta boom now. Which I guess... Yeah, if you can't get to the castle, you do need to boom. But it makes me worry for Andy, and it makes me worry for Jordan. They're gonna have a lot of work here. And it will be 3 players with army against them. Jordan's archer ejecting onto the front line, so that'll be a wasted archer. Andy hoping to drop a church here to hold the line. But the issue for Andy, too, is, like, his gold isn't even a realistic option to take. So if he wants to go for lots of monks, that becomes a problem. But he will go for redemption first thing. He will hope to drop the church here. And Doubt is going for the castle, actually. So 2 TCs into the castle. Hera has 15 farms with Slavs. Economy's seen better days, to be honest. I'm not sure what's going on with the lumber camps. But he'll add that lumber camp once I look away, I'm sure. And Jordan's archer range will just simply go down. So that's 1 less range for him to produce archers. when we've got Leary full producing archers behind here with the Mayans. Also with a very, very clean economy to do anything that he might need. Even stonewalling for the team. Look at that. Those are the types of things Vitality misses, right? Like, I'm liking that they're adding that in. That's the type of thing that people are doing against them. The stonewalls. Especially when you have the army lead. You just need to double fortify up your base. Classic Andy. He's got one military unit. And it's a monk. He wanted the conversion on the Mangonel. They'll know that's redemption. And they're just slowly pushing the front here, Vitality. This is Vitality's home map. And someone will need to double check for me, but I don't think I've ever seen them lose this map. In the qualifier, they were undefeated on it. I think they won in their series against Tag on this map, but I don't have all the games memorized here. Nice hold from Andy. But the thing is, like, you get Iron Pagodas now, but the Monk Fast Castle means that, like, the Cav doesn't actually contribute that much. It's actually better to have Light Cav in theory. Does Light Cav have that bonus against the Monks, right? No stonewalling on this side for Team Onimaru Vanguard, and Leary's about to reach Castle Age. Hart can't follow them that easily because his units are slow, but he might just want to stay here. And then these two, Hera and Leary, can work together and go this direction. Yeah, and Jordan's going to see this. And Jordan doesn't have the upgrades yet. And I think it's inevitable these units are going to be through. Doubt we'll have to pull the units back. Art's still holding the front line on front line here. Someone says, T90, I rate you a solid 9. You rate me? Damn, I'll take that. That's even better than the strategy. I was just worried about the strat. Thanks, I guess. 9 out of 100 or 9 out of 10? Hold on, you didn't say... Ooh, shoot. You didn't clarify that. A 9 out of what? Someone gives me a 90 out of 10. Oh, thank you. First time watching live, too. Sick. Range is down for Jordan. See, that's such a problem, right? He needs to compete with the archer numbers, but he's losing his archer ranges. Good patience from Hera and Leary to just turn around here. Maybe not so much patience here against the monks from Hart. Could have been worse, though. The Mangonel didn't get any shots off on him. And if the conversion happens here from Andy, he'll be happy. In and out of the church. But the eco count is growing for Vitality. They don't even need to push, right? Hera's 3 town centers with the fastest farms in the game. So, I mean, yeah, he's fine. He's barely been needed for military. He's only had 4 light caps, so it's just full boom. You need to push back here if you're Onimaru Vanguard. I've yet to see Doubt contribute in any meaningful way with the Iron Pagodas. And just because he can't, if there's monks here. Oh, God. Mangonel gets converted. Leary had to dance away from that. Dude, that was risky. That's what they were hoping for, was a big moment like that, where the conversions would change the game. But Leary didn't lose too much there in the end, luckily. So, Mangonel's crossbows. Probably the combination you need to stay with if you're Andy and Jordan. There's no real reason to deviate here. I think at a certain point, though, Harris should be adding more military. Like, he's got a lot of economy right now, and Leary, he does eat a shot, but with the monks there to heal up, he doesn't actually lose anything. Hera with the 4 TC. Like, from here, Hera could go double and triple stable pretty soon. But you might also just want to go imp. Go imp and then add the army. Kind of crazy. Hera could just get away with having 1 light cap because Hart and Leary are in such good positions here. So good. Eco for Doubt is okay, but I question the approach. He's trying to bump up the military numbers. But this is where, like, in theory, and Vitality's recognizing this, but you're vulnerable right now if you're Vitality because Hera has not been producing army. So this is where you could throw the game if you're not careful. Hart didn't have time to drop a tower there, which he would have really liked on his gold. One Mangonel gets converted. Mangonel lands an amazing shot! Oh Oh my god, that was a ridiculous shot on the crossbows. Completely against the run of play. And finally, Vanguard gets the shot. That was insane. That was insane. It almost felt like the old school thing where if your Mangonels like dies after it fires the shot, it has greater splash damage. Clip that, ship it, and maybe Vanguard can do it. Harris needs military here. This whole time, they're like, fine. Hera could be greedy back there. But, like, finally they get punished. Hera's dropping the stables. Now, you expect Hera to come back with a lot of military. But what position is Hart and Leary going to be in? Now, that's a team decision, right? Like, you're letting Hera greed out to Imp. But, like, I really like the idea of Lightcap. He just didn't have any of them there. And now, panic time for Hart and Leary. And the Iron Pagodas can get some value and run in because Hart lost all of his monks. Oh, man, this gets pretty crazy from here. Jordan can now have an easier game, maybe invest into some eco. I personally like the 1 TC army approach. Andy's got more monks coming forward constantly. Also, Hera's making Lightcav, and Iron Pagoda will beat Lightcav. So it's actually, like, Lightcav only made sense if Hera's teammates were alive. Lightcav doesn't even make any sense now. Potentially even an Imp Lightcav doesn't make sense. This still dies to a Castle Age Iron Pagoda. But also Hera's stuck because if you end up adding anything but Lightcav, then it's just going to get converted by Andy. Here comes Andy with a castle. Oh my goodness, what a turnaround. Andy says, I see your base and I'm going to take it too. Starts converting all the buildings. Hera getting Imp armor now. And he wants those monks. That would be a good call, actually. You just get to the monks, you clear out the monks, and then you can make knights later. Leary micring against Jordan here. Iron Pagodas from Doubt go to support Andy so his monks don't all get sniped. He brings some Iron Pagodas back over to support against Leary. Castle from Andy is going to go up. Hera's still running circles around his teammate's base, and Hart is not liking life right now. But Hera still has a ridiculous economy. Jordan's on the way to Imp. You know, Jordan being Imp faster than Leary could be a game changer, but Jordan doesn't have much military to work with. So he'll need that to improve. Hart has to leave. Hart's just like, all right, guys, I'll catch you later. Please win the game for me, please. I'm just going to drop TCs and hope that I'm, like, not completely dead in the later stages of the game. Rams coming in from Andy. Crazy turnarounds. That shot changed the game. And starting to see signals from Leary. I think he's asking Hart to outpost the sides to get vision there. Yeah. You need to have vision on the sides. Maybe telling Hera he should go to the left side. Thing is, I think they see Hera going this way. And you got Jordan walling up. And there's an outpost there as well. Hera dropping a castle. I was just going to say, like, Hera should be able to treb this castle down. Hera's castle is going to go up. Hera's economy is still insane. And if he gets any raids whatsoever into the back, this could be a real nightmare. Those 12 Hussars are going to do a lot of work for Hera. And that castle from Hera is huge. So, greedy, maybe. But with a castle here now, you're in a good spot. And Doubt's going to try and clear this army. He's running underneath a castle. The crossbows could go into the castle, right? It's not easy for Doubt. They might be dealing with some of the raids in the back, though. The Hussars from Hera have made it into Jordan's base. They're making it into Doubt's base. Doubt's Iron Pagodas are going to run into Hera's base now, which is actually a good play. Leary trying to trap them. Can he trap them with Hera's army there? He will trap them there. Doubt on the way to the Imperial Age as well. What a great game. What a great game. But I just feel like the Hussars are really going to start to get some value now. Unless Jordan can have a really big army number. But Jordan wants to play skirms? Jordan wants to play skirms when there's Hussars? I don't love that decision. I think you got to stay on archers. He might be having gold problems we're not realizing. I think Vitality have stabilized, guys. They've stabilized. Like, Leary never took critical damage. Hera never took critical damage. Hart, he's the one who took the damage on the front, but that's acceptable. And Hera will mass the trebuchets now, which means Andy's castle is likely going to disappear. And, I mean, Hera's even adding trade at this point, feeling like they can get away with that. Still feels like the military count's low for Hera, but he's got really good position for the military, right? So, that also, I like what Heart's done with the walls on the sides, so this area isn't exposed in raids from Doubt. Or Jordan, who really has just not had a big economy this game. 46 villagers for Jordan. I mean, there was a lot of pressure early Castle Age. Hera did just hit him with Hussars as well. And the only way they were going to come back in this game was a big army play, which is probably what the focus was. As long as Hera has Trebs here, the Hussars aren't actually needed. If you think about it. Like, the Trebs are the #1 contribution now from Hera. And then Leary can just kill everything else with the Arbalest. Leary's got 52 Arbalest. So, if you can get away with a big eco, not be punished, you're going to go for that option. Hart drops a castle here. Leary's getting his imp upgrades now. Amazing recovery from Leary after losing his crossbowman there. What made that shot against Leary so amazing is that it was like, not only was it a satisfying boom, which you rarely see at high level AoE, but it was a satisfying splat against the player you never see it happen against. Right? Is against Leary. I like the call from Hera here. Again, his military isn't really needed now that it's full Arbalest from Leary with these numbers. So I think he's going to sling Hart into this game. He's getting coinage. He'll probably get banking. And then you just give Hart all your resources. I mean, Hart will have more villagers than Jordan and will be in the Imperial Age. And the few Hussars that Hera does have, he will toss in here against the skirms. The few monks that Hart does have, he'll have here for any Iron Pagodas from Doubt. Doubt does have elite Iron Pagoda. He's got 27 of them. He got through. He got through. I'm not sure how he got through. He gets into the back. Another chance here for Onimaru, maybe. And, oh my goodness, Hera. Hera's got so many vills. Hera's just going to drop castles here. I mean, again, like, technically Hera should have more military. He's dropping the castles to defend. He will take some eco losses. That, I guess, will give him more military pop space. If Hera went 140 eco and had army right here, it's game over right now. They're going to lose the vills to the... He's going to lose vills to the Iron Pagoda. Lots of idle time as well. So his eco won't actually feel strong because he's... So many of his villagers are not working. And it's Imperial Skirm from Jordan, so... There's chances here. And gates are needed because there's a gap here. Nice gate. Still gaps on this direction, but Andy seems to notice it. Hera wondering why the pathing is all screwy here. You don't want the Hussars getting into the back yet again here, Andy. Nice gate. There's still a gap, though. That's going to be a nice fight there from Hera. Should deny the castle. Should kill the Hussars. No army from Hera here. Like, where is Hera's military? Again, I was finding, like, every reason I could to explain why he didn't have military. But now I'm sitting here again like, bro, you got to have some military. He's going to go Boyar now. I think Andy will eventually complete this castle. Doubt's defending it. I mean, Boyar is an amazing unit. Takes a little bit of time to get the switch. He's got the units in queue now. They're not elite yet, but he should have the resources eventually for elite. How do Iron Pagodas do against elite Boyars? Does anyone know? I haven't seen it too frequently. I feel like... I think it should be close, right? Because the Iron Pagodas block the first hit. But then from there, the Boyars have so much melee armor. I think the Boyars are the superior unit. And you have 70 Arbs from Leary. And we have 0 Arbalest from Jordan. So, like, Jordan's skirms do 1 damage a hit against the Boyars. I think the army should be superior for vitality. And that's before we factor in Hart being in the game. At Jordan going skirm, it's just not a very typical team game thing. Because if you go for a trash unit in team games, there's a gold unit on the other side that can smash it, right? That's why you don't see pikemen a lot. Because there's always archers, too. It's more of a 1v1 move. But I guess he is Vietnamese. Let's see. Hera has the upgrades now. He's got more military than he has, and he'll take the fight. Again, half the army in theory for Vanguard does not contribute very nicely here because it skirms. Inspecting. Boyars are crushing. Boyars crushed the Iron Pagoda. That was my read anyways. It could have been because the Arbalest were in there. Jordan did focus fire down a lot of the Arbs. Population's still pretty close, apparently. And let's not forget that freaking Andy's got a pretty good population, and maybe he could make military. And actually, maybe he could end up making, maybe he ends up making more composite bowmen because they ignore armor. It kind of held the line here. I mean, they didn't lose a ton of grounds. And Hera's eco count will climb again because he's adding trade. He'll reach a stage where he'll delete eco eventually, but it's still an overboom situation from Hera, which has been the theme. And Jordan's still making the Imperial Age skirms. Teams are walled along the sides. This could be a very, very, very long game. Remember, we haven't seen Hart make any contribution for the team beyond walls. There's a question of what you make. Obviously, monks with Aztecs, you could go Siege Onager. I think that's your long-term play is like monks, Siege Onager. He's going to make pikes with the +8 attack, but he needs time to get to the +8 attack. Hera's super locked down and defended on this side. He's super locked down and defended on this side. Like, they've got fortifications up, both teams. We might be here a while. Unless someone breaks the front right now, we might be here a long while. Doubt doesn't have the numbers. And I think Doubt's eco is struggling. I'm not seeing the Boyars here. Or, sorry, the Iron Pagodas. I am seeing Boyars here. And Doubt just doesn't have a big unit queue right now. And now there's going to be some siege from Leary, too, so they can start to break the fortifications. Yep, maybe I spoke too soon. This is kind of how I thought it was going to go before. Was that the Boyars and the Arbs were just going to completely crush. Yeah, Hart's here now. Castle from Hart's going to go forward. They just need a couple more trebuchets from the team, and they'll take down these fortifications. I didn't realize Andy was still in Castle Age, too. Yeah, Andy can't contribute. It's all Jordan, and it's all Doubt. And Doubt's units have just melted too quickly. Yeah, I think this might be Vitality's game, finally. I just looked at the setup, like the fortifications. It felt like if it stalls out, we start to compare the uber late games and the trade situations. But really, just the opening was just so smooth from Vitality. They were so far ahead. It's kind of the goal, I guess, to get so far ahead where you can make a mistake or two and it doesn't really matter. Like, and any of the perceived mistakes were always good long-term things like economy and trade, right? And defensive castles. Like, that's never really going to be bad. That's only bad if your team does get crushed. Doubt's now having the population issues that Hera was having. Because you just need such big economies for the Cav. Imp is back here for Andy, so he will make it to Imp. But, like, Imp into what, bro? Imp into what? Just click the Pikeman upgrade. He's going to try and play Halb, I guess. I guess that's what Hart's doing on the other side, is Hart's playing infantry. Imp into GG. Yeah, my favorite strat. Classic. I mean, Andy's dropping churches to just delay his death because the churches have a lot of fortification bonuses. Which is like, okay, respectable. Hart actually queued up Faith for a second. He's going to get Heresy instead because he's worried about Andy's monks still. I don't think you can really control monks in this environment. Guys, you know what has really bothered me in some of these games? It's just the lack of trebs when they have a winning army. From some really good teams. Like, they're just so slow to trebs. Like, we have 2 from Hart, 2 from Leary. Imagine if they just doubled those numbers. Like, they've had the better army for, like, 10 minutes here, man. We're going to have elephants from Jordan. Ooh, okay. I mean, it's Vietnamese elephants. Unfortunately, he doesn't have a castle, so he can't get Chatras for the extra HP. And oh, Jordan! Well, he's just freeing up pop space, boys. You can't make a lot of elephants if you don't have the population space for elephants. Calculated from Jordan, clearly. I'm guessing he was maybe a little bit distracted, but that was bad. And that was even worse than what happened to Leary earlier. And he doesn't have the economy for it. He spent a lot of time rebounding. Hera's into the back. Hera's going to share resources with Hart, so Hart can get all the tech that he needs. Exactly what you should be doing here. Huge numbers of Boyars now from Hera. Always has been huge army count for Leary here. And 50 seconds away from Siege Onager for Hart. Again, like, the Trebs are slowly doing the job. It's actually going to be Rams as well from Leary. They just got to break the front line here. But I think the raids have also been enough. Like, everyone's been hit by these Boyar raids. Faith as well from Hart. That just tells you how rich he is, right? Because you already have Heresy, which is 1,000 golds. That's pretty much all you need, because your unit just dies, so it can't turn around and, like, splat your ally. You get Faith as well, just so you can resist the conversion. That's just because you don't know what else to do with your res, right? You're in such a good spot. And I think Hera could have also opted for Siege Onager, but if you have Hart doing it, that should be fine. And the Chadras tech isn't even that expensive. It makes me really sad to see the elephants at 320 HP. T90 Unk would not approve. But I think Jordan just has to fight this back now because they're under such pressure. It still is a tanky unit without that upgrade. He doesn't have a castle to get the upgrade in the first place, and it's just not quite enough there against the Boyars, the Pikes, the Siege Onagers, and Hera into the back yet again. I think, like, you know, I've said this a lot about Onimaru Vanguard. Their openings are the questionable thing for me, right? Like, the mid game, it was a nice job coming back, getting to the late game after they were behind. I mean, respectable game, really fun match. But from their perspective, I feel like the theme always is the questioning on the start of the game for Onimaru Vanguard. Vitality, it might actually be the opposite. Like, their openings are always super smooth, but how they adapt throughout the late game has been the weakness for their team. So it's an interesting one as we go into the next 3 games. But Vitality benefited from their opening hugely because they had so much activity and so much army on the field. And they take the first win. So Vitality desperate for wins. They go to frontline where they just seem to be very, very comfortable here. The KD for the whole team except for Hart was awesome. Even Leary had a good KD after he got half his army splatted in Castle Age. Obviously, Hera was greed mode and shared some of that greed with his allies. Sent quite a few resources over to Hart. But, like, for me, the big one here is just Doubt. Doubt wanted to go fast castle into a castle. Never really clicked for me to do that here, but maybe just worked better in practice or something, right? I've seen multiple teams pick Jurchens to play Iron Pagodas. So far today, it hasn't been working. I'm not going to let that fully change my opinion on the unit. I think the unit is very good. Could just be some execution things, but it feels like Boyars and Paladins have still been able to match up pretty nicely against it today. Brugman says, is Hera the best eco player, question mark? I mean, there's not many players in the world that are just going to let their teammates die on the front as they're at 170 eco pop like Hera there. So in that sense, yes. I mean, Hera's, he's very well-rounded, right? So he's good with eco, he's good with other things as well. I think players could maybe be on par with him with eco and then maybe slightly behind him in some other category, but Hera's eco is definitely his strength. At least in team games, he loves a really big boom. I think it could create some problems for the team if there's some aggression potentially. But the openings have to be better for Vanguard. I was not impressed with the opening. But I think it's just a map that they're not specialized for. What they are specialized for is like the super late game situations, the maps where they can't be attacked by multiple people, the maps that can turn into towers and navy and walls maybe. That's where they're probably going to shine. And it'll be game 2 Onimaru Vanguard versus Vitality. We'll get right into it now. Let's go. Yeah, so like, we question some things, right? Because Vanguard loses. But the reality is, that's Vitality's best home map. And so this now is one of the best home maps. There's 2 home maps for Onimaru. Now it's their turn. On this map, you've got the one area where you can have the attack on land. And that is random. So they're going to have to scout to determine that it is on Andy's side. So Andy is against Hart yet again here on Crescent. Behind Andy, you've got Doubts. Doubts playing as the Chinese. And then we've got the Dravidians for Jordan. And Jordan, probably just a primary water player because there's no way for him to access the others on land. So this is one of those rare maps where, while it is team positions, you pick your color to determine your position. You don't know who's actually going to be the true flank until you're into the game. It could have been either one. And I think they would have maybe wanted to have Leary as the flank, but Hart has played it pretty consistently as well, and Leary's Vikings. Leary will probably play full water. Hera is Italians. I've noticed Vitality really prioritize the water early. Most teams have been going for knights from the pocket, but like where you dock, where you prioritize the fishing ships is important to pay attention to. So, yo, Routine Tom, thanks for the resub. Welcome. Zara says T90. From all the testing I did with Iron Pagoda, it's one of the strongest calves in Castle Age, but falls off an imp. Yeah, makes sense. The thing about the Iron Pagoda in the previous game, though, was that Hart had monks. So give Hart a lot of credit because Hart had siege and monks, which let them hold from that push. So while we can question the Iron Pagodas, it's like Hart goes fast castle on the front like that after some laming really, really well. And my mod's calling some of my viewers impatient raisins right now, as the gambling addicts are asking for channel points. I've never heard someone call a Twitch chatter a raisin. I kind of like that, you know? Because there can be some really good and some really bad raisins. I haven't had raisins in a while, but damn. Anyways, have fun with your channel points. I think the mods are going to help you out. Sorry my mods insulted you. I'll talk to them later. That's horrible. How dare they? Yeah, my feeling, guys, is that with really good teams, you cannot finish games fast on this map. You can get leads, but the games don't end. So I think they're drafting around crazy good naval units and like traction trebs and towers and things, right? So I think we have Wu. Don't Chinese also get Luchuans? So we've got Wu and Chinese that get Luchuans on Onimaru's team. You've got Shu on this team that also gets Luchuans. And I've talked about how I really like having traction trebs available on the like the front flanks, and that's what they have here, Shu versus Wu. So now you got to get there. There's a lot of gameplay that has to happen before, but yeah. Also, really embarrassing timing. But I got to step away here for a minute. I'll be right back. What we're gonna focus on is we're gonna focus on Hera's scout, because Hera will never lose his scout. All right. So Hera's gonna show us around. I'll be right back. Thank you for the primes. I'll be right back. It's gonna be a long game, so quick break. Okay. I expected Hera to stay with his teammate, guys. What's going on? I expected him to be here with his teammate. I should have followed Heart Scout. I guess Hera's still in Dark Age, so he would maybe lose his scout if he did that. Hart trying to pressure here with the Man-at-Arms against Andy. And Andy knew it was coming. Andy honestly weakened a lot of these Man-at-Arms, though, and Hart didn't get the value that he wanted. Might have missed something. Doesn't look like the Man-at-Arms got many kills. And the Vils, the Militia, mostly deal with this army for Andy. He went for some big walls, and he's got Man-at-Arms over at Hart's base, too. Dang. So lots of multitasking between these two. And these two have the hard work again of, like, being the ones that get consistently pressured. Starting scouts from Leary and Hera. Now that at least one of them's in the feudal age, will come in and try and pressure. But, oh, we also have scout support from Doubt. So Doubt is out of the stable to chip in. And it'll essentially be 2 people on lands working against Hart. So Hart's going to be playing 1v2. Hera is just adding eco and mainly the water. And he's fish boomed on the backside. He's fish boomed the front side as well. Now, another opinion I have is that on any map that incorporates fish with the current water balance is you just have to add fish all the time. Fish, 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 fish. They've removed a lot of the abilities to punish it, in my opinion. And so Hera's doing the right thing here. If Jordan shows up with some Navy, then it can become a problem. But I think Hera could communicate to this. He can communicate this to his ally and just say, hey, like, I need some ships over here. Leary's over here fighting on water. The other thing Hera can do is he can just shift into water himself. You have the ability to just garrison your dock. You fire arrows instantly. And so here is Hera playing no military, and he hasn't actually lost anything yet because of it. And he just rotates the fishing ships in and out. Jordan's probably going to lose this fire, and Hera hops out with 1 Hawk, and you're not punished. So it's really, really strong to just add fishing ships everywhere. And it's also kind of hard to do that if you also have the land army right now. So Doubt can't do that nearly to the same level. Nice defense there from Hera. Here, Leary's kind of stuck at the choke point, which does make it hard to support Hera in the middle, but I guess Hera will need to make his own navy there. Archers and scouts moving around this way. Now, where this could get a little dangerous is if the archers and scouts, they bypass Hart and they move directly over to Hera, right? Because Hera's already thinking about a little bit of navy and has to because Jordan's going there. But Jordan can't go there because you got Leary here all the time too. So it's just really tricky to know what direction to go. Good micro from Jordan there. That was really nice runner micro with the fires. Jordan really likes his fires, I've noticed, in these water maps. Leary always likes the ranged units, so he likes the galleys. Fires are supposed to be better than the galleys, but when you have Leary controlling the galleys and you just have a couple Hawks in front, I typically like Leary's position, and yeah, Leary's doing well there. Meanwhile, there is some Navy on the backside from Andy and also from Hart. And the scouts and the archers, I don't know where they've gone. The scouts are actually over here. So they've looped around Hera's base. Hera's on double stable, by the way, so in Castle Age he can make knights. And most of the Vitality players are walled. Yeah. So smart understanding that the land pressure could come their way. And luckily, they know how to wall their base, right? Oh, this is so good for Doubt. That's so good. 1 hole for Leary. And now the scouts can run in with good upgrades. And Leary's got a house wall everything, man. Even just having to place the house walls is so bad for his eco and so bad for his military focus. Hera's Hawks will come in and help against Jordan, though. Hera's in the Castle Age. Hera can make knights. And Vitality's economy, not as strong as it once was. Doubt's been adding fishing ships behind all this, right? Jordan runs in randomly, which is kind of funny. I think if they have the Castle Age players playing water, Jordan might have some problems here. Leary's already taken down a dock. Hera's going to have the Hawks over here. So it's really tough for Jordan, and it's impossible for Doubt to fish. Right? Doubt can't fish the front because Hera's going to be here. So pretty cool from Hera. He's going to be doing 2 different things. He'll be playing water, and he'll be playing knights. I think the initial knights will not go where he wanted them to go. He's going to have to go help Leary. That's why this knight is here. But the Hawks are doing a great job. And Leary can now go this way and then kill all of Doubt's fish. Like, there is a very good chance that Doubt will have 0 fishing ships in like 5 minutes. He's going to lose everything. My Hera will drop the town centers to boom. Light Cav upgrades in, and Hart has a hole now. Frustrating, but it might not be the end of the world. Hart will lose a lot of villagers here. Yikes, he loses almost the whole wood line, but Hera was there to help. It will clear it. On the water, Hart needs to be careful. Andy actually built a forward dock there. Doubt's fishing ship, still an issue. And it's only going to get worse for him. He's losing fish here. He will save them in the last second. But they're still losing fish over here. And now Leary is just advancing this way. And so Doubt won't be able to fish there either. Like, Doubt's eco is going to be so far behind Hera's, it's not even funny. And archers from Hart killed a couple villagers here from Andy, who does have some archers of his own. And will have Navy as well. Andy and Hart have been pretty close this game. AW2's the bomb says, is it me or do they make Hart the whipping boy? Well, that's one way to say it. I think it's part of the strategy. And Hart doesn't get enough credit, in my opinion. Hart is almost always the one who's going through all the crazy pressure. So Leary and Hera can have as free a game as possible. And that's a really difficult role to play. Because if you get broken, all that pressure bleeds into your allies and it ruins the whole strategy, right? So you need a sacrificial lamb for the team. Hart also gets the weakest civs every time. And all the best civs and positions go to the other two teammates. So I give Hart a lot of respect. Every good team has that player. And like you see LY do that with Lix a lot. Lix gets those civs. Yo and Vivi get some of the better civs. Just a reminder, even though I think Hera's position is a bit better than Doubt's, as Doubt's still struggling to fish and Andy might struggle to fish, that the games rarely end quickly on this map. So on some level, it does maybe come back to what you draft. It's really hard to end games. I saw Vitality once. They had Vikings. They had such a big lead. I think it was Hera with Vikings. But then it just hit the point of the game where they couldn't win it by just getting a faster imp. And then Vikings looked kind of rough because you can't just play full water and... Oh, God, Jordan! Was that intentional that he ran in there, or was it just a lack of a patrol? He's back on water a little. Knights running around from Hera. Doubt here in support of Andy. Not bad. Also, there's a random villa up here from freaking Andy. Walling in the gold, which I think is a really good move. Leary's Navy came all the way to Andy. So bye-bye Andy's fishing eco. And Doubt was able to save some of his fishing eco, but it hasn't been easy. I think Hart can come in from this side and kill the rest of Andy's fishing eco. I like this from Jordan, though. Like, the occasional fire ships pressuring Hera's fishing economy. Even though Hera has Navy of his own, Hera might make a mistake every now and then because he is focused on a lot. Harsh Yoshi says, is that Hart's role or do opponents target him considering they're not be able to do damage to here? No. It's definitely the role. It's definitely the role. It's not that. Like, the goal, like, if you watch how Tag played, like, you do everything you can to get some pressure on Leary and Hera, but typically they formulate the strategy so Leary and Hera don't get positioned, right? Like, the previous game was an obvious example because you have frontline, so they just put Hart on the front and let him deal with the chaos. So, all right, Hera loses some fish. Nice job, Jordan. I think that's huge because you don't want Hera to get to imp faster and just steamroll. I still think that's a very good reality. A very good possibility, rather. Andy's kind of in the punching bag. He has been supported by Doubt. Doubt's got knights around. Jordan, he's way behind Leary, though. And Leary's Vikings, so in some ways that's to be expected, but Leary's got a ridiculous setup right now. He just completely won water. And he got to Doubt with it. He got down here to Andy with it, too. And then Hera's dealing with the water in the middle. And Hart's playing crossbows. And Hart is at the very least even with Andy, I would say, which is acceptable. I think Villager that was back here got converted, by the way. I don't think she's still around. I think It depends how you view the matchup, but Vitality has two choices here because they're going to make it to the Imperial Age faster. You're always going to upgrade your ships. You're always going to add a couple cannon galleons. But do you do something more than that and try and transport and build barracks and stables over here to end the game on land? Or I think the other alternative is you just have faith in your civs in the late game and you trade side to side and you just like camp with towers and ships and whatnot. Depends how they view the matchup. Because I think Chinese and Wu and Dravidians are just better overall with water and towers. So there is a little bit of urgency to end the game quickly, but amazing job from Hera, Leary, Hart. And they're just kind of exploding in population right now. Jordan especially struggling, and it's only going to get worse. Because this whole game where he tries to send in a random fire or a random Hulk to disrupt Hera's fish, that's not going to matter anymore. Hera doesn't need his fishing eco much longer. He already has 100 so vills. I think this needs to be communicated. Doubt was able to slip through the cracks. Gets into Hera's base. Hera will see it. And he says, welcome! Welcome to my base, sir! Welcome to my base! I mean, he's making more knights here, so he just needs to give himself a second, then he can deal with that. Knights from Doubt in the back, going down to some of Hart's crossbows that Hart was able to sneak in. Again, really nice play from Hart. He's actually ramming down the walls already. And yeah, Hera just has to wait until he has enough knights to go in there and kill Doubt's army, so Doubt doesn't do much with the raid. And we got a transport from Leary. Yeah, I think this is a good adaptation. Because Vikings have crap towers. Viking Navy's really good, but it might not be as good as people think it is compared to some civilizations with Shipwright and Lu Xuans. And oh god, Jordan is counter-castling? Well, Leary's is going up. Jordan's will actually go up as well. And he's dropping a siege workshop. He might try some elephant rams, and he might try and petard this down because they're right next to each other here. The T90 Vikings have full upgrades on their towers, don't they? Nope. They do not. I think they get guard tower, and they probably miss a couple other techs, but I don't think they get keep. I don't know if they get all the fortification bonuses either. I think their towers are just, like I said, I just don't think they're nearly as good as some of the other Civs towers. This is kind of nice for Jordan, because you might be able to petard this down before too many traps come out. But actually going from the bottom to the top when ungarrisoning petards is sometimes bugged. Let's see where the petard hops out. Let's see. Yeah, okay, it's not hitting. That's twice in a row now. It doesn't go from the north. It comes out from, like, the side. I've had some conversations about this and seen some players complain about this. In this exact direction, the petard doesn't hop out the way you want. So his first two petards actually just died without hitting the castle. Look, see, it comes out the left side. Oh, God, that's so bad for Jordan. So, yeah, instinctively, he's gone for the petards there, which would work in a different castle orientation, but the pathing is weird, which means the castle might just fully stay up. Leary's cramming archery ranges onto the enemy island here to use Arbalest as well. And Leary, with 2 trebs, he should be able to take this castle down before he loses his own. Could be wrong on that. Hera's got Cavalier now. Doubt's about to be an imp, hoping for that as well. Andy's got a hold. Andy 3 minutes away from imp. Hart will be an imp in 30 seconds. And Hart already dropping the siege workshops. He's already dropping the gates and the walls here, so the enemies can't pass. Vitality are just so far ahead right now. And they just have been. They just have been. Like, I think where this game needed to change for Vanguard is they needed the double land pressure to do more, right? Like, the scouts and archers didn't accomplish a ton. And so as Doubt makes military, Hera just added fishing ships and went to Castle Age, and that's kind of been the difference here. The Hera did do a good job to shift into military in Castle Age, but I think double feudal age military on this map is not good. If one player go for it, but I think you just need to spam fish. As unexciting as that sounds for people who really want to make the military. Ender says Jordan's playing so bad in both games. I don't know if Jordan's played bad. The issue here, right, is that, like, Jordan, he's up against Leary, who's, you know, one of the players you want in the 1v1 position, so that's a lot of pressure. But then he had a job of trying to disrupt Hera, and so I think he got split focus because he had to disrupt 2 people. Obviously, now it's not going to look good, but I think it comes back to Jordan was supposed to basically 1v2 on water, and it was a very tough task. Hey, we got dragons. Doesn't look... Well, if it kind of looks like a dragon on the end there. We got dragon boats from Doubt, so Doubt will try and come back onto the water now. But Jordan is cooked. Like, he is thoroughly cooked. He is... If he were a steak, he would be well done right now on land. Which, I don't know how many of you guys eat steak, but well done is that's not what you want for this steak, right? Don't be that guy that gets your steak well done, all right? That's just ridiculous. Buildings are going to go down. Jordan will try with bomber cannons, which Vikings do not get themselves. Doubt will be pushed onto land. This is... This is the least efficient wood economy. It's a job fair, guys. They overhired. They overhired at Jordan's Woodline. Oh my god. I mean, Hera's here with Hart. They're pushing with traction trebs against Andy. They're literally ahead everywhere. They're ahead on water. They're ahead on land. They're ahead with eco. Usually it's either or, right? Vitality just a step up. Just simply a step up. And in hindsight, while I do like the civilizations that Onimaru picked, maybe Crescent isn't the best of maps because it allows Hera to be super greedy, which he's shown he really has a tendency to do. Hard to say. It's always hard to say, like, how much of it is just the other team being really, 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 really good. Right? And so they exploit mistakes, right? Or a completely normal play could be seen as a mistake. A play that worked 10 times in practice just looks like a mistake because the other team can slightly out-execute. Well played from Vitality. This is the Vitality we expected. Dominant, well-rounded. This is the Vitality we didn't see yet in this tournament, in the main event. But this could turn around fast. Like, if Vitality loses the next 2 games, they'll consider this a disappointment. They need at least 3 wins in this playoff 4 to be within reach of that top 4, which is going to be their goal. Jordan is just like... Jordan's like, I can offer you guys positive words of inspiration. Like, Jordan's playing skirms again. But it still doesn't stop the base from getting destroyed by the trebuchets. Jordan's in a rough spot. Andy's in a rough spot. There's not much to really be done at this point. Doubt is going to make the Lushwans. So he's got the Lushwans over here. Hera will try and dive close to them. Might not be able to kill these. But I don't know how much it matters. Like, you have the Lushwans, and then Leary will just take your base. So... The Lushwans are gonna do what? I was looking for something there because this game became really boring because Vitality was 200 population ahead. Well played to Vitality. Yeah, if I were to just like summarize the build decisions, right? You have Jordan and Leary, they both go water. You have Hart and Andy, they basically mirrored each other. And it was very similar. We had land approach. We had water mix. And then Hera said, I know it's a war game, but I'm going to spam 15 more fishing ships. And Doubt said, I'm going to make army. And so that army needs to get payoff, which, you know, he tried to do, wasn't able to do, which nice hold from Hart, because Hart had to hold 1v2, right? And then Jordan was like being told by Doubt, oh, Hera's being greedy. We got to punish him. So he goes to go punish Hera. And then Leary's like, haha, that's funny. You don't have all your ships here? You're dead now, right? So, like, in the end, and this is just my overall feeling on the water meta these days, is it always circles back to, I think you just got to make the fish. You just got to make the fish, and you just don't make the army, both on, like, maybe on water or on land. And I think Hera did a really good job there. And then Hera he did make the big assessment from Hera was he's got to make the knights when he's in Castle Age and not wait. Which maybe in the previous game he might have waited. That was very good. The second he got to Castle Age, he had the knights out, and he was able to support. But I like the fact he went knights with Italians, because some people might be like, bro, Italians don't get paladin. I don't want to go knights. Doesn't matter. They get fully upgraded cavalier. They have really good water bonuses. So I think that's really good. That could have been an option there. 2-0 for 2-0 for Vitality. I also think you can play the same style with Chinese, but, like, do you want to play the same meta as Vitality if you're the underdog? Probably not. So Vanguard went for the land initiative. They just needed to find the payoff. And actually, the more I think about it, they spent a lot of time in Andy's base with the Man-at-Arms engagement. They needed to be stopping Hart from walling with the Man-at-Arms, and they needed to have the scouts on the walls there. I think that's... Yeah, that's what you need. And I didn't watch it because I was peeing. So I don't know how that happened where Andy was going defensive Man-at-Arms at his base, and, like, he was under pressure. In theory, they should have Man-at-Arms meeting in, like, the middle. Then Doubt's there with the scouts. Then, you know, Hart's under a little bit more pressure. But, like, Hart was able to be fully walled. Maybe Andy didn't have the best of openings there compared to Hart. I'd have to review, but we're not going to get that far into it because we got another game to get into. So, but all these tiny things matter, man, which is what makes Age of Empires the best and also the most frustrating game to play. Because even if it's the same map, the same build that you've done a bunch of different times, slightly different aspects could change the whole flow of the game, man. So it's what keeps us around here. It's why last night I said one more game at almost midnight and then had a game that went over 3 hours where over 7,000 units died, and then I died. And then it was 2:30 a.m. I wasn't in bed yet. I lost the game. And then this morning I had a headache. And yeah, that's why we're here, right? It's great. We love it. Thank you for the support, everyone. Thank you, Wafflecopter, for the 26 months. Thank you, Rock Paper Deluxe, for the 15 months. Thank you, Citrus, for the Prime. The worst part about that 3-hour painful game, the worst part about it is I had convinced myself that I could do it because I had 4 relics. And despite having a crappy Civ matchup, and I was killing a bunch of Vills, I rewatched it. My opponent literally had 500 Hussars in queue. 500. So I'm thinking I'm doing this, but he had 500 Hussars in queue the entire game. So at one point, I took him down to 40 Vills, and he just had 160 Hussars. So painful. I'm going to show you, because some of you guys, we can't hop into the next game yet. Some of you guys didn't hear the story before. Why can I not show this image? Let me just show you this screenshot from the end of this game. And then we'll be in game number 3. It was so painful. Yeah, here's the stats at the end. Just look bottom left. 3,000 kills and 3,200 deaths. Eco KD, 534 to 610. I had 18k gold from my relics. And yeah, it was just a really painful game. Basically, almost all the trees were gone at this point. Like, I was sniping town centers with Hussars, and so was he. It got to the point I would see a farm that wasn't, like, didn't start to be seeded yet, and I'd snipe it with a Hussar, and I'd be like, ooh, that's profit, baby. Painful. Yeah, that's why I was up all night. Because of that stupid game. Do your cats keep you company during these sessions? I can't really let the cats in here because the cats will, the cats, they associate this place with, like, being bad because they're not allowed in. So the second the room is open, they now, like, can't chill in here. They're like, they gotta party in the office while they still can. So I used to just let the one cat chill. Some of my viewers will remember he would sit behind me. But then we got a kitten, and so we couldn't let the kitten in here because she was just messing with cables and stuff. And there's nothing worse than just having a random like cable chewed. So yeah, to answer the question, we don't have the cats in the room. All right, welcome in, guys. Vanguard needs some wins. Vanguard need 2 wins, I'd say minimum. And well, we'll see how it goes. Jordan, they paused here. He says, I have no wood on the screen. Heart says normal, same for me, apparently. And so they're just going to play on. Jordan doesn't feel like his wood situation is good. Now, we've seen players run to the front and try and get some elephants here. Let me look. I mean, Heart's got more wood around, right?
Okay.
So Heart's got more wood around 100%. But it's not like the wood is like super plentiful. But it seems like it's maybe a little bit more normal here. The problem is, by the way, so like the players, this is covered as Rex. And they have to do private Rex so there's no spoilers. But that means admins can't look at the map. And admins can't play a role here. So it's just purely like player discussion, right? I mean, Jordan, it feels like he probably wanted a wood line like here. But he's got the wood line back here. This wood line's pretty far. It does feel like it's a little bit further. Certainly unfortunate. Jordan's Bohemians. Down here, we've got Doubt playing as the Way. In the purple, then, we've got Andy playing as the Japanese. Andy will almost always play full water and adapt from there. Super good in the late game with the towers. Might see Cav Archers from the Japanese. But I would expect Andy to play water. On the other side, again, you got a forward position. Who's playing? Heart. Hart will play the forward position for the team. He's dropping the barracks now with the Burmese to play man-at-arms. And then you've got Hera in the blue. Hera playing as the Lithuanians. And then in the teal, we've got Koreans for Leary. So, I mean, I haven't seen Vitality play this map too frequently with success. I remember the game against Tag where they got completely disrupted. But they got disrupted because you had early infantry pressure from Mihai. So maybe they're going to take a page out of Tag's book. Hart will try and do that here with the Burmese. Jordan has, in multiple instances, tried to go fast castle in this position. I think he tried fast castle. Like, oh, actually, he went scouts. I don't know. I don't know what it is. But when I think Bohemians, because I saw fast castle Magyars and fast castle with Bohemians, Jordan's going to want that food. So we might see him go to stone. Hera being Lithuanians, I mean, long-term is going to spam Latus like crazy. He'll try and play it like he did play the Slavs earlier. And Lewis in chat says, Hart is a huge liar. Bro, calm down. Calm down. You're being way too extreme right now. At the time, Hart didn't have any of his woodlines scouted, which is what they were referring to, right? Hart's wood lines is slightly closer, but when the game started, he couldn't see. He had no wood on screen, which is exactly what they were talking about. Chill out, bro. It's all good. Kumana, thanks for the 5 months. In Twitch chat says, another month, another missed sub. Frowny face. Can we get some frowny faces in the chat to acknowledge Kumana's missed sub? Kumana, give me a second, all right? I'm dealing with unruly chatters. I'm casting the game, trying to break it down. We've got some 3v3s. I'll get to you. Thank you for the 5 months. Frowny faces in the chat. Thank you again, Wafflecopter. If you didn't hear me say thank you, Killer Caesar. And here come the militia. And yeah, Jordan is... I mean, he's not feeling comfortable about his wood line. That's brutal. He's going to lose his houses pretty quickly to the man-at-arms because they're Burmese man-at-arms. Especially because the militia can get the hill. He's trying the fast castle, which is, again, risky. Weirdly enough, if he loses his lumber camp, that might actually be a long-time concern, right? I was thinking about this today because I'm playing in a lower division for this tournament. I really feel like this fast castle from the front can be punished through man-at-arms. I think a lot of people are going archers, but like man-at-arms, just you take down their houses, The Huts also have 0 armor, so the Huts just disappear. Like, Jordan's pop spate's going to be horrible. It's just so risky, man. It's so risky. Hera's here with the scout, so he could harass and try and stop the fishing from being common. And I mean, good luck to Jordan trying to get a castle here. I just don't think it's great. I also don't think it's good if you don't have support player. So, like, Doubt isn't making any army to support. Doubt's just going Navy. And Andy's also going full Navy. So, Jordan gets to be the punching bag. And Jordan is hoping. Okay, he kills the scout there from Hera. But he's housed right now. Like, bro, he's housed. Because he lost his houses. And part of the strat is you have to sell the stone. Oh man, Archer goes down there from Heart, which is a little sloppy. Yeah, you're selling the stone to get the gold to go Castle Age. Look, he can't instantly build a market because he doesn't have the wood. What's the straggler tree situation like? 8 wood, 40 wood, 125 wood. I genuinely think Heart should snipe his lumber camp. Especially, maybe that's a little rude. Not that there's anything rude in competition. But like, Jordan did complain about his wood line at the start of the game. They know it's here. You know you've probably done a lot of damage. Jordan's going to eventually get to the castle. So, but oh god, like Jordan's not building the market yet. Bohemians do have a cheaper blacksmith, but this is just so painful for Jordan. There is something to be said to like adapting to your situation. You can make an argument if you have a really bad map for a strat, you shouldn't try and go for the strat, but maps are relatively standardized to the point where you have certain expectations. I'll be honest, I don't really know if the wood lines being better saves this for Jordan. I think that the man-at-arms and the archers just from Heart have just been really strong. But resources are there for Jordan. So we'll make it to the next stage. He's got a little bit of food income. Hera has had scouts, actually, which I haven't seen. So Hera's scouts haven't killed a villager yet from Doubt. Didn't realize Hera shifted into the scouts there. Hera was also making some navy. And Leary's just been making navy, so it's Leary and Andy just playing water wars over here. Hera, against 0 army, is always expected to get a couple villager kills, and he does get 1. And he's gonna make life difficult for Doubt. There's some value in forcing some idle time. Doubt needs to get some spearmen, but the problem is the man-at-arms are here. So if the man-at-arms arrive, spearman defense isn't going to be so easy. Hera on water will continue to hold. He did lose a hawk or 2. Doubt's got the multiple dock productions there, so I think Doubt should be in a better position. And then Leary's moving in towards Andy. Andy's actually moving through the middle now, which is an interesting decision, but he is being chased by Leary, so... Yeah, archers are here as well. Vitality just dishing out some punishment today, man. But there is this... It does feel like there's just a lack of faith from Vanguard that they're as good as this team. And so they always try something risky, right? And so when the risky pay off, everyone applauds it. But then when you lose it, it just kind of, you look a little bit like an underdog. I can relate to that. When I play in tournaments against like a top 20, 30 talent, am I trying to play standard? Am I doing things that like are expected? No, absolutely not. And that exists even in this format. When you've got 9 top teams, you've got 3 to 4 players on both teams, you're looking at different categories of players and different styles, right? Leary's not going for any land units. He's just going for the water. Doubt is shifted on the stone and gold now. He's on the way to Castle Age. He lost his mill. They just forced some towers. That was pretty much it. The castle's up for Jordan. And so we'll have his woods. And the goal would be Hussite wagons. But of course, Ezeko's seen better days. But he has had the fish working, which is less efficient now, but it's still been working. Heart's on the way to Castle Age. I feel like Heart's probably just going to play Monks again. Because there's not any sign that going Monks is bad here. Monks can convert ships. Monks can convert Hussite wagons. Monks can convert Monks. Monks struggle if someone has gone Scouts, and no one has actually gone Scouts. Yeah, I agree that Jordan did a really good job despite the pressures. His Vil count's going to be pretty healthy. It'll be pretty much on par with Hearts. Hera in Castle Age faster than Doubt is the problem, right? Like, he can explode economically. I think Hera might even go 4 TC boom. He drops the second TC right now. He'll mix in the water upgrade, so he'll move down this way to snipe Doubt's fish. And over on the other side, Leary will be faster to Castle Age when compared to Andy. But this game is within reach to turn it around for Onimara Vanguard. Right now, Leary is out hulking. So Andy getting hulked. He'll respond with his own hulks. And it's just full hulks here from Leary. And full hulks from Hera. You got 2 players going hulk. Hulk Tua over here? Because there's 2. I don't know. Probably a lame joke. Leary's like mostly walled, but if there's ever any land army that comes over this way, it's exposed. So I would say maybe you TC in this position just to protect the area, or you just complete the wall. And Jordan's Hussite wagons have yet to play a role, but he is moving forward. Those are actually goats. Never mind. There they are. They're over at Heart's base. Heart will have no support units on land from Hera except for a couple Lightcav. Looks like the Lightcav from Hera have been down here nerding out in Doubt's base. Now Heart's got to go for the monasteries. Luckily, the Burmese are really good at that. Damn, is Hart going to become an amazing arena player in tournaments now? Because they're just giving him monks all the time, man. Aztecs, Burmese. I feel like he's just always turning into the monk player. Titans League Season 6, he's just going to be drafting arena because he's used to it. And then Leary's just going to be drafting islands because he's just been going water. See, Doubt's castle here. He's going to go Tiger Cav. Tiger Cav specializes against, like, archer units. And there's not a single archer on the other side. Now, to be honest, it's a good enough unit in all circumstances. Nice help there from Hart with the archers, but... Leary's going to mix in a turtle ship. Andy has not been able to win the water. Not yet, anyways. But Japanese have some options. 2 TCs there from Andy. 2 TCs from Leary. Economy is still pretty close between those two. Economy is still pretty close overall. Hera will be growing economically because he's going to be on 4 TCs compared to Doubt's 3 town centers. But again, like, Doubt's got the Tiger Cav, so the Tiger Cav could maybe make the difference here. Doubt spending food and gold on that. Hera just saving all of his food and gold to maybe get to the Imperial Age. Does have some monks out. I think he's trying to snag relics. But also, instead of relics, could also be just, like, to convert the Tiger Cav, right? Hart's going to drop a castle there. This is a player who's just not worried about any of the pressure Jordan's sending in. Like, the fact that you could freely move around the map with monks like this just tells you how unconcerned they really are. Imagine if there was any scout presence on the map. Hussite wagons are actually back here. Hart building this, I think, because the water becomes a big thing later. And it protects the front of your base while simultaneously protecting the river. Turtle ships are out. And he's still trying to produce here. Again, Onimara Vanguard, what, 3 points so far this tournament? This will be the 4th round. You get a point per win. Like, they really need to snag. I mean, you snag 1 win, you're still probably outside of the top 4. But you get a win for some confidence. Like, at least you get some confidence getting a win or 2 against Vitality. And then you go in against the lesser teams. Then you start to get the snowball rolling. That water is just not an option anymore for Andy. He's lost it. And the demolition ship upgrade's happening in this dock, but the other one was going for the demos themselves. But maybe demos could change it. Hussite wagons will roll in this way. Tiger Cav will roll in this way. I'll say I'm very confused why Leary just didn't full wall. He's had the whole time He full walled here. Why not just continue a wall there? I don't really get that. Because now, like, help might need to come. Monks might need to turn around and go back towards him. It feels like a little wasteful. But I guess he can manage it. It's not the biggest army ever. But Dowd and Jordan are like, okay, free damage. Speaking of some damage, it looks like Hera killed a couple vills with some light cav. Hera, military count of 4, by the way. And now Dowd has made it into his base. And Jordan's also over here. And the relic is in the gate. I wonder if you could pick that up if you're the enemy. The Hera was bringing in relic number 1. Definitely wants a castle and definitely wants Laetus here. That's obviously a no-brainer here. And Jordan's defended the docks from Andy. Jordan's mixing in his own monks and has converted some monks. And game just got a little bit crazy, man. You got random Hussite wagons and Tiger Cav around the map. Vitality need military. This is the greed again, maybe. And now you got stuff over here. Remember, Heart's being asked to send monks back here now because Leary wasn't walled, and now he's getting raided. So game just got twice as hard for Heart. He's also getting converted in the middle. Oh, man, that was really close. Jordan almost converted some turtle ships, but wasn't able to get the job done. Hera needs military now. Like, okay, congrats. You had your boom. I think a lot of people would suggest you have the military a little bit faster here. It's kind of what Doubt's approach was. Military and then add eco. But Hera still has the eco set up. And the spam's going to be non-stop once the castle completes. And I think the precedent has been, like, you can go military late and eco first and get away with it, right? Hera really should eject or put the monk inside of the TC. Yep, saves the monk. Laetus will come deal with that. Imp on the way for Hera as well. So now the Laetus will be there. Doesn't really have many relics though, which is unfortunate. I wonder if his teammates do. Heart doesn't have any. The Heart's here and converting the wagons from Jordan, which Jordan may end up deleting. Yep. Leary's just got 2 monks in that monastery, so no relics there. And Tiger Cav killing Hera in the middle. So, I don't know how Tiger Cav perform fully against the Laetus. I imagine they're going to lose. But the unit is so good that even though it's designed to be like anti-archer, it still takes pretty decent fights in situations it's not designed for, per se. Still has a lot of HP and a lot of high base attack. Like, the melee armor is just not there, and then the Laetus ignore armor anyways. So, what I'm trying to say, I guess, is, like, it's okay. Which justifies Doubt continuing to make it. Unit is still okay, and you're committed towards it. But I worry because, like, the monks can convert Tiger Cav, 1. It's already happening. Heart's got a lot of monks. Late is the better unit. Hera's going to be an imp. Like 2 and 3. And then 4 is like Burmese can just make super strong halves later too. It's like any type of cav is going to be pretty questionable. Andy and Jordan are off on their own little journey over here. Interesting. And Heart and Hera chasing back Doubt. The stone walls seem to be the plan. Is Jan Bay an option for Doubt? My opinion is like Wei kind of drop off in late game unless you're up against a lot of heavy archer civs. And there's not usually a lot of heavy archers on this map, so I could maybe question the Wei. The thing about Jan Bay is like there's so much worse than cav archer units if the opposing team has it. So I think what makes them strong is their eco in the early game. But yeah, guys, Hera's just gonna feast here, man. Like, he's killing more villagers from Doubt that Doubt did to him the entire game, and Doubt's had more military the entire game. And Doubt is just so exposed. Like, took a big risk being out there. And Jordan is starting a push. He will be an imp. But the wall is going to be denied as well, and this game is just snowballing hard against Onimaru Vanguard. The coordination from Vitality has just been super, super strong. And they've been able to just out-macro every single game. Like, there really has never been a significant moment of weakness for Vitality with military, even with lesser numbers, except for like that big mangonel shot the first game. But I say lesser numbers, like the numbers have been even the whole way through because Leary's got this ridiculous navy. I wonder how we can do against these towers when they're upgraded, though. I feel like you need cannon galleons. He's just dropping towers now to stop Jordan from getting into his base. Meanwhile, Arambai and Latis are just all over Doubt's base, and they're elite Latis, and Doubt is still a minute away from Imperial Age. It's been rough for Vanguard, man. And I think the tough thing is like not the team you want to be up against when you need the wins. Like the sets prior to this would have been the sets that they would have thought they could get the wins. Not this series, right? So ideally they came in here with like 6 or 7 wins. You lose against Vitality and then it's like, all right, we're still fine. But like now this is kind of like must-win territory. And it's not looking good. Doubt trying to go Navy. Ah, yes. Okay, so that could be... Honestly, I completely forgot about the Luchuans. And this team has almost always had, like, Jurchens or Wu or some Luchuansiv. So I think the reason for the way is because Tiger Cav are pretty decent. And then you also have the good Navy. That's probably it. Just, like, popped back into my mind. Jordan, I think, lost all of his monks to the towers and got the other Hussite wagons converted here. So Jordan's army just went down there. He's got stuff to worry about in his base because there's Arambai all around. And just waiting for Hera to add the siege. Hera brings in 4 trebs. Like, Doubt just loses all of his castles and it's over. Hera's going to communicate that there's a lot of navy here from Doubt. I think Leary's just going to wait for some cannon galleons, and then Leary's going to steamroll here. Not sure what this villager's doing here. That's an Andy villager just chilling in the north. Here's an Andy villager built a tower. Here's an Andy villager built a tower. Here's an Andy villager building the tower. I mean, if they try and add trade and they don't realize these towers are up, that trade's just going to die to that. But that's Andy's military contribution because he is too military. He is a demo and a fire ship otherwise. And towers are going to go down. So, and a great awareness from Leary too. He will notice this. I don't know if he'll notice this one, but Hera's going to see it because he's getting attacked by it. And Hera's Latis are still down here knocking on the door. And Hera's dropping towers. Doubt's trying to push this. And break the line so he could come address Leary. But Leary might come his direction and deal with that himself. Latis are elite. And Latis should wreck the Tiger Cav. I know that it's a recent DLC unit. And the Tiger Cav's OP. But the Latis has been OP for a long time, dude. It's an amazing unit. Not only does it ignore armor just naturally. But like, you have crazy base attack. And Doubt is dead. I mean, on land, Doubt is nothing. Doubt cannot deal with this. Jordan's got to come deal with this. So it's now Jordan's job to play cleanup duty. Hart is going to be the one taking care of the tower for his team. So I guess this sneaky villager from Andy will not stick around to do much more. So their trade will be active. And then Leary, I want to see him get elite turtle ship. Leary, if you have respect for this community, which I know you love so dearly, you will get elite turtle ship. Please. Can we please just speak it into existence, chat? Can you all just say elite? I want to see it so bad, dude. They're so golden and epic looking. You really should do it if his main role is water. I mean, it's a big stat boost. We have Shipwright for Andy, so after Shipwright, he's going to spam Navy big time, so he might need the numbers. I will say, like, Vitality just doesn't add siege. I really don't get it. Why they're always so late to siege. Like, how do they not have Trebs on Doubt when they were berating like that? Maybe the map is too big. Yeah, there wasn't enough commitment. Not enough elites in chat. Not space elite. Elite. Elite, not elite. Elite. No, not delete. I mean, Lushwans I know are insanely strong. The latest are no longer getting through because they've just run into walls. The game is stabilized. Hera and Hart don't really know where to go on land. Hoofneets is on the way for Jordan. Vitality have not been able to break this game. They've not been able to break the river, make any progress here. Is there a chance that Vanguard can stabilize it? That's what they did before in the qualifier anyways. Really good at just slowing down the game. Leary's maybe hit a point where he's confused on what to do. And it is a campy map where towers end up being really valuable. Hera's late has come over to help against the Navy. And maybe now Leary will eject with some of his Navy. I don't know. It seems pretty slow. He also doesn't have the speed upgrades, right? Or am I wrong? He doesn't have all the speed upgrades. But he has the first one. Hera's playing a water map like so many of you guys want to play a water map. Let's make land units. Water map, cool. I'm making knights. It's the best way to play a water map. I mean, he made plenty of water in the previous game, so it's just Lithuanians don't really have a lot of options. And the walls have neutralized the cav. And there's Bohemian Halbs. I think there's a very good chance here. Hera and Hart just got very confused. Leary got... I think he thought he had won water. I thought he had won water. Suddenly, Andy's back. The trade set up for Vanguard and everything. It's not perfect, but it's fine. And, like, they're going to start to make some progress. There's the other ship's upgrade for Leary. Do not be surprised if we see more random shenanigans. Look, Jordan came through with a transport ship, and he started to wall up the trade. That stuff like that is what this team is specialists at. Here we go. They made it through a gate. There's a lot of halbs there from Jordan stuck behind his houses, excuse me. Maybe towers in your trade line is what you need right now. If you're team Onimaru. Because Hera's going to run for the trade. Hart's going to stay here so Hera can make the move through. And the trade would be exposed. And it's just starting to get set up, right? It's just at that point. Villagers are going to go down too. The Arambai worked perfectly there. Nice play from Hart and Hera. Leary. I guess his team will lose some villagers in the middle. It's a real shame he doesn't have elite turtle ship. We'll see if he can engage against these Lushwans. Hera's going to feast. And Doubt's busy. That's not Doubt's wall that just got broken in through. So, might be a little late to realizing. Looks like he realizes. But, like, the TC just goes down to these units, right? Hera also trying to break through on this side. He might actually make it through. With villagers, even. But Doubt clears up the Navy from Leary. Leary is no military. But does he need it right now? I think he could probably be fine economically. They're not taking any damage. It might be better for him to just build towers all over the map with Koreans. I'm seeing a lot of blue units from Hera. Getting the raids in, getting the eco in. Now, he can't easily run through the middle with his units. But he's going to try now. You can't easily do this if there's a Navy from Doubt. But if you have any unit that could give it an attempt, it would be the latest. I mean, that's okay, to be honest. Maybe not. It felt okay. I mean, Leary comes in too. Hart's going to be here as well. They're all just going to combine forces. And Andy can't get through this wall from Hart. What a good wall from Hart. Andy's like, I'm going to be there. Meanwhile, Doubt's still getting massacred by Latus. Meanwhile, there's Arambai still running around. And Doubt's Navy's actually going down. Doubt's Navy is actually going down. And if Doubt is to back up here for a second, Hera can just run right through here. This is open now. So the Latus could just run right in this way. Still would like to see like bombard cannons or something from Hera. It's a bit awkward with Lithuanians. You don't get siege ramp, but I think it'd be a good move. Hart gonna fortify up now, even add even more walls. And Leary, yeah, just contributing with a couple fast fires from the middle docks now. And Hera can run through. Doubt throw, question mark? No, I don't think doubt throw. You can't throw if you never had the lead. Right? Was there a point in the game where Onimaru Vanguard had the lead? I don't think they had the lead. They started to claw it back, but they were relying heavily on the walls, and Vitality have been able to break through in a couple different areas. I just think they've been late with Siege. I was expecting more Siege from Vitality than they had added. But now that they're through and the units can run right across that river there, it's just going to be nonstop hell. And Hera's just going to stack towers up. I mean, Doubt was supposed to go full Navy here. And Jordan's got the Halbs. Jordan has to be here to support, but he has to be everywhere. And Halbs are slow. Like, he's sending units back, but it's just going to take a really long time. And then there's just going to be towers there that he's going to need siege for, and that also takes a really long time. There was a little bit of something. I was watching on the mini-map. Doubt was disrupting the trade a little over here. It doesn't look like anything significant happened. Not as significant as this, and not as significant as maybe the progress that was made in the middle. Yeah, this is game-ending damage here. Getting your trade disrupted like this is just brutal. You most likely need to relocate it. And as you try and relocate your trade, if you relocate your trade, it's not working. It's not working as efficiently. You're not getting the distance. Latiss are in over here as well. Yeah, Hera is 1v1 against Doubt right now. And the only positives for Doubt would still be this Navy here, which Leary could maybe deal with. And Leary has War Galley, he's got fast fires, he's got cannon galleons, and he's taking back the water from Andy, yeah. It's just Vitality one step ahead here. All right, Hera loses his market, but he has another market here, so the trade will still run. All these other markets will still work. And in theory, Leary can deal with that. Hufnitsa have made it down here. So what I think should happen, you see Hufnitsa here if you're Hera. Obviously, you try and snipe them, which Jordan shouldn't allow to happen. Okay, you start to lose the towers, and then you're like, all right, all the Hufnitsa are down here. Now we go here. We go, like, middle, right? We go in another area. So you bring siege, you take the gate, and then you're into Jordan's base. And then you just keep making them switch sides. I think that's what you should do. Now, they have a gap, so they're going to run through this gap. Here comes a bunch of army from Hart. I actually think Hart should consider champions, by the way. Burmese champions could go really, really hard here. Because it's mainly Halb as the land units that are out. But yeah, Andy playing full water, full tower still, holding on for the team. And population's pretty close. It's Doubt that needs a pop boost. No engagement for half the army there from Hart. So Hera loses all his army, but the Halbs are superior for the Burmese. And now Jordan. He's going to be fine. Andy will build towers. They're going to get their trade route back. So well played. And Doubt's got a big navy still. And the game doesn't end. You know, might have something to do with the fact that Hera has 172 economy. And he only has 27 military. But maybe he'll eventually delete a couple builds. It's still 30 strong military that could beat your boats. Die, boats, die. Like, it doesn't even feel like they need more military pop space because the units are still doing super well. I mean, Hera's floating a lot of res. In this scenario, you should delete lumberjacks. So delete like 15 lumberjacks. But I actually think on this map, you should, if you have excess eco, you should be buying stone constantly. Aha! Look at that timing. Damn. Bought stone the second I said it. Scripted. Like, it's just a really campy map. So if you have a trade lead, you should buy stone. If it becomes a wood game, you use the trade, you buy wood, right? I don't think it's going to become a wood game yet. But it could get there. Speaking of wood, these things are like 300 wood a piece. Yikes. Yikes. Oh, no. That's going to take down a long time to build back up. Andy's done a nice job. I don't think Leary's having a lot of fun. Like, Andy... Like, first off, just playing water the full game and stacking towers is not what Leary likes to do. But also, Andy's just had this knack for getting back on the water and contributing. Speaking of, he's, like, sneaking in here with towers and trebs all of a sudden. But I think Hart will see this. Also, Hart still doesn't have a lot of military. And Jordan... Ooh... Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Jordan lost a lot of Hoofnitsa there, but he still has some Hoofnitsa around. Is Jordan also overboomed? I don't think so. It's tough with with Halb Hoofnitsa, you can get away with just 50 units. Because if you have like 8 Hoofnitsa and 40 Halbs, in theory, nothing can engage. Harris fixed his overboom a little bit. He deleted a couple vills. Or lost a couple of vills. I'm not sure which. You also have to go based on if you're floating res, right? And no one's like really hugely floating resources. It's just a really big map, and it's been difficult to finish off Onimara Vanguard, which makes me think that they've still got chances because it looked really bad for them. And they've got the loose swans. And guys, like, Hart's build up on the front, his base, his ram push that he's going to attempt here, which might not end up working. That's all right here. Like, Doubt and Jordan are moving together. They've got a score lead. We've got sneaky towers from Andy getting into the trade. Hart's dropping a castle there because he sees this. What's happening? I mean, Hera's got 3k gold, man. You need to have more than 31 military. It just felt so inevitable the entire game that Vitality is going to win this game. If they lose this game, it's going to haunt them. That was so dead. Like, he was so dead. There was a hole in the wall. Like, Jordan's units were so slow to help because they're just so... You know, they're not mobile. But they have made progress, and Hart's getting raided by Halbs. Towers are still going up. And Hart's going to build his own towers here. Kind of funny because it's a watchtower, but they just want to put a stop to this. Hera makes it through over on Andy's side, though. And Leary still has the Navy making progress. Leary and Dowd are going to meet in the middle here. See how these loose swans perform. Military count an issue for Andy because he was playing primarily water. Towers don't show up in the military, so these towers... While they are contributing, they're just not really showing much. Siege Workshop wall's a little ambitious here from Jordan. He's repairing that. I'm sure he's sending Halbs over. And Doubt's Navy's looking pretty damn good right now. And it's a navy of mainly loose swans. And Doubt is gonna... Ah! Your transport! Oh my god, Hera had 2 random Latis there. Doubt almost lost 15 vills. They almost drowned. Doubt wants to drop a castle over here. That would have been a new version of a Doubt castle. He's waiting, though. And I don't know if Hera... Okay, Hera must notice the transport. He's dropping a castle way to the north. Vitality may be panicking right now. I mean, I'd be panicking because I'd be like, wait, we're losing? Like, wait, huh? What? How? Like, we've had this game. It's actually good for Hera to lose trade. He's got 5k gold. They need more military. I've never seen over 50 military from Hera this game. And they've had the resources for it. He's getting fortified wall now. Doubt's still making progress across the river. I mean, Onimaro are going to own the river. And Doubt comes in and just drops towers, which disrupts the trade. What is happening? What is happening? I thought this game was so over, man. The trade is going to be less efficient, which actually hurts the population situation because you think you need more trade then, which means you have less pop overall. Like, the same nightmare can continue in terms of pop efficiency. Here goes Hera with the Latis. And the loose swans is going to roll away here. But look at the towers from Andy, dude. Andy's got towers everywhere. And the Japanese towers are shredding the Latest, actually. Dowd won't care about these villagers. He won't care about these vills whatsoever. He has Hera in the back of his base. That's exactly where he wants to engage against Hera. He has no pressure on his own eco. Hart runs in with champions on the water, gets completely melted. Is this over? Vitality can't find anything here. Vitality cannot find anything. They have no answer to this. The combination from Onimaru is perfect. Maybe turtle ships could have been an answer. Maybe just more military from Hera. Maybe Heart Civ drops off here. I don't know. But they were never able to finish off this team. And Dowd's just stacking. He's like, have fun. Yeah, keep making land units against boats. Have fun with that. This Lushwan just stay away from the shoreline. Oh, man. And Dowd's got another navy in here. Yeah, Lushwans are absolutely OP. I agree. Remember, they drafted 2 Lushwan civs for the previous map, but the game didn't go late. This is maybe the point of the game where Lushwans are going to give Onimaru Vanguard a much-needed victory. And yeah, I mean, look how quickly everything's going down. What a turnaround. What a turnaround. Okay, 56 army from Hera now. He's got Latest. He's going to send them over this way. I feel like he needs a counter punch. Like, I think they haven't gone for any counter punch because they're panicked. And kill this, get into Doubt space, like, just reacting is exactly what the other team is going to want. They're actually stealing wood here, so maybe they think it will become a wood game. Progress being made. Pretty soon, all the towers, all the docks, everything will go down for Leary, and that means more trade position is lost as well. Hera gets a crazy clear there. Crazy clear. I mean, yeah, Latest are going to kill Vills. Does that matter to Andy, I wonder? Because Andy doesn't need Vills. Here comes Hera. Now Hufnita can't swim. Latest can't either. So Hera's going to try and clear up all the Hufnita. At the very least. Can he get them? Okay, he gets them. That's huge. That's huge. That's huge. That's what Vitality needed. They needed a big fight. And now, all of a sudden, we got big army from Hart. We got big army from Hera. They're sharing resources a little bit. Now they're pushing back the middle. Leary's coming back as well. The Lushwan numbers are going down. Doubt does have like 30 in queue. So Doubt's going to replace them. Oh, man, guys. We got to start counting trees. We got to start counting trees. Where's the wood? Where's the wood? The wood is in part of the walls, actually. Yeah, everyone's been walling to the wood. They're running out of trees. They might even start buying wood. And Hera's got 10k. And Hera's not making boats, I guess. All right, Heart's made it across with some rams. I actually think that Jordan isn't prepared. He hasn't made a single hand cannon in this game. He was not prepared to deal with the champions. And we got elephants now from Hart as well. But, I mean, if Doubt just has ships in the middle, they shouldn't be able to pass anymore. Right? 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 Wrong! Man, it's amazing what happens when there's 60 Latest on the field instead of 30. It's just a wild thought. I think Hera deleted Vills finally. Like, he deletes Vills, and they just destroy. And he's able to have units on both sides as well. Doubt getting heated shot. Leary also sneaking docks up over here. Hart with a really nice push against Jordan. It's really not fun for Jordan to engage here. Jordan has queued a lot of hand cannons, though. And once the hand cannons are out, Burmese will struggle a little bit again. Yeah, I think it's just a wood game now. Look where they're chopping wood. Doubt will have, like, no wood. Because these Lushwans are so costly on wood. And he lost so many of them. He's giving up on Lushwans now? He's gonna go Galleon? Well, maybe you just went too crazy. Like, maybe you go 8 Lushwans and then the rest of it's Galleon. Maybe that's the ratio. Whereas, like, a full-on army of Lushwans is maybe too much. I don't know. But he had, like, 40 in queue or 30 in queue, and he either lost them or he canceled them. I can't tell which. Jordan only has 1 range production. Well, that's changing. He had to add the ranges. Remember, he wasn't up against Champion in a serious battle for a very long time here, so... Yeah, Hera bought a lot of stone. He's been buying stone. Andy's been buying stone. Again, while the going's good, you gotta invest, right? You have the gold. Stonks, baby. Buy some stone. Invest now. Because, like, the prices are only gonna get worse. That is not real-life financial advice. Though I could advise you to subscribe to your favorite streamer with Twitch Prime, but, like, yeah, it's the right idea. Because towers all over the map are really good in these late game scenarios. In Hera's case, he's probably just building castles for more Latus, but... Leary even losing the docks is really bad, but he's got 20k wood. Did Hera send him all his wood? Because didn't Hera have 10k? I feel like Hera probably shared some. Thank you, Suspicious Hedgehog, for the Prime. Thank you, Tachi, for the 17 months. What's the return of investment on spending money on streamers, T90? It's... I don't want to share it because it's like it's a secret, you know? If the whole world knows about the ROI, then... if you know, you know, you know? Thank you, Balls McCoy. I mean, I'll try a little bit harder for you guys today. How's that? I don't know. I don't have a good answer. I'm still like kind of blown away that this became a game, right? And now Vitality has turned it right back around. Big raids. And, oh, the champions against the Halbs! And if you clear out the Halbs, then the elephants kill everything else as well. And that's the first time I've seen a Trebuchet this game, it feels like, from Vitality. Trebs to take down the fortifications now. I like it. Leary's won the water over here. More towers are going up from Andy. Wood count is down to 56k. Damn, thanks for the support, guys. Scout's got a lot of Galleons here. And maybe from a pure cost standpoint, Galleon is just better than full Lushwan. Hera's latest number isn't at 60 anymore, but he is through here, and he is dropping a random tower. I mean, even towers around the wood lines make sense. This is where they've been chopping wood pretty clearly, right? Vitality's chopping wood all along here, but there's no real raiding units for Onimaru, and that returns me to my issue with their whole strat in the first place. They got 2 players going Navy. They don't really have land units. The land things I got excited about for Onimaru were building stuff, right? Like building towers and castles. Can you win the game that way? I don't know. You can win the game. Like, the water tower approach leads to really good trades against expensive units. And then it reaches a point where maybe they can't make units anymore if you run out of resources on the map. Look at the wood prices. Crazy wood prices. 500 wood was 1,700 gold. We've entered community game territory right now. But yes, the trade is less efficient now for Onimaru because they lost their corner. Trade is going to be more efficient. Hera thinks about this and will build a new market. Jordan has 10k gold. His team doesn't really need gold, though. And 10k gold sounds like a lot. But when you're buying... Oh, my God! Look at him. He just bought wood and sent it to his teammates. He just spent all of that on wood. 10k gold gone. 10k wood is the new 10k gold, guys. No longer get excited about gold. Gold's value is dipped. It's all about having wood. I think Vitality at very close. Very close. We actually see Elite War Wagon. Man, I wanted to see Elite Turtle Ship so bad. It's similar. They get gold and glowy and badass like these guys do. That's what the turtle ship does. But I guess you need land army if you're Leary because you already have the water. And to come back on water, you need docks. And getting docks is not so easy if you're Andy because all the shoreline is covered by Leary. So Leary's coming. Leary's going to be over here. And Hart and Hera actually back up. I think they want to try and bait these ships out of the choke point, away from the castle. The castle stayed up for Doubt, by the way. Like, the Trebs ended up just getting sniped by the Hufnita, which is maybe why they didn't make them in the first place. Here comes Andy. His contribution will be towers, I guess. I'm guessing Leary's trying to do the same here, but that tower will just go down immediately. Big fight incoming. Big fight incoming. Holy. 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 It's like everyone's beating in the middle for the first time all game. One fight. May the best man win. May the best army win. Let's see. Damn. This is going to be nuts. This is going to be nuts. Everything's converging in the middle. No side shenanigans except for maybe the latest over here from Hera. Might not want to engage if there's Halbs here, but the Halbs, they're being targeted a little bit. Doubt's got Halbs. Doubt attack grounding with the loose swans there as well. Now the elephants are over here. Now the Halbs are needed from Doubt in that area too. The latest will push back the Hufnita. Big engagement. Populations are super even right now, but it's all about the replacing the loose swans for Doubt, right? Like, can Doubt actually make more loose swans? The latest are in there. They've smushed their way in there. The elephants too. And the loose swans are falling. Yeah, I actually think having two players go water will, in the end, mean they run out of wood. And a bonus that I didn't mention that feels very relevant now is Korean warships this whole game cost 20% less wood. So their only water player has saved a bunch of wood. And then we've had two people on this team spamming towers and spamming boats. And like from Hera, from his perspective, his wood just reseeds farms, and that should last a really long time. He actually does need to add more farms eventually, but... yeah, 100 wood is 500 gold right now, and it just continues to climb. Crazy. Yeah, I was thinking that Samurai could be an option for Andy. I actually don't hate Cav Archer from Japanese too. Like, Cav Archer from Japanese is a really good option. I hate the fact that it costs wood, but I think heavy Cav Archer with Japanese should be great against Champion, great against Halbs, and they're also good against some of the ships, right? Like, Hawks die to Cav Archers. Hera's through. Hera's through. He's going to get into that trade. There are a few towers in there. He left a couple latest behind to deny Doubt's redock. Jordan has to chase again. This is where I thought they would lose the game like an hour ago. Is Hera gets through, and then they just have no momentum. And if Hera just sits in that trade, goodbye trade. Now, what it will mean, in some cases, like in Jordan's case, he's going to get 30 hand cannons really fast. But the other players don't really have a lot of units queued. So there's no weird upside to losing your trade because of pop space. Yeah, it's a huge raid. Huge raid. And trade equals gold, which equals wood. Right? Which equals win. Wood equals win. Or stone, I guess. But yeah, they're just buying stuff all the time. So you need to have the gold income. And Doubt's docks are going to go down. Doubt, the only thing that he believes in is coming back on water. And it's looking unlikely. Oh my god, that attack round from Leary was sick. Did you see that? That was an attack round on the stacked fires there. Because he was losing that fight. Another group of Latis. Jordan's got most of his halbs in the back. Another group of Latis come in. Hera stacks up against Hufnita, which is a horrible use of stacking. And his units disappear. Yeah, if your opponent has Hufnita, you do not want to stack all your units on 2 tiles because Hufnita specialize at destroying those 2 tiles. Whoops. All right. Gives them another chance, maybe. Still looking to see if there's anything on the sides beyond just the occasional towers. Like, they built the towers up so they can get their markets back. Onimaru holding the line. They have no wood, though. They have no wood. They're just going to run out of res. Dowd is 36 vills, guys. He's lost so many to the raids today. And now the Latis get a little closer to the Hufnitsa for some revenge. I don't think Hera will get the full clear here, though. It's actually a really poor fight from Hera again. Kind of waiting for some more army from Hart right now. But I don't necessarily think they need to win convincing fights. They just need to not throw away a lot of army to the point where they run out of res, right? 20k wood remaining. That's it on the map. I think a lot of that wood is actually on Vitality's side. I don't really want to be counting trees, but I'm assuming that's the case. Maybe it's even. I can't tell. There's probably some random stumps. There's some wood back here. I mean, Onimaru are desperate. They're starting to really share res around, asking for certain resources. Heavy Cav Archer's in for Andy now. So he'll help out chase down these Latis. Hera just wants to charge at this time and time again. I will say, trade count's actually pretty even. Like, they have the same amount of trade, both teams. Not the same amount of eco, but the same amount of trade. Still feels like military's the problem. But a lot of Heart's military isn't able to get it be incorporated. I guess Doubt is like... I mean, Doubt is out of... He's run out of shoreline to contribute now. Yeah, Leary is 24k wood, exactly. Leary is more wood than the rest of the players combined. Hera has more wood than the other team combined. Heart's got, like, almost as much wood as the other team combined. Like, wood is just a massive, massive disparity right now. And I think, you know, you play a long game, like in the 3-hour game last night, where I didn't want to accept that I was dead, and so I stayed up way too late, and I keep bringing it up because clearly I'm traumatized. In the long games, you want to play on and be sure it's absolutely over. You've invested so much energy and time, and you just don't want to quit until longer than you would typically. It's hard to emotionally come to grips with the fact you just played a game this long and lost. Especially here, it looks like they almost brought it back. They probably felt like they had opportunities. There might have been a lot of, like, real excitement in the voice chat. Like, boys, we're doing it. We're doing it. I'm sure Jordan was going, let's go. I'm joking. I don't think Jordan would do that, but you just don't know. A lot of emotions up and down. Like the populations. But Harris still did some good damage here. He lost a lot of units, but he still did some good damage. And still Vitality, 150 population. Can they go for the finishing blow? I think now they can reach a point where they can go for Trebs. Because Jordan can't switch sides easily. Like, he's coming back to the middle. He's being called to both sides. Like, Jordan's got this death ball that no one can kill, but he can't be everywhere at once. So, yeah, it's really frustrating. Well, I had a tournament to play today. I'm also playing in a 3v3 tournament with same settings in a lower division. And I don't know if I'm going to be there on time. I hope my team is doing well. Hopefully we're winning right now. Obviously, Onimaru, they got to play it out and ensure that they don't have to worry about anyone else's schedule. They're worried about their own point tally here, but I think this is pretty over, and it is over. They call the GG. And, yeah, Vitality figure it out. I think the whole game Vitality had the lead. Is probably surprising for those that watch in the video later that, like, this ended up going on as long as it did, right? Because it was a really nice turnaround. In the end, I think Water was actually a really good play from Onimaru. Like, I think the Lu Schwans were key. It almost just felt like they lacked a little bit more on land. Like, having only Jordan on land when Jordan's such a slow civ, that felt like the problem. Maybe if you have Jordan on land and Jordan's with fast units and he can swing to both sides easily, it's different. But, like, I will give Leary a lot of credit because Leary made a bunch of boats this game, and he was up against Lou Schwans, and he was up against like Andy and Towers, and like he had to dock a million different spots. Like that's not easy to do. In the end, the land ratios worked out, and maybe just making units that don't cost wood worked out. But yeah, Vitality had to lead the whole game. I think they also just didn't make enough military. Like Hera didn't have enough military until it got really, really bad and really, really scary. Almost lost the game because of that. He still ends up having a positive KD because those latest were insane. Trade profit was still extremely healthy for him and the team. And Leary collected more wood than anyone. The left one is wood, so he was all over those trees. And then he also saved wood, which explains the final resource count he had. So beyond that, right, we do have this final game because it's a playoff 4. But Vitality now get the bonus point of winning the set. So this is +4 for them minimum in the standings, which is huge. But why not make it +5? Like, I think, you know, you're not going to meme. You're not going to test anything. You're going to go for the win because you're behind in the standings based on where you would want to be so far. A 5-point swing with the series here would be huge for Vitality. So we'll have the 4th game here in just a moment. And I just think all the odds are stacked in their favor and against Onimaru Vanguard. They'll come out of that game. It's got to be frustrating. Like a playoff 4 after losing, getting... I stomped is maybe a bit extreme, but after losing 3 games in a row, it could affect your performance here. I like the civs as well. We're going to see for Vitality in the 4th game. Once again, thank you everyone for watching on YouTube and Twitch. Thank you so much to the host of the event. Danielle has been putting on a good show. Thank you. I have a lot of people to thank this week because Hardy's been helping with all the new overlays. We had Debris help with the new scoreboard. PC's still giving me a headache, but shout out to Willis. Hopefully we can get the PCs firing on all cylinders. So thank you guys. We'll be in game 4 here in just a second. The problem was that they spent too much into their units. That's why Leary didn't build much more turtle ships to save for the late game. Do you think that's why? I think Leary experienced regular turtle ships and then probably felt, okay, they don't justify the cost. But you could argue that elite turtle ship, like maybe Lu Xuan or something, because remember, turtle ships are not as expensive as them. That elite turtle ship could have been better cost-wise if you just get like 30 of them. Now, I think Leary felt like they were winning and he didn't want to take a risk with anything he didn't know. But like, I think turtle ships, when they're elite, might actually be better wood-wise if they're not dying, right? Like the fast fires are dying to random towers all the time. Just an argument for that at least. But I see your point. I would say for Leary, he didn't really know how those units interact. And he knows that regular Navy very, very well. All right, so game 4, Vitality got up 3-0 right now. Let's see if Onimaru Vanguard could build up some positivity here, right? If they can win here, they get a point. That's something to work with. Maybe a bit of confidence because they go beast mode as they move into the next round next week. We got Leary as the Britons. Terrifying if you're the enemy. We got Hard as the Malay. And wait, what is this? Vitality have put Hard as their punching bag? I am absolutely shocked. Hart is going to go to the middle. And usually it's Vilwar. So let's see how he does. Now, Doubt loves this as well. And Doubt's built a settlement in the middle with Incas. And is going to be getting Loom here in a second. He didn't actually get Loom yet? I don't know why he's out here without Loom. Okay, Loom is in queue. Not a good start for Doubt because now a couple of your villagers are weak. Doubt is notorious for being good at Vil fights. Now, I'm probably going to jinx him, but like, I remember it was pointed out to me a couple years ago. I never really thought that Doubt would be in love with this or a specialist at this, but Tato's the one who told me. He's like, Doubt is one of the best players in Vil Wars, so we'll keep an eye on it. Do want to point out that Hera's playing Berbers behind this, so maybe some Camel Archers or some Cav spam from him. But yeah, you fight with the Vils, and then you pull back the weak Vils. I also think Hart is really good at Vil Wars. And Doubt's villager gets found by Leary's scouts, and he will lose 1 Vil. So that's 1 loss for Doubt so far. Also, you need the food to continually produce Vils, and when you're fighting with more than half your economy, that aspect's not easy. So far, so good for Hearts. It'll be Ethiopians for Jordan. I'm expecting archers from him. And Andy's playing Hindustanis. And Doubt's going to build a gate? And then deletes it because I don't know what that was intended to do. Classic Doubt. Doubt's like, I'm quick walling. I'm trapping. Almost blocks the Vils. Man, Heart's doing a really nice job. I told my team, I said, I'm not playing this role. I said, if we play this map, I'm not doing it. I'm playing this tournament to have fun, bro. There's no prize pool in our division. I do not want to be out here. The Heart's doing an amazing job. There's big money on the line and big prestige for these guys. But oh my god. Who's playing this role for the team? Well, I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying it's not me. And it might even be me. And it might just be mind games. Because we're a bunch of tryhards. I'm not going to reveal all my secrets. But, I mean, this is just hard Age of Empires to play. And Doubt is 4 villagers behind. So, the other thing I'll say is Heart's done a really good job in these situations to then get to Castle Age and contribute. So, like, we'll see if maybe he goes feudal or something, but he actually plays a role in early Castle Age, usually with monks and siege. And Doubt last time he tried this, he went for eventual castle drop. But it was the same. Jordan went archers to back him up. That's going to be the plan. All the scouts are here, and players are about to be in feudal age as well. And right now the settlement is just being attacked. And now Heart goes back to taking the fish. How much food is actually left? There's only 200 food left in the middle, so they're not fighting over much food. I think that's what Heart's trying to do, is just get as much food in his hands before they back away. Doubt is way more committed to this, it feels like. And yeah, I mean, he's running at this wanting damage because he knows he hasn't killed too much. And the villager's still running away. Doubt does trap 2 here. Doubt does trap 2. And the other weak villager goes in there too. Boxing gloves are off. Doubt will lose a Vil. 21 Vils versus 19. Scout gets away. And there will be archers soon, so you probably need to leave. And Doubt will feel a little bit better about this now. That's a really nice recovery. I don't know, like, I think there's an argument that Heart should have turned around and just run home. He already had the lead. Why waste your Vils? But he snipes a Vil. He's melee. There were other bonuses to get excited about here, so. Double archer range from Leary. Double archer range from Jordan. Hera, I'm assuming, is doing no military and just stacking fishing ships. Yep. And then Andy is on stone, but it also has some fish, but he's not fishing to the same level as Hera right now. Yo, what's up, puppy girl Gwen? Thank you for the prime. Lots of new primes today. That's sick. Thank you, guys. I mean, I would always prefer Leary in the archer role. I don't know why Doubt is repairing the settlement. I think that's a misclick because he wanted to drop off the food. Ethiopians, Britons, I think I prefer the Britons as well, just because of the extra range in Castle Age. But for now, the archers are superior for Ethiopians. That firing speed, maybe making the difference there. Jordan, good start. All Hera does on this map is he crams fishing, and I think everyone needs to do this, by the way. You just cram fishing ships into this pond, get like 20 on food. I think the important thing is you actually play a food unit then, because otherwise it doesn't make a ton of sense. So play like a Knight Civ, and he's got cheaper Knights. So this is really dangerous. Like, Hera having a big eco lead and cheap Knights means that in Castle Age, he's going to be everywhere. And like, Doubt's got villagers out here. He's taking the boar here. Oh, God. Oh, God. I don't know what happened to make the boar be out here. Yikes. But Leary sees that, and Doubt down to 21 Vils now. Why did the boar die out here? I guess maybe he was busy. He tried to bring it in underneath his TC. I mean, the cope here is like doubt doesn't really matter, right? Like doubt is not important here. Just like heart's not important right now. Okay, so like doubt just had to play a role. We've seen games win or won if one player loses more villagers at the start. Feels like this is just pure we're behind and we don't trust our team energy. Here comes Andy. He wants the castle drop, bro. And Doubt's actually here as well. I mean, Hera's going to be with an amazing economy, but maybe if they can get rid of Leary, maybe then they could 2v1 Hera. Do they see this? No, Andy reaches Castle Age. So Leary doesn't even know about this. And castle on his face. Okay. Now we're talking. Okay. I mean, this affects Leary's archer ranges long term. This affects Leary's woodline. This affects his TC. This affects his farm. And actually the fish as well. Like, if they can break through and get to Hera's fish, that's the only advantage they have. The fish is right here. I think Leary needs to be stonewalling here. It sounds very weird because it's not a standard map and it's not a standard play, but you need to stonewall like this. No unit should ever be able to pass through to Hera's fish because Hera is your carry now. Hera's going to be in Castle Age and Hera's going to spam knights galore. He needs the food. Nice play from Jordan and Andy. Now, I mean, I don't think Andy really has the best of economies to make a lot of Ghoulems, but maybe one or two could harass. And Leary trying to wall up. Still does need this town center to get to Castle Age, by the way. And Leary doesn't have the food eco to get to Castle Age. I think this could work. At least it's like lower economy with a lot of aggression and not just lower economy where they're not doing damage, right? Like, this is lower economy and Leary might not make it to Castle Age in this TC. Look at the ratio. 6 on food and he only has 200 food. Building a market but only has 300 golds. There's been a little bit of critique towards Hera that he's been late to supporting his team with military. This is the time where he can not just boom. Like, I think there's an argument for a third stable here. Maybe even an argument for Rams, to be honest, to try and get rid of this castle. But at the very least, I think just like pure knight spam. He's getting the upgrades. He's still got the fishing ships bringing in the food, which Andy does not have. Jordan's Castle Age time will be very good. Leary hoping to click up as well. Still just like casually repairing this TC, which is very expensive. And he's like, man, what I wouldn't give for just like 100 extra food right now. Now he's waiting for the golds. Leary should be able to click up. Now, Hearts and Castle, remember the difference there is like Heart can actually contribute. Whereas Doubt cannot. So Doubt's just going to hope. He's building outposts around the map, and he's just hoping to contribute in that way. So if anyone expands, his teammates can see it. This is also a nice find here. Andy was disrupting Hera's little fish boom on the outside that I missed. And Hera will drop the second TC, and Hera, as long as he can still continuously produce knights, that's acceptable in my view. And he can, because he's Berbers, and he's got the fish. Why is Andy not producing Ghoulam anymore? They drop off horribly. Like, Ghoulems will do nothing against knights, and his eco is not set up for this. He doesn't have a lot of food eco. All these farms and some of these fish traps are new. So the consequence of the forward castle is you can't really commit to them with big numbers. He does actually have a lot over here. And actually, hold up. Jordan's archers are in his castle. And I'm watching the HP on the TC here. I mean, the TC's slowly going down. Leary's probably realizing this. We'll add the repairs and we'll make it to Castle Age and then let the TC go down. And the Mangonel there from Heart will hit the villagers from Andy. Hera added the scout looking around here. He will drop the third TC. Where are his knights at? He can't engage against the castle, sadly. You can go other areas. Yeah, see, if Doubt didn't wall, those knights just run right in. There are still feudal age palisades, though. Doubt might want to stone wall that. Or house wall that or something. Andy's losing these vills. I don't know if he's noticing that. Mangonel's killed 3 villagers. Leary makes it to Castle Age. Leary's archers are on the way. This is where we're looking. And the Ghoulims, actually, that's the best fight they're going to get. That's actually a really good fight. If you consider just, like, there's always going to be more knight support from Hera, and Leary had a lot more crossbows than that. But I still don't know if he really killed that many. He weakened some. Hera's knights will encounter the monks from Andy. They're probably wondering where Jordan's army is. Jordan didn't even get bodkin or crossbow, though, which feels like, you know, he needs to do. And Hart will drop a second TC. Hart's had such an underrated series. I think he's been so underrated all tournament for this team. It's crazy. Because there will be a point where that third player is going to be needed, and he's always going to be ready to step up. And he's adding the monks in the siege. Imp for Jordan. Imp? Wow, so he skips bodkin arrow, and he skips crossbowman to go imp. Well, I'm curious on if he'll be able to afford anything. Because he gets plus 100 food and plus 100 gold. That'll give him probably just bracer. He doesn't have a fish boom. He doesn't have like this credible economy. This is just super high risk, high reward. Because, you know, we've all seen the games. Nice quick walling from Doubt. Knights almost got in from Hera. That was risky. But they're coming. They're on the way. Doubt doesn't have siege to stop the siege from behind the walls. There's crossbows and knights around. Hera loses a knight, and Hera snipes the monk there. He doesn't want Andy to get these relics. But Doubt is the front line for the team right now. Jordan, does he have archery ranges safe? He's got one in the back, so he can upgrade out of that one. It feels like it's pretty much this army here. And that's it. And the eco is flying for Hera. The eco is going pretty good for Hart. Eco is not very good for Leary. But Leary will try to expand. And they're just pushing. There's so much army. Yeah, during the qualifier... And, of course, it's like Vanguard's up against lesser opponents there. But in the qualifier, I felt like Vanguard's decision-making... Like, every player fit a role, and it all linked and flowed well together. And at least in the sets that I've been able to see so far, it hasn't looked super good. But I just think that better teams are able to punish their weaknesses, and it's not a team that has as much experience together, right? Remember, Doubt and Jordan always teamed with Viper and Tato. But they don't have team game experience with Andy. So it does make sense that things are not necessarily gonna link up in the same way. And Vitality, at least, like these guys have played together for a very, very long time. Under different team names, but still, they've been together. There was a couple-year blip because Hera was on another team, but it's kind of nice if you're Leary here because you actually match the range of Jordan. So you're in Castle Age, but at least you have the range there. But Jordan's pushing with Imp. And like good players just don't lose crossbows here against Mangonels. And against Knights. Unless the upgrades come in. And there's Hera on the way to Imperial Age. So, I mean, you just got to hold this. You're telling your team we have the eco lead. Jordan's got to have a crap economy. Jordan's being patient. But, yeah, I mean, you just need to Hera and Imp, and then Hera could spam, and you actually have Ghoulims, and, oh, God, what's happening here? Hera's looking in the middle right now because Andy is taking down the town center from Leary. He's got monks, he's got siege here as well. Hera will have the knights, so maybe he could deal with that. But Jordan's coming, and this is maybe a moment. It would just be classic if I spent the last 5 minutes insinuating Vanguard was going to get 4-0'd, and then they would just end up winning this now. They knew they needed a timing pressure somewhere, right? But I didn't know that this would be continuous from Andy. because I thought he was going to boom. Nice repairs, too. Look at the castle getting lots of kills. That's really nice damage control from Andy. That was not a great engagement for Hera. An engagement he had to take, though. Andy, my friend, look at your base. Look at your base. Andy, your base, bro. He's microing here. Hart comes in with the monks to defend. Andy is super hard focused here. Andy, your base. Andy, your economy. Andy, your farmers, your lumberjacks, your miners. Oh, God. Hera, 25 villager kills with those knights. And what makes it worse is... I mean, Leary's in a really bad spot, but what makes it worse is Hera's going to be an imp now. Jordan's over here. Jordan's taking down Hart's TC. This really just comes down... It's like Hera... It's basically Hera against Jordan. And Hera's got 130 eco, and Jordan is 50 eco. So, I know who I'm putting my money on there. I mean, Leary is out of the game. Maybe if Jordan now transitions into holding, like if he could just hold Hera off, Doubt comes back into the game. Doubt's got a really big boom. So he's got a lot of ills. If he can contribute eventually an imp, that could be good. They have taken Leary out of the game. But yeah, now Cavalier's in. And the nature of the fast imp with Archer Civs, you can't really afford Arbalest a lot of the time because it's so much food. And now the Cavalier could just chase you down as you try and hit and run, and there's just no chance. There's just no chance. Yeah, these crossbows will die. There's raids in the back. This will be spotted, I assume, and maybe dealt with. And Hart should be on like 5 TCs now. He should be like Doubt. So he doesn't really need the monks anymore. He can come into the game later on. It's really hard to build up that crossbow mass with this economy if you're Jordan. So he doesn't lose the whole group, but he does lose most of it. It gets really awkward now. Also, Hera can just treb this down, right? Like, Hera can make trebs, and then he can get rid of this castle, and then Leary can breathe a little bit. This is Leary's only TC, by the way. So they did a really good job there. But Leary will have the best micro ever with the crossbows, because he has no army, or no eco to focus on now. And yeah, Hera will add the trebs. I think a valid attempt, yeah, after that, the way the first 3 games have gone, a valid attempt, you take Leary out of the game. The fast imp made them sweat. The push there from Andy made them sweat. If that came in a little bit faster, maybe, like they hit this area 2 minutes faster, I think it could have worked. But I just don't know, man. Hera's going to have to make a big mistake, I think, to let this game slip for his team. And the big mistake might be happening. Hera... Leary's probably telling him, I assume. Actually, Leary's like, if Hera loses all these vills, then I can take that stone. I mean, Hera's losing a lot of eco. He doesn't realize. And he's still going to have good economy elsewhere. But nice raid there. 17 villager kills from Andy. You just worry because he's going to lose his castle. So he poses no offensive threat now because the castle will be down. And Hera will start to realize that they've expanded to the outside and probably really start to spread his unit production and his patrols out and get more snipes around. And now Hearts has a free game. Leary, not a free game because like life is hell, but Hearts is booming. Heart's going to contribute with archers. Doubt is trying to play pikemen to defend against Hera's cav. And I think that it'll be Hera and Hart. And he's just... The themes, from my perspective, seems to be, if you can add fishing ships, do it. There's no downside. At least with the way that some of the best players can play, right? And Hera went for that big eco. The fishing ship stack. Most teams always have one player going up to 15 to 20. But then what you can't do is you can't have that forward castle. And Jordan's Arbalest defend there. Nice. Not bad. That will drop a castle over here. This is interesting. Hera doesn't know about any of that, though that might change here with Leary's outposting. But it's going to be Hart joining in, and that is my worry for them. Vanguard actually has the population lead, though. I guess, like, the economy for Leary is just so bad. Okay, there it is. I was just thinking, like, maybe he's not getting food. Like, he's been at 22 vills for so long. He needs to ask for food. You have cheap TCs. Like, Leary's got to reboom fast here. He's still making crossbows, though. Doubt's going to go champies. I think Doubt's actually just going to raid. It almost feels like he's just going to raid down here and not take any main engagements. Maybe, I mean, Berbers, they have cheap Cavalier, but it doesn't seem like it's strong enough if you don't have Paladin. Hart will drop his castle. Hart will have Arbalest, but Malay Arbalests are not as good as Ethiopian Arbalest. Hindustani camels are amazing against Berbers. The upgrades aren't there yet for Andy because he's still in Castle Age, but he's got a good Vil count. And Hera's army spam hasn't been what I was expecting it to continuously be. Looks like he's going to add trade now. He's going to attempt to treb down Doubt's castle here. But, I mean, Jordan can deal with this, right? Like, these trebuchets are exposed. Jordan should be able to snipe that. You should run towards it. It's going to unpack, and then you can immediately snipe it. Yeah, nice. Nice from Jordan. Nice from Vanguard. This castle from Doubt is frustrating. Hart's starting to push, though. I don't think they're prepared for that. Doubt's with Champies. He does have Elite Champy Warrior. Elite Champy Warrior is amazing against archers, and there's no Hera here. Maybe there is a chance. Hera's got to be back here with Leary, respecting this. Champions will move this way. Hera raiding in the back. There's Champions and there's Camels going to clear it up. They are holding right now. Leary's got to be in the game for Vitality. He needs more time. So it's got to be Hart and it's got to be Hera to get Leary in the game with Britons. The Champions, I love being... This is a weird word to use, but I like being wasteful with these. Meaning, I just, like, spread out. If you lose one, you lose one. Just make it super messy. Just like you would raid with Eagle Warriors, right? Andy actually walled in his vills over here. Might complete that castle. That's not easy for Hart either. But Hera's going to get rid of this castle from Doubt. Eventually, I mean, really light on siege. Only one treb. It's going to take a lot of time. It gives Andy time to maybe make it to the Imperial Age. I think he sees this castle from Hart. We'll try and deny it. And Jordan, 100 eco, 70 Arbalest. He will start to add trade. Now a castle from Andy's getting denied. Are these two going to fight, or are they just going to deny each other's castles over here? What are they doing? It's like 3 castles denied from the other in a row. Still no Doubt there. Doubt did try and raid the middle, I guess. You could see the remnants in Heart's Eco because he's still idle. But Andy's not Imp. Like, Andy needs the Imperial Age now. If he's not Imp, he's really not able to win fights. And over here, Champies, not a great unit against Cavalier, even with Fabric Shields. It's a nice micro from Hera there. Moving the Cavalier side to side, dodging those Arbalest. Still infuriating that we got one treb. I just can't. I just can't. It bothers me so much. And it's not just Hera, but it's been like this theme. The other day, we had a team with like 120 more military than the other team, and they just had no siege. Meanwhile, I watched my Unc play. My Unc's 500 elo. My Unc's making like 10 trebs and decimating bases. Sorry, it's been a long day. And yeah, I have opinions. They gotta get the treb ratios right, man. Oh, man. Raids on both teams, but Hera's finding some different areas back here with the Cavalier. Beautiful spots with the raids. Also has Cavalier over here. There's like 4 or 5 different groups there. That's the answer, by the way, on why they don't focus on like the tiny details. Like, you know, get to 4 trebs because they're focusing on raiding everywhere. Leary's gonna be an Imp. And Leary will be an Imp. Hera's sending all of his excess resources over to Leary, and Leary's going to have an amazing army. And Hart took down the castle over here from Andy. He denied another castle from Andy. Like, Hart's in a great position. And it'll be a much stronger force for Vitality. Unless Andy gets Imperial Camel. I think if Andy can get to Imperial Camel, that changes. That would just take time. Doubt's Castle over here still standing. But they're not really coordinating. Like, Jordan's got 100 Arbalest. He doesn't know where to be with them because they also don't have siege to push. And yeah, Hart gathers up the siege. Good ratios here and starts to make some progress here. The Champions are just so weak, I think, against Castlefire, against Karambit, against Cavalier. I think it was all about a timing attack, right? Like, get enough of them at a certain time, and then you're comfortable. Just falls in line with the high risk, high reward, has to work once approach that we've been seeing from Vanguard, knowing they're underdog. Still crazy, their population's so high. But, like, where are Jordan's Arbalests? They're here. 74 arbs. Sheesh! I mean, Hera can't engage that. Yeah, 74 arbs is insane. But imagine, like, 74 arbs, 4 trebs. At any point in time, over here. At any point in time, like, over here. They don't have the siege. Ooh, Trebs got sniped. The Champions push the arbs. This is where Hera needs to bring his cav. Here he comes. And Champions against the Arbalest, performing strong. Heavy Camel on the way for Andy. Hart maybe could lose his castle if they mix in some siege here. Andy's resources, the gold's an issue. Really wondering if he'll be able to get Imperial Camel. Speaking of gold, speaking of gold, speaking of gold! Doubt's forward settlements gets absolutely massacred by the Cavalier. I mean, it was only a matter of time. You have this much on gold on the front. Eventually, they're going to come back and find you. I don't know if there might be a lack of gold in the back of the base or something, or maybe Doubt just wanted to greed out and go for it. Harris says, who needs Trebs? I'm just going to attack the castle with my cav, and now he's going to run away. And also running through here. Yeah, like, there's no siege, so the army can be stronger, but you can't force a fight because you're just chasing. You need to force a fight. You need your siege. If you're actually taking down buildings, then they have to come fight you and engage. But you aren't taking down buildings yet if you're Jordan. He's massing the bombard cannons now, though. It is a problematic form of siege against the Britons, though, because the Briton range is so high. But Hera gets into the back, going for a raid on both sides. Hart's also in there. Hart doesn't really have that many Arbalests, to be honest. And his eco has seen better days. Like, Hart's eco, his Vil count's there, but it doesn't feel like his resources are balanced. Hera gets into the wood line here. Jordan will lose Vils. Doubt will lose Vils. Andy might lose Vils as well. It's Elite Karambit Warrior from Hart. Still doesn't have Siege again to maybe push Doubt there. Jordan's starting to push against Leary, who's getting Yeoman now. Just snagging that upgrade. This is his only castle. What a game. But with that castle, he'll get 11 range. After that tech, he just got destroyed there by the one bomber cannon volley. Yeah, he has to be patient here and not run into a bomber cannon shot, but he can just snipe the arbs from distance and dodge the cannonballs. So hit the arbs, dodge the cannonballs, and continue that cycle. Really frustrating. Hera still clearing up all these Vils. Hera still having units here too. Any other archer civ, they could have pushed this with the bombard cannons. It probably needed to be Trebs, but Jordan doesn't have a castle. Doubt, he's in this little 1v1 engagement against Hart, which is why Hart's going for the Karambits. I don't see that many Karambits yet from Hart, and they're going to engage. There's just way more Champies there. See if Doubt's castle stays up, though. I think Doubt's castle will stay up. Hera dives with the Cavalier, and oh man, the Arbalest and the bomber cannons from Jordan just went back. He didn't really dive. Jordan just retreated because he didn't feel like he could push anymore. And maybe they're going to go back this way. What a game. And he does have Imp Camel. And he will try and get through the trade here. The trade is set up big time for Vitality. There's maybe starting to run into issues with not having enough military right now. Though, to be fair, Jordan's got 100 Arbalest, and that's not really sustainable. So, I think they can just whittle that army down, and having the superior trade will be the way to win this game. Doubt will take more eco losses. Doubt still has not been able to get rid of these castles over here, but Jordan's going to help. And Jordan just went for Torsen engines. Not easy to get to. That's a really expensive tech. Oh, man, I want a big shot on some arbs here. Torsen engine bombard cannon could hit so different. Imp Camel, Ethiopian Arbalest, Torsen engine bombard cannon, elite champion warriors. What a fight here from Onimaru Vanguard, considering how frustrated they must have been coming into this game. I worry about Champy. I don't know if Champy's a good enough unit here. But then again, there are 2 players playing ranged units. So maybe... And then Hera's melee units are significantly worse than Imp Camels. Are they doing this? Are they holding? I mean, Heart's building this castle. Congratulations, Heart. The castle's just going to melt. Vitality had their window. They weren't able to finish off Onimaru Vanguard. They never took down this castle, by the way. Like, this castle's still standing. Doubt's still on that gold. And Heart's castle here is going to go down. This could be bad for Heart fast. Because this castle will fall, which means, like, this castle and this castle are also not long for this world. Wow. What a game. And also, what a sick job from Jordan to maintain his Arbalest mass. It's incredible just how many he has. Hera's got a problem. Hera has no military. Well, not no military, but he has low military count. But unlike the previous game, he doesn't have an OP unit. He just has a Cavalier that just happens to be cheap. So, I think you got to be going for big numbers. Or maybe you make a switch to Camel Archer. But, like, Heart's getting completely rolled by some of these champions if he only has Arbs. Arbs is only going to be his option because he's going to lose all of his castles. Elephants, I guess, is an option for him, but he was building the stables on the front. Vitality seem a little bit shocked right now and uncertain on what to do. I would love to, for Vanguard's sake, for the sake of the tournament as well, because we want them in the running to some degree, it would be so nice for them to snag a win here. Gain something, remind everyone, you know, what they're capable of, and then have a point to work with going into the final 4 rounds. It'd still be rough for them to make it into the top 4, but it'd be doable. Without getting champions into the trade, that's another fire Hera's going to have to put out. Still amazing to me that these buildings still exist. Like, amazing job from Doubt to just play stubborn there. Andy could be adding the trade building in the trade as well with this Civ. Not doing that yet because they've been under a lot of pressure with the fights. But I think they've got the key ingredient. It's an amazing concept, guys, but when you have a military lead and you push with siege, you can break bases much faster than if you don't. It's a crazy concept. It's nice to see people adding siege and finding rewards. I feel like that's been a weakness. Arbs are over here from Leary. He just always has to respect those bombard cannons. It's super risky. Castle goes down for Leary. For Heart. Hera's trying his best. Again, you have a... Your Civ was amazing in Castle Age, amazing in early Imp, but now that you're up against Imp Camel, your units just are not good compared to the other units. And I think you're under so much pressure, it's not easy to make a switch either. And I think Champy has also proven me wrong. Part of it in my brain was maybe just because they were losing the game. But, like, what a reboom from Doubt. What big shots there from the bombard cannons. Like, this is an incredible job from all the Onimaru players. T90, how late are you for your team games? Dude, I have no clue. The series could be over. But yeah, I'm supposed to be playing in a set today, but we have four players, so maybe my team won or lost already. I have no clue. But it's been fun. I've enjoyed the streams. These games are amazing. Maybe you get Leary to like 100 Arbalest. Other thing for Hera, you lose your units so fast, you don't feel like you ever overboom because your units just get deleted instantly. Elephants was a good call here from Hart. Doubt's getting some champions into the back. Imagine getting into that wood line there. That's what he's looking for. I think Hart will maybe see that. The level of loyalty you're showing to your team is inspiring. That's not me not being loyal. That's just we planned around someone not being potentially available. Either me, if I'm casting, or others if they're, you know, busy with life. So the loyalty I'm showing is to the stream and to the tournament to cover it and bring the games, you know. Vitality have held the line. They still have some walls here. They still got castles behind. Their trade is still safe. Eventually, yeah, you could onager cut the wood lines too, and then you can expand that trade. I think Andy... I mean, he's also having an issue with the camels against the sheer number of Arbalest. Also, to me, it looks like Leary started to focus fire down the Arbs a little bit. Remember, Jordan had 100 of them, and now he only has 40. And he's panicking with the bombard cannons. He thinks they're going to lose this fight. Andy headed this way now. Doubt's coming in. Ooh, siege rams and halbs. A good play if you have it all together with like multiple rams, right? We talk trickle treb. That's kind of trickle ram. It's hard to get the ratios right. I like the energy though, because it takes their focus away from the other fight. And it might seem bad because they're losing ground here, but they've got fortifications up. They were past the middle area of the map over here already. If they can make a little bit of progress here, like this is way more effective progress if they get into the trade route. I don't know if they're going to break them, though. Leary did reach 100 Arbalest. Jordan not really floating many resources. He's down to 43 Arbalest. So officially, Britons are better now, I'd say, except for those bombard cannons. But also, like, clear as day, Hindustanis are better than Berbers. Do you want the score, T90? Yeah, you can tell me what the score is. I don't mind. It's a play all 4. We play the same settings. I don't know what the draft is or anything, so I'm just kind of joining in and seeing what the boys are feeling like. Down 1-0. Okay, so we're down 1-0. That means I could maybe join in for game 3 or game 4. I don't know how well I'll play today because it's been a really long stream, but that's good to know. Thank you. Should Leary mix in longbows? I don't think so, because you don't have the castle set up. If you get to 4 castles, I think, but even then, 4 castles compared to like 20 archer ranges, the production's not really there. Guys, I just want some freaking siege from Vitality. Make some siege. Somebody, please push a castle. You have the military lead. That had a rhyme to it. I hate seeing a massive blob of army and no way to push castles. It bothers me. It really, 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 really bothers me. But, you know, they're trying to mass it up. Your Heart's going to add the bombard cannons. But what ends up happening is they can't put... Oh, careful, 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 careful. Both of you. Oh, God. Arbalest go down. What ends up happening is Hera realizes they can't push the castle, and then he goes to try and raid. And he tries to, like, run through the castles. Oh, man. Big shots. Big shots. You have to be careful with these patrols. Champions are running in. Champions are running at the bombard cannons. Hera's army just disappears to these Imperial Age camels. The champions move in against the bombard cannons. And Vanguard's back. It might just be a unit difference. Hera's going to try Navy now. I don't hate that. Like, the occasional demo cannon galleon, you can use the river. It's a very weird aspect of the map. But I don't hate that. I don't know if you can go full Navy, though. Now, that would be something. You completely stop going Cavalier. You go, like, 30 galleons each side with cannon galleons and take the trade. I don't know how realistic that is. It feels like they, even though Hera's units are dying fast, they still are needed here. Jordan's got his ARB count back up. He's up to 80 ARBs again. And Andy's got more camels on the way already. Bombard cannons are landing some really nice shots here too. 145 kills on these bombard cannons from Jordan. Damn. And he adds 5 more. Guys, that's not easy to do. Like, it's super easy to lose the occasional bombard cannon or look away. That's pretty ridiculous. To also get to the 100 ARBs, this is all on the back of a low economy fast imp where you didn't have any sling whatsoever. Jordan's having an amazing game. Jordan's having the game of the tournament right now. They need to win it for him. At least get a point off of this. What a fight. I mean, you could argue they're getting closer to breaking this Vitality team. This is their last chance. But like, I think Hart and Hera just do... either their military's dying way too fast, which is probably true, or they just don't have the military numbers. And maybe it's just both those things. Their KD's probably going to show us at the end of the game. Doubt's still trying to just harass here with random Rams and Champies, preventing Hera from playing water. Remember, Doubt is actually trading a little bit this way. I don't know. I guess that is technically more golds. But you're making progress. And the 6 Bombard Cannons now have 169 kills. I think the 1 Bombard Cannon's new, so he can't even be credited for any of that. And you just have to break those fortifications. But slowly they're doing so. And he doesn't have any camels here. So no meat shield. He's going to try and run through. There is actually a gap here. Yeah, you could get into the trade. And Vitality doesn't have that much in queue either, so the resources aren't that good. I think for Hera, he's all this trade. Because the trade distance isn't far, you don't get a lot of gold. And then his units just instantly die. So, feels like it could be overboom territory, but it's probably the right play. You have no other choice. And what unit do you send back here to deal with this? You want to send elephants? That's super slow and annoying. You can't send Cavalier to deal with this. Camels are the perfect trading unit right now. Trade raiding unit. I made that a word. We called it a trading unit. Doubt's trading unit down here is the Rams. Hera always has military to respect Doubt spam. And yes, Camel's killing the trade. See 1 Camel Archer from Hera, but I don't think that's going to be a full-on switch. Why no Kameyuk? I think Kameyuk's a really poor choice. Kameyuk lacks Pierce Armor. So Champies have 9 Pierce Armor, so the ARBs do 1 damage. I don't know what the Kameyuk Pierce Armor is, but it's not that. So underneath castles, like you can't run through here because you're not as fast with Kameyuk. You die to castles even faster with Kameyuk. I don't think the Pierce Armor is good enough. Look at Leary try and snipe the Bombard Cannons. So some of Jordan's best men go down. There's a Treb there from Doubt. So finally some Trebuchets mixed in. It's still just 1. 4 Trebs would make me super happy. The amount of times I've seen 1 Treb today, and that 1 Treb gets sniped, it's way too high, but the teams have just been super good at sniping them. And they've given up faith. They've given up hope. Hera's made progress over here. But Doubt is making some progress in the trade, and so is Andy. So slowly the trade card count is going to start to dip here for Vitality. How much wood is left? Well, there should be hundreds of thousands, right? There's wood on the sides. So that shouldn't be a big issue. I wonder if Hart knows he has 20 Arbalest inside that castle. I guess the castle's melting stuff right now, so he probably does know. Jordan needs to back up for a second. Feels like they're distracted. Ooh. Hera's got random cannon galleons on the pond over here. Or river. And that could just full wipe the castle, go all the way down to the trade before you know it. He's also killing trade this way because they continued to trade this way, which is just very confusing to me, but they did. So both teams are disrupting the trade big time. Oh, God. Karambits are going back to clear that up. Hera's added cannon galleons there! It's actually kind of sick. I would try a cheeky demo, too, but I think the docks will probably be taken down now. What a game, man. This is Age of Empires. But dude, guys, they're not noticing this. And this is Andy's call. Because this is Andy's stuff going down. If they don't notice this, Hera's going to have a lot of boats. The markets are going to go down at the very least. There are quite a few units in queue for Doubt and for Jordan. But Leary does have enough Arbalest to maybe hold the line. Some units in the trade still. Trade going down. Hera had 80 trade before. He's got 57 now. I wasn't able to pay attention to the count of everyone else, but some significant losses to his trade with that raid. Okay, Andy noticed this. So he notices this. I'm going to assume camels go over there now. We'll keep an eye on it. They need to break the wall. They need to get in again into this trade. They're still here. And Hera has to send Cavalier back, which is just awful. Like, to send Cavalier back to deal with the trade raid is so unbelievably painful. There go the camels. I think we just saw some camels die to a demo. I think camels might be able to deal with that. And the camels are running into the trade again. I think Vanguard are going to get their win. There are Trebs there from Leary. They were stacked, though. He lost like 3 of them there. Maybe he was hoping for some more big shots with Warwolf. Yeah, Hera's attempt. I mean, if they didn't notice, it would have been cheeky, but they noticed it, and it didn't work out, and the trade is still an issue. And Doubt's going to be back again because, of course, he is. He's been so stubborn. Can they break these castles? This is the only castle for Leary. If this castle goes down, Leary can't make a single treb. Crazy. Hera only has 3 castles himself. Hart used to have like 6, but he lost a bunch too. There's castles all over the minimap here for Onimaru. Jordan, 25 builds. True. But as long as you receive resources when you need it, you just need trade. You don't need food. You need gold, and then you need wood. And he's got his 24 bills on wood. That's crazy. That is against common Age of Empires instinct. Like, we've talked a lot about overbooming in this series. You got to understand what these late games look like. Well played from Jordan. What a crazy fight. All the camels that were in the north, though, are going to come to the main fight again. All those units that were dealing with Hera on water, and more champions running into the trade, and still camels running into the trade, and Doubt's now coming in with halbs and rams, and Leary's towers. They might hold, but villagers are dying, and his army's dying, and his castle falls. What could end up happening, guys, is that Onimaru Vanguard, they go on a run the next 3 weeks. They win those sets, and they sneak into that 4th place position by 1 win. And this could be the win that you look back on. Vitality will be overall very happy with this series, but Onimaru were able to turn it around after the first 3 games. I thought with Doubt start especially, I was like, this isn't looking good. Hera had a massive lead this game. I thought Hera was going to crush them, but Jordan, he held on for the team. He had a ridiculous game. Like Jordan the MVP for sure, but then Doubt and Andy had to reboom back into this game. Doubt being down here, harassing, making Hera think twice about where he could go. Andy getting to Imp Camel and having a good Vil count. It was a really nice game from Onimaru. And you always need your whole team involved. But like Jordan kept the team alive there. That fast Imp, that was against Hera with like 50, 60 more eco. And he held. So I think some of that's the draft, right? Like Hera, I think he needs to play more aggressively. I think you can't trade boom if you have worse late game civs. You had to add Siege, which was an issue the whole series. But, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, Jordan did a lot to hold. He had some amazing trades, was feasting on everyone. And the Bombard Cannons had hundreds and hundreds of thousands of kills. I just think, like, obviously now Hera has more eco, but I think you go back to the earlier stages, Hera's going to feel like he could have done more. Other part of that, of course, is Hera normally has Leary backing him up a whole lot faster. And Leary was really delayed this game because of the pressure from Andy and the pressure from Jordan. So, well played. I enjoyed this series. It was a great series. We'll quickly look at the results and the format and see where that puts the teams. And thank you guys for watching and sticking around today, man. I had a lot of fun. Let me just quickly bring up the situation here on Liquipedia. Shout out again, as always, to the Liquipedia editors who immediately refresh this for the streams. But I don't think that's top 4 now for Vitality, right? I think they're still just out of it. Yeah, I mean, Vitality's at 7 points now, which doesn't look good compared to some of these other teams, but you have to factor in that Lingwan, Tag, and Nocturna have played 4 rounds. So, I mean, Vitality has a round in hand, essentially, which could be up to 5 points, which would then put them into the top 4. So, I think any Vitality panic is kind of subsided a little bit. Next week, they play NOC. So that's a really big set between those two teams who were pretty much right next to each other in the standings then. And as you can see here, there's a lot of more Age of Empires to come. We're kind of at the halfway point-ish. Again, not fully because some teams haven't played 4 rounds, and this is where we're at. For Vanguard, it's rough, but again, maybe they have like easier opponents coming up. They're up against Wonders next week. After that, Vanguard's up against, they get a bye, I guess. Vanguard after that will go up against, am I missing stuff? I'm tired, to be honest, and I have a tournament to play. They play Sal's. Sal's could be easier points because Sal's is lower on the leaderboard. They play DES as well. Like, I could see Vanguard making it interesting to hop into the top 4. But yeah, if you want to look at this information, you could do !TL in chat, look at Liquipedia, or look at the beautiful website they made. I do have to play a tournament, and I've been live for 6 hours. So, well played to both the teams here. I had a lot of fun casting. And guys, thanks so much for being here and watching with me today. All right? There's a lot of casting, lots of Age of Empires. I had fun. So I hope you guys enjoyed as well. And I hope you guys will be back this week. I'll be live this week. Tomorrow's probably off for me. Well, tomorrow's definitely off for me. I have some things I need to do. And then I will be... I'm not sure about Tuesday because I might need to play a tournament game. But like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we should be live a lot. 24-hour stream countdown is officially on. We're doing that in a little over a month. And I got more announcements to come. But yeah, thanks for the support. Shout out to everyone for coming in here today. I love you. Thank you very much. And wish me luck. See ya.